It is election day in America. I'm Wolf Blitzer, and after a chaotic and historic presidential campaign, it all comes down to today. At this hour, polls in all 50 states are now open, and already we have seen long lines at polling stations. There is certainly a lot of energy on the ground right now. Tens of millions are out and now deciding whether to send Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump to the White House. Aaron, over to you.
All right, Wolf, and good afternoon to you and to all watching on this historic day. I'm Erin Burnett, and let's show you some of these new images we have. This is Philadelphia. These are lines, this particular line stretching 4 blocks, as our photojournalist is showing you. Harris, of course, needs a very strong turnout in Philadelphia in the must-win state of Pennsylvania. In North Carolina, let's show you some images there from that crucial battleground state. Voters telling CNN they have never seen anything like the lines they've seen today. And by the way, just something to consider, this is after you could early vote for 10 days, 2 weeks in some of these cases, and still this turnout. We'll see what it all portends, but just a short time ago, both Harris and Trump had a message for voters.
We got to get it done. Today is voting day, and people need to get out and be active.
It's been very honored to find out that the lines are long, and the conservative lines, the Republican lines are very long. I hear we're doing very well.
And now the first polls closing in just 6 hours. As for the all-important battleground states, Georgia is first. Polls there close at 7 p.m. Eastern. 30 minutes later, polls will close in North Carolina. At 8 p.m. Eastern, Pennsylvania polls will close. And then at 9 p.m. Eastern, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona will close. Finally, at 10 p.m. Eastern, Nevada will close its polls. And of course, as we're watching all of the returns come in, we're watching specifically the 2 candidates race to try to cross that 270 Electoral College threshold. We have a team of reporters standing by from the crucial battleground states to the campaign headquarters, and we just showed you the very long lines in Philadelphia. And I want to go to Danny Freeman. He's on the ground for us right now. He's live in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. Danny, tell our viewers, what are things like where you are?
Well, if I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of energy out here right now. We're in Lancaster County. It's kind of in the central part of the state right here. We're in Millersville specifically, and we're at a polling place which is a funeral home right here. But nevertheless, people are excited to be voting. We're actually very close to a university, Millersville University, so there are a lot of students who are kind of coming out right at this immediate lunch rush, let's say. So I'm going to see if maybe some of these folks might want to chat with us. Are you a first-time voter? Yeah. Would you want to chat with us for a second? So we're live on CNN right now. My name is Danny. What's your name?
Savannah.
Savannah. Savannah, tell me, what's bringing you out here today?
It is time for a change.
What do you mean by that?
I'm just here for women's rights and stuff like that, and just, I don't really like to talk about it like in depth that much. But
Sure. Are you a first-time voter?
I voted in not presidential. I'm a first-time presidential voter.
Tell me, how are you feeling about voting in your first presidential election?
I'm a little scared, but it's exciting. I mean, it's definitely surreal almost to just like be here, you know, be able to do this. I'm excited to be able to have a voice and stand up for what I believe in. And
Would you mind sharing who you're going to vote for in there?
Kamala.
Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Did you ever expect to be casting your first vote in a presidential election at a funeral home?
No. No.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Really, remind me your name one more time?
Savannah.
Savannah. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So again, that's kind of some of the stuff that we're seeing out here, especially in this particular voting spot, like I said, Wolf, because it is so close to this university. But I'll note here that right here in Lancaster County, this is actually the largest red state really in Pennsylvania, and that it's one of the largest red counties in Pennsylvania. It's gone for former President Trump twice before, but we're watching it closely because Democrats are trying to make a play, at least to close that margin as much as they can here. So seeing the results here in Lancaster County, that may be indicative of just how close the Commonwealth ultimately is when we see these results. Wolf, let's back to you.
All right, Danny Freeman, thank you very much, and thanks, Savannah, for us as well.
Yeah, certainly it's so wonderful to see when it's someone's first time voting that they can have that feeling that is so special to Americans. But to remember that feeling of your first presidential vote, I remember it. It was all the way back in 1994. Let's go to Josh Campbell in the swing state of Wisconsin, in the city of Madison. So, Josh, what are you seeing?
Yeah, you know, Aaron, the energy here is strong, a steady flow of voters. I was once a precinct captain. I was a poll worker. It's just really special to see the volunteers coming out and the people coming to cast their votes. I want to get straight to a voter. This is Rachel. You can step on over here. She is a nurse at the Veterans Hospital. First, thank you for what you do. I have a question. I've lived in a lot of places around the country. I've never lived in a battleground state. What's that like, knowing that you have this outsized impact on the future of this race?
Yeah, I think it means a lot to me. I'm from Minnesota originally, so I moved here for college, and now I've been living here for a while, and I see more of a division living in a red state. But I just think it's important that everyone, you educate yourself on your vote, and then you go out and you make your vote. So.
And what issue is top of mind for your issues? What's driving you to the polls?
Oh, I feel like it's a lot of things. Reproductive rights being one. I'm a young woman, so I feel like, I have a younger sister. I have so many people in my life that have struggled with these issues and these topics, and I just think it's important that you educate yourself about it and you go out there and you make your decision. So, yeah.
Are you comfortable saying who you're voting for?
Yeah, I'm voting for Harris.
Okay. And can I ask you, because people have a lot of questions, especially this cycle, when you look at the two candidates, are you voting more for the person that you like, or are you voting against the person that you might not like?
Obviously everyone will have their own opinions about the issues. I mean, I tried to educate myself more. I'm not a big I don't really support the person that the opposite candidate is, but I tried to, educate myself more and not let that affect it. It kind of does though, morals are involved. So I would say yes and no.
Okay.
I'm voting for what I believe in, but also I'm happy that, she supports going forward with life, valuing others, kindness, Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah,
thanks again for what you do. I come from a family of nurses, so thanks for everything.
Yeah, no problem.
And Aaron, just to tell you one last thing here about Wisconsin itself, one thing we continue to hear from officials is that it is going to take time. That's for many reasons, chief among them, all of those early votes that were cast before Election Day, they weren't able to start counting those until today. And so officials continue to say that look, just because it's going to take time, that doesn't mean that there's mischief at play. They got to count the votes, Aaron.
Yeah, it's just so great to hear from those voters across the country. Josh, thank you. Wolf?
Aaron, thank you. I want to bring in Phil Mattingly right now. He's over here at the Magic Wall. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, two of the key battleground states right now. Give us a little sense of what's going on.
Yeah, so this is the map right now. You'll notice it hasn't filled in with red or blue yet. As you noted at the top of the show, we got about 6 hours. That's going to start to change. So what we're looking at is what happened in 2020. If we can draw some analogs or comparisons, let's start with where we saw Josh Campbell. Josh Campbell in Dane County. This is not a swing county. This is not a battleground county. This is a Democratic stronghold county, Wolf. This is second largest county in the state. Almost 10% of the voting population is right here. And you look at the margin in 2020, Joe Biden winning it by almost 53 points. If you're a Democrat right now, if you're the Harris campaign, you're looking at this county and you're saying, let's bump that up. Let's bump that up. You need to do better in Dane County to offset some of Trump's strength in the more working class white regions of the state. What will be interesting to watch and why Dane matters so much as you move over here to Milwaukee County, it's the largest county in the state. It is a Democratic stronghold and a Democratic driver of votes, but this will be a sign as to whether the former president has made some inroads in more urban areas, particularly among black men. And if he does, the votes in Dane become all that much more important. Let's swing over quickly to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's Ohio. It's a great state, by the way. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, down to where Danny Freeman was over here in Lancaster County. The reason why Lancaster is so important is, to Danny's point, this is also not a battleground county. This is not Erie. This is not Northampton. But for Donald Trump, these are the places that he actually lost ground in 2020. So in 2016, what happened in Lancaster County? He won it 57.2 to 37.8. What happened in 2020? He still won it handily, Wolf, by almost 16 points. But Joe Biden ate away at the margins. These are the types of places that Trump needs to bump his margins back up again. And the reason why is pretty simple. We saw it in 2020 play out in vivid fashion, particularly here in Montgomery, but across the collar counties that bump out the suburban regions outside of Philadelphia, where Joe Biden was running up huge vote, winning Bucks County, winning Montgomery County by a huge amount, winning Delaware County as well, winning Chester County by a huge margin. So for Democrats, you're looking at Philadelphia pushing out into the suburbs. You're obviously looking at Allegheny County over here, the home of Pittsburgh. But for the Trump campaign, it's places like Lancaster up through this area right here, but also outside of Pittsburgh, outside of Allegheny County, where the Trump campaign knows they're going to win those counties, but it's how much that will tell the story of the night, Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. We'll be watching these states, all these battleground states, very closely. You're going to be a busy guy. Thanks very much. Aaron, over to you.
All right, Wolf, I mean, just, that's all we want to see is that map and how this is coming in, where we're going to be looking in these hours as the polls will be closing in a few hours. We heard from President Trump just moments ago. You saw him there with Melania Trump. He was talking about the long lines he's been hearing about. And I want to go now to Broward County in Florida, another crucial one, of course, in presidential electoral politics. That's where Randy Kaye is tonight. And Randy, what are voters there telling you?
Well, Aaron, more than 23,000 voters have already voted here in person here on Election Day in Broward County, about 650 at the polling place where we are in Parkland, Florida. And they've been pretty evenly split. We spoke to 18 voters, 10 for Trump, 8 for Harris. And one woman told me she's actually voting for Harris, but just a couple of weeks ago, she said she was voting for Donald Trump. And in the last couple of weeks, she's heard from his rhetoric. She did not like it. She thinks that that what he's been saying has just not been something that's in line with her views, and she doesn't like what she's hearing from him. So now she is voting for Harris. She came here today and brought her mom to vote for Harris as well. Here's what a couple of other voters here told us as well.
I voted for Harris. I'm excited to give women a chance to be represented. I want to get back to being able to respect each other's viewpoints and to get back to common decency.
He's amazing. I think he really does good for the economy, and he's a great president.
You're 25 years old, right?
Yes.
And so why Trump? Why do you think he would be better for you?
I just don't trust Harris. There's many reasons. I don't like to get into it, but I think Donald Trump he's just true. He really speaks what is on his mind. Sometimes he doesn't say the right things, but he does do the right things for the United States.
Nothing he says offends you?
You can't really let this world offend you, honestly. I've watched Simpsons and Family Guy. They say everything, every race, but you have to laugh. If you don't laugh, you're not going to be happy in this world.
And Aaron, I spoke to one Haitian man here, and he said for a long time he was pretty undecided. But then when he heard those comments that he said Donald Trump made about Haitian migrants allegedly eating people's pets in Springfield, Ohio, which we've learned from officials is not true, that is when he made up his mind and said no more, and he decided to vote for Kamala Harris. So what Donald Trump has been saying seems to be resonating, and as well as what Kamala Harris has been saying among the voters that we've been speaking with. Aaron?
Yeah, absolutely. But another just to hear from that 25-year-old woman that you just interviewed. Randy, thank you for that and for sharing it so we all could hear it. But we have seen some minor issues. I mean, you heard Trump just say when he was giving that press conference that the voting is safe and it seems to be going smoothly. Well, that's the case across the country. There have been some minor issues in Pennsylvania at the polls, though, and we are following all of that very closely. So if there's anything you need to know, you're going to hear it here. Let's go to Paula Reed at the voting desk. And Paula, what did you see there? What happened?
Yes, of course, Pennsylvania, one of the most critical states for both candidates. And we've already seen a few issues at polling sites this morning. Let's start in Cambria County. Here, a court has just ordered that the election sites have to stay open until 10 p.m. And this came after a software malfunction disrupted voters' ability to scan their ballots. Now, officials say they learned about this issue this morning. They called a specialist and they're working to resolve it. But they tell voters that all completed ballots will be accepted, secured, and counted by the Board of Elections. And they urge residents to continue to vote. Now, our colleagues report some people did leave the polling site as these issues were being sorted out, but the polls in that county will now be open until 10 p.m. Then in Allegheny County, 2 polling locations experienced delays after a judge of elections was late to one location and a different judge of elections never showed up to his site. But now election workers are in place and both sites are up and running. Then if we go to Philadelphia County, the district attorney there says there have not been any election-related arrests, but they are seeing behavior that is, quote, a little bit more aggressive than what we have seen in the past. They've had roughly a dozen calls this morning. Aaron, I've spoken with legal teams for both campaigns. These are the kinds of issues that they expected today, but even these smaller issues could result in additional legal challenges as the campaigns want to make sure that every vote is counted.
All right, Paula, thank you very much. And our special coverage of Election Day in America continues as we are all here watching the vote. soon waiting for the results. We will take you to the Harris and Trump campaign headquarters to see how they are feeling at this moment this afternoon.
Election day in America, less than 6 hours until the first poll closings in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. We have CNN correspondents covering the Harris and Trump campaigns very, very closely. First, I want to go to CNN's Elena Treen. She's in West Palm Beach, Florida for us. Elena, you have some new reporting on Trump's plans for today and tonight and how they're feeling inside the Trump campaign.
That's right, Wolf. We've learned that Donald Trump's campaign has been having some behind-the-scenes conversations about how tonight will go. And one key question, and they say they just don't know the answer to this yet, is when and if he will leave his Mar-a-Lago resort, that is where he's going to be watching some of this election night coverage, and head over to the convention center to address the press. Now, when I talked to them, they said that they recognize that the election is likely to be very close. It will not be called tonight, but they do have a sense that some critical swing states will be called tonight, and that is the question of whether or not Trump will actually go out there and talk to people, reminiscent of what we saw back in 2020. One source said that there have been discussions on Trump coming out to speak after some of these critical battleground states are called. Another source told me it's still a question, even if he comes out there at all to address the press. Now, one thing is, we did just see Donald Trump moments ago vote here in Palm Beach with his wife, former First Lady Melania Trump. A reporter asked him, do you plan to declare victory this evening? This is what Trump said. He said, quote, "Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't a long time." He essentially said, I don't know if something happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory. But in normal times, I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock. Normal times meaning he was railing against that it's not just paper ballots and in-person voting, but kind of criticizing the process of mail-in voting and noting that this is going to have to take a much longer time. Now, one thing I do want to be very clear about in discussing all of this, Wolf, is to remember what happened in 2020 when Donald Trump went out there the morning, late into the morning, right after the election, and preemptively and falsely declared victory despite us not knowing the election results yet, and also him ultimately not winning. That is the key question that I think a lot of people have anxiety about, is whether or not he will do that this evening. But as of now, his team says unclear if that's even a plan or even if you'll see him at all. Wolf?
All right, Elena Treen over at Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida for us. Thanks very much. I want to go to Harris campaign headquarters right now. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez is on the scene for us. Priscilla, what's the latest from the Harris campaign headquarters?
Well, what I'm being told, Wolf, by a Harris advisor is that the mandate to staff is to, quote, knock until the very end. That is what they have been told, essentially to continue this mobilizing push. Now, the vice president, she's not on the campaign trail. She concluded that yesterday, crisscrossing the battleground state of Pennsylvania. But she is participating in a spate of radio interviews where she is continuing to press for people to vote, and also outlining her own vision, especially targeting those people who may still be on the fence as to who they're going to vote for. And in doing so, she's also previewing a little bit about how her day is going to go. She says that she has a tradition of having dinner with family on election night, so that is exactly what she plans on doing later tonight. But behind the scenes, Harris advisors certainly working around the clock to try to bring in as many votes as they can, especially working with the ground game infrastructure that they have been so bullish on over the last year. Now, of course, tonight is also a test of many strategies that they put into play over the last several weeks, which was building out their coalition. It wasn't just locking in their base, but it was also trying to reach those disaffected Republicans, those who were fatigued by former President Donald Trump, and also using issues like reproductive rights to really galvanize voters. And over the course of the morning, they, like us, have heard from voters who have continued to cite reproductive rights. So they're hoping that that strategy of using that issue and leaning in on it could pay off for them in the end. But the Harris team has also said that they recognize it could be a lengthy process as these votes come in later tonight. They said that they are going to remain, quote, calm and confident as that happens. But certainly they are not letting their foot off the gas as they continue to mobilize voters who are still heading to the polls. Wolf.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez over at Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much. Aaron, over to you.
All right, Wolf, so let's go to Rosa Flores. She's in Houston, Texas. And Rosa, you know, Texas is getting a lot of attention, and, you know, you've got a crucial Senate race there as well. What are voters telling you?
Well, I have a voter here. This is Chuck Sutherland. And of course, Aaron, one of the big questions in Texas is, will Republicans actually vote for Harris? Chuck, you want me to call you Chuck, right? Yes. You're a Republican.
Yes.
You just voted.
Yes.
Who did you vote for?
Kamala Harris.
And tell us why.
Because I cannot forget January the 6th. When that happened, it just stayed ingrained in my mind, and I just couldn't go the other way. So, and then I'm starting looking at Harris's policies. Did I totally agree with the Biden administration on things? Not really. But right now, I look at what Harris is doing. I look at what inflation is doing right now. It's looking much better now. I'm looking at my investments for the past 4 years. My investments have done really well. And then the housing market. You know, I own a home, and the value of that house has gone up. So my net worth has gone up.
Now, you're a dentist.
Yes.
And you're a father of 4 girls.
Yes.
Did reproductive freedom as an issue, was that important for you?
Being the father of 4 girls, definitely. And I've got 4 strong daughters, and they probably would just shoot me if I did not vote for their rights.
Now, Aaron, right before I toss back to you, I want to ask Chuck if you have other Republican friends who are doing the same thing you are.
I've got some Republican friends that are doing that, but I've got a place in the country and a place in the city. In the country, it is mostly Republicans, staunch Republicans. In the city, I've got it both ways. But then we have our certain group in the country that we kind of hang together, and we're all like, okay, we were Republicans, now we're independents.
And so they might vote for Kamala Harris?
They'll vote for Kamala Harris. That
Wow.
group will.
Chuck, thank you. Aaron, back to you.
Yeah, really, really fascinating. And thanks to Chuck for being willing to share all of that so openly with everybody. I know that takes courage for anyone. Well, former President Trump is speaking right now at his campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach. Let's just listen to what he's saying at this moment.
Yesterday and the day before, the day before too, we did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have, destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing. But I think Michigan's going to be good. They're all looking really good. Susie, I can't think of anything. I'm hearing any weaknesses. Right? Not what do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great. And we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that, so we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening? Doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Okay. Thank you. you, everybody. I like that.
All right, it's the former president speaking in West Palm Beach, where his campaign headquarters are tonight. All right, here with everyone. Governor Pawlenty obviously is making a joke there on cheating. For many, of course, that doesn't seem a joke. And it isn't a joke in the context of what happened on January 6th and last time. What are you hearing from Republicans right now about how they feel on the ground right now?
I think they're still hopeful, but I'm sensing a little pessimism. Just as anecdotal, an anecdote can get you in big trouble in elections and predictions, and a lot of this early stuff doesn't mean much. People are desperate to look at a tea leaf, and I do sense the bullishness on the Harris side. As to President Trump's point, if you have a major population state like Florida that can get their results done by a reasonable time on election night, I don't believe his conspiracy theories, but we do need to do a better job of speeding this up. And if Florida can do it and do it accurately,
then
and
other
do
states
it credibly,
can do it.
They should. He's got a good point. What the hell? Excuse my language. Why does it have to take days? It doesn't need to.
These days, hell is not really a bad word.
Yeah,
We've gone a lot further than that. What was on the MetLife building projected last night? We'll just leave that there.
12:30.
All right, I know. Let's just contextualize this, Governor. Ashley said on the town hall night when Anderson was talking to Kamala Harris, that at that point you felt that Kamala Harris was going to win. Went out on a limb then. But are you feeling what the governor said he is sort of seeing, which is that optimism rise among Harris teams today?
I think that folks are still feeling cautiously optimistic for a couple of reasons. We've had a lot of conversations about early vote. When you look at the numbers from early vote, Democrats are doing better than they did in 2020. It's 1/10 of a point better, but it's still better. And so if they are able to activate the ground game that they have been working on, they could probably pull this out. I feel confident. And it's not just the Harris campaign. There are independent groups, the labor unions knocking millions of doors, groups like Black Voters Matter, who have been on the ground when Joe Biden was at the top of the ticket as well as now. And then the final thing I'll say is that a lot of folks have said that the cake is baked or it's baked in or whatever that saying is. I think that it might be baked, but the cake is going to fall in the oven. And they might have put one too many eggs in the ingredients. And that egg is, it was probably rotten from the language that they used at MSG or Madison Square Garden for the non-New Yorkers. But I think that there is something about the cake might have been baking, but there were some ingredients thrown in late that could mess up the recipe for Trump.
Right, what are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, look, my feeling is that a couple of weeks ago, Trump was kind of in the catbird seat. And I think the last 2 weeks, it looks like that support has fallen out. Partially the Madison Square Garden. He's kind of melted down. I mean, instead of kind of a mature ending thing, it's just been a lot of anger. The other big question, I mean, if Tim Pawlenty was running, I think he'd run away with it right now because he's an old school Republican. The question is how many Republicans are going to vote for Kamala? And I think it's going to...
We just saw Chuck from Texas.
Right, Chuck's my guy, by the way. Me and Chuck now, I haven't met him, but, we're both Houstonians now. And but I think that's going to actually surprise people, the number of Republicans that end up going for Kamala. I just hear it anecdotally, but it's a lot of people. And Kamala has made a real effort to reach out to them. Biden, it was more kind of perfunctory. Kamala, I mean, look, I spoke right before her at the DNC. That sends a message that they are serious about Republicans joining this coalition. I think they'll be rewarded.
You in that, talk about catbird seat.
Yeah.
Matt, can I ask you, Trump talking about all of this, whether the results, obviously, I understand your point, right? If Florida can do it, why can't others? I heard the Governor DeSantis making that point last night. Trump has been talking about the results during the day. Yep. So far, he said he doesn't really see any issues out there. He hasn't been stirring the pot as much as he has other times, Matt. Here's what he said just a little bit ago, though, in West Palm Beach.
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved. Thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process.
That's pretty tame.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty tame.
I take some hope in those comments, right? That we are at a point now where both sides can recognize the validity of election results. That's where we need to get to remain a great democratic republic that has lasted as long as it has and can continue moving forward. Not to mention, I think, in addition to it being good for the system, probably also doesn't hurt him politically in the final few hours. And if you've been talking like this for the last few weeks, maybe in a stronger place than I think he's going into Election Day. I will say, I've been hearing, we talk about folks we're talking to. I cannot find
a Republican in a battleground state, particularly Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, who does not feel good about Donald Trump's numbers right now going into Election Day. And part of that's because of the early vote. Part of that's because of traditionally where Republicans are vis-a-vis Democrats showing up on Election Day. I mean, Pennsylvania, for example, often Democrats are walking in with 6, 7, like 4 years ago, it was over 1 million vote advantage going into Election Day. Today, it's about 400,000 going into Election Day today. They're very optimistic about the turnout they're seeing, not to mention the fact that overall high turnout may help Trump. I mean, all the polls we've seen the last few weeks and really the last few months show that Trump does better with registered voters than he does with likely voters. It means that the voters who are most engaged have an opinion of him and they don't necessarily like him. It's a little closer. It's those infrequent voters that if they can get them out to the polls, he wins. So high turnout, that's good for Donald Trump.
Yeah, no, I've seen a lot, and I understand your argument. I've seen a lot of those arguments from the Mark Halperins of the world and everybody who now has this new Twitter personality because everybody now is a political expert. The difference, though, is in 2020, we had something going on in this country. It was COVID. And so what it did was it threw off voting patterns. And let's take Clark County, for example, where you see in Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada, where you see Democrats actually on a path to beat Republicans on Election Day. That's two things. One, that's wild because we never actually show up on Election Day in numbers that consume or beat out Republicans. So keep going, keep voting in Las Vegas. Number two, it shows that the early voting numbers you're talking about were a lot of their voters anyway, and so you're seeing the cannibalization happen before your eyes in real time. So that's first. The second thing, which is equally as important, is there was this long, months-long narrative built about Donald Trump somehow getting black voters because he had like Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell and was giving us gold shoes and he had a mugshot. Not only was that narrative in premise asinine, but it's not bearing fruit. And you're seeing in Fulton County, you're seeing in North Carolina, all throughout Georgia, and you're seeing these lines in Pennsylvania of black voters, particularly black women who are over-indexing. I mean, they carry democracy all the time. But you're also seeing black men come out and vote in numbers, and that's what the Harris campaign looks at, and they're excited about it.
Right. And as you say, as we hit pause, of course, everybody, it's public information. You can find out who voted, right? You don't know how they voted, but you know who voted. So if they are someone who's voted before and voted a certain way, the campaigns know a whole lot about who has already voted coming into Election Day. All right, much more with our panel as our special Election Day in America coverage continues. Next, bomb threats forcing 2 Georgia polling locations to temporarily close. Turns out it was a false alarm. We'll explain with the latest next. And welcome back to our special coverage of Election Day in America. We are just learning that several voting locations in Georgia may be staying open later. The reason for this is non-credible bomb threats were actually made at 2 polling locations. So let's go to Sarah Murray. Sarah, what have you learned about these specific bomb threats, where they were, and obviously to emphasize, it turns out they were not credible?
Right. There were a handful of non-credible threats today against polling locations. In 2 of those instances, polling precincts actually had to close for about 30 minutes to an hour while security did a sweep, confirmed that they were non-credible. We should note at all 177 polling places across Fulton County, which is where I am, though this was not one of the places affected today, there are police officers there to help address these threats. Now, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger held a news conference earlier where he said their understanding is the threats were of Russian origin. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Now, the FBI is working with state and local officials to investigate this. And again, these are non-credible threats. And as I was talking to voting rights activists today, they said they don't want this to dissuade people from showing up to vote. They said it is safe for you to turn out. It is safe for you to cast your ballots. This should not disrupt folks in Fulton County from showing up and voting today, guys.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. And of course, important to follow all of this and to emphasize how crucial that communication has been from the Secretary of State in Georgia, who Wolf has said he anticipates the possibility they can call Georgia tonight.
We shall see. Let's see what happens. Aaron, thank you very much. I want to get to our political team right now. CNN's Manu Raju, Jamie Gangel, and Nia Malika Henderson. And Jamie, you're very well plugged in. What are your sources inside the Harris campaign telling you right now? How do they feel?
So the words are cautiously optimistic. How many times are we going to hear that today? Look, they feel very good about the gender gap, reproductive rights, their ground game. There is some anxiety about Pennsylvania. That is the state that they are watching closely about voter turnout. They feel that they have done enough to compensate by getting out older voters, by getting out women. And a senior Republican actually just texted me about something that everyone needs to remember, which is Republicans who may vote for Harris in Pennsylvania. Let's remember that Nikki Haley, who is out of the race, got 16% of the vote in the Pennsylvania primary. Those are registered Republicans, 150,000 votes. If that was a protest vote against Trump, there may be, Nikki Haley has said she's voting for Trump, but there may be 149,000 extras who might consider voting for Harris.
Bono, as far as turnout is concerned, what tea leaves are you seeing?
Well, Democrats need a significant election day turnout, particularly as we've seen Republicans do better in the early voting than we saw in the last election cycle, particularly in a state like Nevada. The question, though, is that if Republicans have had some success. They've not been demonizing the mail-in voting. Trump has done a little bit of that still, but they've emphasized that more. But the question is, are those new voters Republicans have they added to it? Or are those people that are actually going to come out on election day anyways? Now, the Harris team the Democrats have spent so much time building this turnout operation, actually investing money. They've knocked on more doors and the like. Trump has relied on these outside groups to turn out voters. Is that going to be a successful tactic to try to bring in these new voters? That's a big question. Also, abortion in some of these key states. Referenda that's in Nevada, Arizona, 2 of the 7 critical battleground states. Does that impact the ultimate turnout today? That's going to be one of the big questions tonight, Wolf.
Nia, as far as early voting is concerned, Republicans voted in bigger numbers this time than they did 4 years ago. So what's the expectation now?
Listen, Republicans feel good about that, but to Manu's point, are those voters that were going to vote anyway, or are these new voters, sort of the Joe Rogan vote? That is the vote that Donald Trump is really relying on. These are low propensity male voters across all, socioeconomic and racial and ethnic backgrounds. Do they actually show up? Listen, I think if you are the Harris campaign, you feel a little bit better about the coalition you want to put together. These are older voters in some cases, white voters as well, women who make up a larger share of the electorate as well. And you have an issue, abortion, which has proved to be an activating and energizing issue. You saw the woman, Savannah, in Pennsylvania, who said this is the first time that she's voting in a presidential election. And for her, it's all about women's rights and reproductive freedom. So in that way, you feel good about that. One of the other dynamics as well is I've heard anecdotally from a lot of black and brown voters and women as well that they wanted to wait to vote until Election Day to kind of be a part of the crowd and be a part of this historic moment in a way that they didn't feel like they could do that with a mail-in ballot or even an early ballot. So that could be something that's going on as well in terms of the dynamics on Election Day for Democrats.
Everybody's continuing to read in all the explanations potentially for what's going on. Guys, thank you very much. Don't go too far away. We have a lot more to assess. Our Election Day in America coverage continues in just a moment. Millions heading to the polls today. Up next, a live report from Battleground, Michigan. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to our special coverage of Election Day in America. Millions of Americans right now going to the polls, waiting in line at the polls. We have seen long lines in the key battleground states. This is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Tempe, Arizona, and Atlanta, Georgia on your screen. All of them lines throughout the day. In Detroit, people waiting to cast their ballot. So let's go to Michigan now, where Kylie Atwood is. She is in Grand Rapids. And Kylie, obviously, Michigan crucial. Trump just talking, saying he feels optimistic. Harris campaign also feels optimistic. What are officials saying there about how fast they will be able to count the votes?
Well, listen, the Secretary of State just today expressed optimism that they will have the unofficial statewide results here in Michigan by midday tomorrow, if not sooner. One of the main reasons for that is because they're able to pre-process mail-in ballots before Election Day. That started on October 28th, so they've been able to do a lot of the work ahead of time, with the Secretary of State saying today that puts them in an extremely good position to handle those late incoming ballots that they'll see later on today. And I want to show you just what we're seeing here at a church just 8 miles south of Grand Rapids. When folks come in, they fill out this Election Day application to vote piece of paper. Then they move over here. They check that information with the clerks who are over here. It's quiet now. I just asked people why they think that's the case, maybe because people are out eating lunch, but there has been a consistent flow of people through here throughout the day. Then they take their ballots, what they get over here, they go right over here and they cast the ballots. They pick who they're voting for, and then they put it through that tabulator. You can see that black position right back there. This is a process that's moving incredibly swiftly here at this church in Kent County, Michigan. Now, Kent County, I just want to remind folks, is a critical county for both of these contenders, for both Trump and Harris. Why is that? Because in 2016, Trump won it. In 2020, Biden won it. So both the campaigns, Harris and Trump, are eyeing this county as a pivotal county. Now, I do want to note, when it comes to the election results that we are expecting to see here in Michigan later tonight, maybe early tomorrow, maybe midday tomorrow, there have been Republicans who have seized on the possibility that, later results are reasons for questioning the process. But folks that we have talked to here, even those who are supporting former President Trump, cast their ballot for him, said that they're not worried about that they are going to trust the integrity of the process and what the results say at the end of the process.
All right. Well, Kylie, thank you very much. Maybe a result of all these questions is everyone has learned a lot about how they're counted and what ballots and what order, information that, prior to 4 years ago, pretty much no one knew. So let's get straight to CNN political director David Chalian. He has been looking at the early votes cast in Michigan, which could be a pivotal state. Any one of these could be the one that determines it, David.
That is for sure, Aaron. Yeah, we were looking at the pre-election vote in Michigan. More than 3 million people, 3.3 million votes were cast prior to Election Day. I'll say that makes up about 60% of what the total presidential vote in Michigan was in 2020. We don't know what the total vote will be this time, and that's what's key when you're looking at this pre-election vote. We need to learn about the Election Day vote to get the whole picture. But of this 3.3 million, we do see a gender divide. There's no doubt about it. Women participated at a greater rate than men did in the pre-election vote. 55% of the pre-election ballots cast in Michigan were cast by female voters, 45% by male voters. That's a 10-point advantage there for women in terms of casting a ballot. But compare that to 4 years ago, Aaron. It's slightly a narrower gap than we saw 4 years ago in the pre-election vote in Michigan. That was a 12-point advantage towards women, 56% to 44%. So as more Republicans and clearly more men have participated in pre-election voting in a place like Michigan, you see that margin narrow a little bit, which gives each side information about what kind of voters they need to turn out on Election Day itself, Aaron.
All right, David, thank you very much. Wolf?
Aaron, thank you very much. Phil Mattingly is over here at the Magic Wall with me. Let's take a little closer look at Michigan right now. What else are you seeing?
So state Donald Trump won it in 2016. Joe Biden flipped it back into Democratic hands in 2020 by 154,000 votes. Let's start with where Kylie Atwood was. This is Kent County. This is the home of Grand Rapids. This was traditional establishment Republican inside the state of Michigan. This was where Gerald Ford was born. It's where his presidential library is. It's where the DeVos family comes from, the Meyer family as well. It has shifted fairly dramatically over the course of the last couple cycles. The question will be, can Kamala Harris match or do better than what Joe Biden did in 2020? The other big question, and why places like Kent County are so critical, is Wayne County. Obviously, it's the home of Detroit. It's not unlike Milwaukee or Philadelphia, a place Democrats expect to run up huge vote. Concern about whether or not Donald Trump has made some inroads in the more urban areas, particularly with black men. Bakari was addressing that earlier. But also, the second largest city in Wayne County, which is the largest county in the whole state, 70% of the voting population, is Dearborn. And Dearborn is home to a significant population of Arab Americans who've been very concerned about what's been happening over in Israel and Gaza. Whether or not that has an effect, we'll be able to see it right here, Wolf.
We'll be watching that vote very closely. A lot of these votes coming in. Thanks very, very much, Phil Mattingly here at the Magic Wall. And we'll be right back. Much more of our special Election Day in America coverage will continue. Up next, we'll take you back to the ground as tens of millions of Americans are casting their ballots on this truly historic Election Day. A history-making Election Day in America. I'm Wolf Blitzer. More than 80 million early votes already cast, about to be joined by many millions more today. Long lines at polling stations around the country with control of the House, the Senate, and the White House all at stake.
History-making day, no matter what happens, Wolf. I'm Erin Burnett, and here's the number we're all going to be watching, of course, when the first polls start closing and some states start to be projected, and that is 270, the number of electoral votes needed for Kamala Harris to become America's first female president, or for Donald Trump to be only the second president in American history to win two non-consecutive terms. He spoke just moments ago at his campaign headquarters, which is near Mar-a-Lago in Florida, saying he's encouraged by the number of Republicans he sees voting at his polling place. And here's what his running mate, J.D. Vance, told reporters after voting in Ohio this morning.
Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot.
We have our CNN correspondents all over the map, including Nick Valencia in Lawrenceville, Georgia, and Ed Lavandera in Surprise, Arizona. Let's go to Nick first. Nick, tell our viewers exactly where you are and what you're seeing.
Well, in the spirit of transparency, Wolf, we wanted to show our viewers the life of a ballot. And here we are in Gwinnett County at the voter registrations office, and this is where the vote totals for the 156 precincts in Gwinnett County will be tallied up. As of state law, because of state law, as of October 21st, they've been tallying, or I should say, pre-processing absentee by mail ballots. That's this machine right here. That's what it does, separates the ballots physically from the envelope. But unique to today, Election Day, as of 9 a.m., the tabulations could start, and this is what you're seeing right here behind me. This row of machines was exclusively used during early voting. And what you're seeing here are volunteers who will later be sequestered, who are actually pulling that data, that voting data, and putting it onto memory cards. They then take those cards and transfer it about 90 yards down the hallway into the tabulation room. Those cards will then stand by for 7 p.m. when they could officially start to upload those votes to the Secretary of State's office. And they are expecting by 8 p.m. to have about 60 to 65% of all of the votes here in the county tallied for, accounted for. And I want to bring in the guy that's in the middle of it all, the elections director here, Zach Manifold. Zach, you said you expect to eclipse the 2020 voter totals for the county. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so, we were all together between advanced and absentee by mail. We were down maybe about 20,000 altogether, about 320,000 so far, compared to 340 last time. But we only did 73,000 ballots on Election Day last time. As of 10:30, we were already at about 35,000, so we feel like we're going to make up that difference. We probably could end up having a record-breaking turnout by the end of the election.
It sounds like you're expecting 20,000 more votes this election than you did for 2020.
20,000 more Election Day votes.
More Election Day votes.
That's
a
clear difference.
Got
Yeah.
it.
So if we get there, we'll eclipse that number from 2020.
And so how are things looking out right now? You have a lot of precincts, 156 all throughout this county. It's a bellwether, a crucial county for both the Republican and Democratic candidates. How is it looking out there?
Yeah, it's been very smooth today. No lines. Everybody's been pretty happy. It's been pretty calm. We're feeling pretty good about the morning so far.
We've seen other storylines from adjacent counties, Fulton County, particularly. There were non-credible bomb threats there. There have been safety and security issues. Anything to worry about here? I've noticed extra security presence, Sheriff's Department's deputies here.
Yeah, so we have had one incident just recently. And so
this is new to us.
Yeah, we're looking into it.
Can you tell us about it?
I don't have additional information yet. I will share it when we get it, but we have had one incident just recently.
We'll work to get more information on that off camera, Wolf, but you see another county just new to CNN, Gwinnett County, now dealing with its own security issues. Has it led to any disruptions at all in the precincts?
Yeah, we did have one polling location that had to evacuate, so we're working on that now.
Is it still evacuated right now?
It is.
Okay. So how long do you expect before that is remedied?
I don't know. Again, when we get more details, I'll let you know.
Okay, we'll let you get back to work, Zach. Busy day for you. Thank you so much for taking the time with CNN. This is a very active area. It's only continuing to get more and more active as the day goes on. They said between 5 and 7 p.m. is when they expect to be the busiest times here in Gwinnett County. So as we work to get more information on that security threat, Wolf, we'll bring you back more details as we get it. Wolf?
Yeah, people like to vote after work. Nick Valencia in Georgia for us. Nick, thanks very much. I want to go to CNN's Ed Lavandera right now. He's in Arizona. Ed, first of all, I understand you're with a Trump supporter right now, right?
Yeah, we'll set the scene for you here. We're in Surprise, Arizona, one of those western suburbs of Phoenix here in Maricopa County. This county is incredibly significant in this battleground state. Reminder, in 2020, Arizona was won by Biden by less than 11,000 votes. No other state had a closer margin than that. And Maricopa County went for Trump in 2016, went for Biden in 2020. So this is kind of like the battleground within the battleground, and it is a festive atmosphere. We've got a DJ playing music. You've got people handing out flyers on how to vote. If it was afternoon, we'd pour a cocktail and start dancing around here, but it's still a little early for that, Wolf. But we're going to talk to Georgian Marin. Georgian Marin. You just voted for Donald Trump. Walk me through why you cast that vote.
Yeah, so just seeing what's been happening in the past 4 years. I voted Democrat the past 4 years, and I'm really disappointed in the administration, how everything has been going. I was in the mortgage industry for quite some time, and that hurt us pretty bad. I lost my job because of it, dealing with the recession and everything. And I know that everyone's saying we're looking for solutions from every party, right? But in actuality, the solutions they came up with were no solutions. It hurt us even more. Now you have to have a son with parents and daughter. All the families get together to be able to even afford a home or even afford a rent.
So the economy is the number one issue for you?
Absolutely. It impacts every one of us.
Did you vote for Biden in 2020?
I did. I'm sorry. I did. Yeah, I did. I was deceived, but I'm a walking example of how people can change their mind. You just go with the evidence of what benefits you and your family. So Biden has not been beneficial to my family, at least.
You're a car salesman now.
I'm a car salesman now.
Was that one of the reasons why the economy just is top and center for you?
Yes, lots of offices shut down. They had to kind of like regroup, right, with banks trying to just regroup, and unfortunately they have to let a lot of people go. It's just a matter of profit, right? I mean, profit is not a bad word for anyone. That's democracy. This is, the country we live in. We vote to be able to make a profit and have a good life, right?
Hey, well, I appreciate you sharing your story with us and making time for us. That's just one of the voters. We've been talking to voters here all morning long, Wolf, a great variety. We're watching this particular suburb closely because, as I mentioned, this is one of those areas where a lot of the political world kind of watching closely what's going to happen with voters in these suburban areas around the cities like Phoenix, Wolf.
Ed Lavandera in Surprise, Arizona for us, Ed. Thanks very, very much. Aaron, back to you.
All right, Wolf, and really interesting to hear that voter who had voted for Biden last time, now voting for Trump. He said, Biden has not been beneficial to my family. Joining us now, the senior Arizona Senator, Democrat Mark Kelly. And Senator Kelly, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to Ed Lavandera there in Surprise, Arizona, and talking to that particular voter. But when you hear him speaking about, he gave his reasons for why he voted Biden last time, he chose to vote Trump today. Does that give you caution about what's happening in Arizona?
Well, I did hear what he had to say, and what comes to mind for me is that Kamala Harris actually has a plan for him and his family, creating good-paying jobs in the state of Arizona, bringing down the cost of housing and health care, tax cuts for 100 million middle-class Americans, not billionaires. He talked about, affording a home. She has a plan for new home builder tax credits to help build more housing. Donald Trump's plan, specifically for Arizona, I just want to talk about that for a second, Aaron. He wants to kill the CHIPS and Science Act. Killing that legislation is going to lay off tens of thousands of people in the state of Arizona. He also talked about tariffs on anything coming in from Mexico. Mexico is the United States' biggest trading partner. There are thousands of people in the state of Arizona that have jobs because of this trade with Mexico. So Donald Trump's plan for the Arizona economy specifically is really awful for the state of Arizona. It will affect him and his family.
So, Senator, and the reason it's interesting that you chose to answer the question in that way, and I want to emphasize the time it is where you are, right? It's 11 o'clock in the morning. And perhaps you're answering it this way because you know that people in Arizona could have listened to that voter and you want them to hear the other side, right? I mean, I guess in the context of this is 4.36 million people have already voted in Arizona already today.
Right.
How many more do you think still have to go? I mean, how much more do you think is still out?
There are going to be a lot of people that vote today. I mean, we've got the polling places, polling locations are going to be open for about another 8 hours or so. And there's incredible enthusiasm. I was just at a Canvass kickoff event where people are going to go knock on doors. We've got a lot of volunteers over the weekend. Here in Arizona, we knocked on 212,000 doors, made over 600,000 phone calls. We have thousands of volunteers doing this work. Donald Trump's Canvass operation is paid for here in Arizona, largely by Elon Musk. We have volunteers that are committed to the candidate and are excited about this election. And we've got to get out the vote. And I think it's going to be close here in Arizona. So we got more work to do. There's time for people to vote. They can vote all the way up until 7 o'clock. They can actually be standing in line. They get in line by 7 p.m. They're going to be able to vote.
Yeah. Look, I know, you and I have talked over the past months, and I know when it comes to Elon Musk, you've got, conflicting feelings, but a lot of respect for him in many aspects of his life. But interesting that he's playing such a significant role there, as you say, in the turnout for Trump. When you talk about how close it's going to be, though, how do you feel at this moment? I mean, what's your feel on the ground? You say you still got people out knocking on the doors. Do you think Kamala Harris is on track to win Arizona right now, or are you not sure?
I think she's going to win Arizona. I also think it could be really close. In 2022, our Attorney General, Chris Mays, won a statewide election by 280 votes. As Wolf mentioned, in 2020, the Biden-Harris ticket won by just less than 11,000 votes. Statewide elections in Arizona are often close. Mine were in 2020 and 2022. But because of the enthusiasm I see, and also the bad deal that Donald Trump gave, especially to Arizona women, taking away their rights to make their own decisions about health care, has caused women in Arizona to bounce between one really bad abortion ban and another. And he takes credit for it. He talks about how he killed Roe v. Wade. That has affected their health care here in our state. And because of that, we see women turning out at really very high rates.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you very much, Senator Kelly. It's good to talk to you. I appreciate it. Wolf?
Erin, could I say one more thing here? Let me just also add.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
That we have Senator Jeff Flake, Jim McCain, Mayor John Giles, Republicans, they want their party back. They're not, this isn't the Republican Party of John McCain. I sit in John McCain's Senate seat. We have Republicans that want to see, this whole Trump effort or this era of Donald Trump to be past us. So we have a lot of Republicans that are supporting Kamala Harris because they know she's ready to do this job on day one, wants to take this country into the future. Donald Trump just wants to drag us back to the past, continue to shred alliances, take away rights, especially from women, and give big tax cuts to billionaires. They know that that's not the direction our country should be going in.
All right, Senator Kelly, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And Wolf, of course, Senator Kelly speaking to people who have not yet voted in Arizona, right? There's a lot of them, and he wants them to hear the argument, trying to make that closing argument there for them to hear again.
Aaron, very good interview with Senator Kelly. Thanks very much for that. Let's get a closer look at Arizona, his state. Right now, I'm here at the Magic Wall with Phil Mattingly. Give us a little sense of what you're seeing, what you're hearing. What do you see going on?
Wolf, can I just say the interview by Ed with the voter, followed by Senator Kelly, is such a wonderfully vivid window into the contrast right now in this critical battleground state. As you mentioned, as the senator mentioned, 10,457 votes separated Joe Biden from Donald Trump. The first time Democrats won the state of Arizona in a presidential race since 1996. The reason why Democrats were able to win this state was where Ed Lavandera was standing. Maricopa County, 61.5% of the voting population lives here. This is the be-all, end-all on some level, because other counties that have somewhat tangible levels of vote will cancel one another out. This is the question coming into today. Joe Biden won this county for the first time in a generation by just over 2 points. Is that margin attainable? Can the Harris campaign match that or just fall a little bit underneath it and then perhaps run up more vote? In Pima County, second largest county, this is typically a Democratic leaning county. Can they do that? I think the big question, though, is twofold. One, what we heard from the voter. Take a look at when he talks about cost of living. Housing has been a huge issue here. Where you see the darker color here, the darker kind of yellowish, brownish color here, that is where counties have kept up with less parity, wages to cost of living, right? So where you see darker counties, that means that there's been more struggles to keep up with cost of living in these particular communities. What's the darkest county or one of the two darkest counties in the state of Arizona when it comes to the ability for wages to keep up with cost of living? It's Maricopa County. So that's getting at the economic struggle here that I think is important. The other one is abortion. There is an abortion ballot initiative here. And you talk about that being a central issue that we've heard from campaigns over the course of the last year. Nationally, Wolf, abortion ads have been all over the place, almost 50,000 abortion ads over the course of the last several months, underscoring that for Democrats, they believe this is a winning issue. It's on the ballot. There's a critical Senate race as well that they need to win. They think they can win. Can that pull Harris over the line, or will this be an issue where the economy and perhaps some of those Republicans that the senator was talking about, McCain Republicans, kind of traditional GOP establishment types, moving back towards Trump because of those economic issues? One other wild card I'd note here, Maricopa and Pinal County, Pinal, a more Republican county, just in the course of 2020 to 2023, 219,000 new people across a very diverse set of people. What does that do? Where do they go? Do they follow what we saw in 2020, or do they move in a different direction because of what we've seen? That will determine who wins this state this time around, Wolf.
And we will find out, I'm sure, not too long from now. Thank you very, very much, Phil Mattingly. And Nick Valencia moments ago referred to issues at some polling places in Georgia. Up next, we'll have more on some of the other hiccups and the snags that are going on with voting around the country and what's being done to address them as Election Day in America continues. Election Day in America. I want to go straight to CNN's Nick Valencia in Georgia's Gwinnett County. He has some new reporting on the threats, yes, threats, at various polling places of the state. What are you learning, Nick?
The communications director here in Gwinnett County telling me, Wolf, that a precinct, two precincts, one location has been evacuated as of 12:44 because of a security threat. There's minimal details at this time other than this being the Mountain Park Activity Center, which is about 26 minutes away from where I'm standing here. We believe that center is still activated and evacuated, I should say, and there has been a disruption to voting. We understand that the local police have now taken the lead in the investigation. We've reached out to them and are waiting on calls back. But again, here, Georgia finding itself at the center of the story on Election Day. Wolf.
All right, Nick, thanks very much. Hard to believe this is going on in our country, but it clearly is. I want to go back to Aaron.
All right, Wolf, let's go to Phil Mattingly now, just for a closer look at the magic wall. Then, given Nick Valencia's reporting there on the issue, for a closer look at Georgia.
Yeah, look, where Nick is right now, and obviously we hope everything ends up well there, everything gets sorted out, but Gwinnett is a critical county. Look, if you want to look back to 2020, when Joe Biden was able to flip the state of Georgia into Democratic hands in a presidential election for the first time since Bill Clinton in 1992, the story that everyone was following and everybody knows at this point happened right here. It's the Atlanta metro area. It's 9 counties that just went so heavily towards Democrats that Biden was able to overcome Trump's strength, particularly in the northwestern part of the state. And what are you talking about here? Well, you start with Cobb County. It's the 3rd largest county in the state. This used to be a Republican county. It's part of that realignment / transition in the suburbs that we've seen over the course of the last several cycles, where Joe Biden won this by 14.3 points. Back in 2016, Hillary Clinton narrowly won this, flipping it for the first time, narrowly. Now, the question coming into today is, can the Harris campaign at least match that margin? Can they match it, or can they bump it up a little bit, given the fact there's been a pretty significant population growth in this area as well? Obviously, we've been talking about kind of the critical urban areas in all of the battleground states. Fulton County, the largest county in the state, 10% of the voting population is right here, not unlike Milwaukee or Wayne. These are critical areas for Democrats to run up huge vote. The question in Fulton is, does this margin hold? Bakari was addressing some of the things people have been talking about throughout the course of the last several months. Is Donald Trump making some inroads here with black voters, particularly black men? This will be a telltale sign right now or later this afternoon or later this evening, I should say, in terms of where that vote is in these critical battlegrounds. One other issue I think you want to look at here, Cherokee County. This is a place that Trump is expecting to win, and expecting to win by a lot. The question will be margins. Can he run up bigger margins here than he did in 2020? Can he match what he did in 2016? Or can Kamala Harris make further inroads, chip away at this? That'll be one of the big questions coming into the night. Aaron?
And Phil, I'm curious, just when you look at some of those more rural counties, and we know that Kamala Harris actually went and spent some time there, right? Trying to do exactly as you said, try to run up the margin, knowing she would lose, but trying to lose by less, and therefore to run up the numbers overall in the state. And I would imagine you're looking at that in a lot of those red, more rural counties.
Red, more rural counties, and I think one way to look at this, too, and you follow, it wasn't just the vice president, it was also Bill Clinton kind of going out on a sequel of his 1992 Bubba's for Bill tour out on the road, kind of trying to make inroads. And I think this is one, marker that's important here. The darker the county you see here, the higher the percentage of African Americans that live in that county. And a good chunk of, yes, obviously, it's Fulton County, it's the Atlanta metro area as well, over here in Columbus, Georgia, Savannah, and Chatham County. But through here, what's known as the Black Belt, one of the questions going in is there were some smaller counties, 15,000 votes maybe max, where Joe Biden underperformed what Hillary Clinton did in this part of the state. It's not a huge amount of vote. One of the big questions that I heard when I was down there a few weeks ago was, can we get out and show people that we care, show people we're engaged, actually show up for the first time when a lot of these people in these communities haven't heard from Democrats. They're just expected to vote that way if they vote at all. And I think one of the key questions going into the night will be, will that actually have an impact? You come down here to a place like Doherty or Calhoun. These are smaller counties that aren't going to change the game in and of themselves, particularly when compared to the Atlanta metro area or even over into Chatham. And I think Chatham County, where Savannah is, I think that's going to be one of the big questions coming in. The other two is pushing out into the rural areas like Effingham, outside of Savannah, Georgia, Bryan, Bullock County as well, where you have seen Democrats make a push, not expecting Aaron to change the game. If you look at this margin right here, Donald Trump winning by almost 24 points in Bullock County, there's no expectation that Kamala Harris is going to win Bullock County. But if you shave 2% off that, if you shave 3% off that, and you meet your margins in the metro area, and perhaps you dig out a little bit more vote in Chatham County, where Savannah was, where they actually did quite well in 2020 while everyone was paying attention up here, then you have a pathway. The Trump campaign knows that. They're trying to do the same thing on the other side, Aaron.
Yeah, right. Of course, the margin less than 11,000 votes last time around, as, of course, we all know. Thank you so much, Phil. So more now, the Justice Department has sent election monitors to keep an eye on proceedings in several states. Not all that were welcoming of the justice officials. As we are watching the vote come in across the country, CNN's Paula Reed has more on this specific issue from the voting desk. Paula?
Yeah, Aaron, we've learned the Justice Department will be allowed to send election monitors to polling locations in Texas and Missouri. And this development comes after Republican officials in both states filed lawsuits attempting to block the Justice Department from doing this work. Now, notably in Missouri, it was a Trump-appointed judge that said the federal monitors will be allowed in this little county here, St. Louis County. Now, in Texas, the state has actually indicated that they have reached an agreement with the Justice Department where monitors will be allowed, but they will stay outside of polling places. Now, every election, the Justice Department sends monitors to observe the voting process in dozens of counties across the country. These monitors are specifically tasked with helping to monitor compliance with federal voting rights laws. And this year, monitors are slated to be sent to 27 states today. That's up from 18 states during the 2020 election. Aaron.
All right, Paula, thank you very much. And when we come back, we're going to check in with Nevada's top election official. So much talk about what's going on across the state, but also in crucial Clark County with Nevada, Las Vegas. Also be speaking to a senior advisor to the Trump campaign as this history-making election day in America continues.
Election day in America, millions of voters going to the polls, an army of election officials working overtime. CNN's Stephanie Elam is in Las Vegas with one of them, Nevada Secretary of State Francisco Aguilar. Give us a sense of what's going on.
Yes, Wolf, I am here with the Secretary of State. And Secretary, how is it going? I know this is one of your brainchilds, having people vote inside of Allegiant Stadium. How's it going so far?
It's going well. We're very excited about it. We're excited to see people voting. This is our third poll location. We're visited throughout the morning, and people are enthusiastic, and that's what we want to see. We know Nevada's a battleground state. We know we're going to determine who the next president of the United States is, and it's great to see Nevadans take on that responsibility.
And how is Election Day going so far for Nevada?
It's going well. You know, there's a consistent line in most polling locations. We want to see that. We're up, I believe we're making sure we're up to speed on mail ballots so we can get election results out tonight to Nevadans.
All right, and here in Nevada, people have to be in line by 7 o'clock. The polls close at 7, but that's not really the end, right?
That is correct. Everybody who's in line at 7 p.m. tonight will have an opportunity to vote.
Okay, so they have to be in line. And then what happens after that? Does someone stand in line? How do you make sure that nobody else gets in line after that?
There usually is a poll worker at the end of the line to thank people who showed up after 7 o'clock, but allows everybody else who's in line, if it takes 2 hours, 3 hours, we will wait till every person has an opportunity to vote.
Obviously, as you were saying, this is a battleground state. You have these 6 electoral votes that are up for grabs here. Nevada traditionally takes a longer time to get its votes tabulated. What is it looking like this time?
Well, I can tell you, ever since I became secretary, we looked at Nevada law. We said, what are our opportunities to increase efficiency? How do we bring transparency into the process? The amount of time we can decrease from waiting for results is less time we have to deal with dis and misinformation.
And so how does curing the ballots, making sure that the signatures match of who's voting and what they've previously sent in, how is that process going? Because I feel like that's a long one here.
You know, it is, and we're experiencing a little bit of an issue with it now because of the fact that we're seeing high engagement, high turnout among our youth. I think our youth needs to understand the importance of a signature, and this is an opportunity, probably the first time they've had to really use an official signature, and what's on their driver's license, what's on their voter registration form, and what's on their ballot is a little bit different. So we're trying to work with Clark County and Washoe County to drive up the curing process.
All right, well, that's something people keep in mind. Obviously, you'll be out here. Wolf, this is what's happening here in Nevada as the election day is still just in the early start of the day out here out west.
All right, Stephanie Elam, thanks very much for that update. In fact, the Secretary of State as well. I want to turn now to Brian Lanza, who's a senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Brian, thanks so much for joining us. What are you hearing, first of all, about the turnout from inside the campaign?
First of all, Wolf, thank you for having me. Listen, we don't have data from a lot of places, but we have a lot of anecdotal evidence and we have photos. And what we do have is we have a lot of data from the early vote, and we're very impressed and we're very satisfied with the early vote data that's come in. We're very, very confident that that trend's going to continue. But what we've seen on election days, we've seen a lot of photos of a lot of lines, we've seen a lot of anecdotal evidence, and we just encourage everybody to stay in line and vote and bring your friends to vote, because today's a critical day.
You know, Brian, we're told that the Trump campaign's ground game operation was largely outsourced to outside political organizations. What is your level of confidence in the ability of an outside group to deliver the turnout you need to win?
We have supreme confidence. You know, it's important to remember that Donald Trump is a businessman, so he knows how to make things better and he knows how to make things efficient. So he looked at this forward and saw how inefficient the RNC was running their Get Out the Vote program and decided to instill efficiency and decided to instill priorities. And that's what you see. You can point to our early vote totals where let's look at Nevada. We just saw that being covered recently. For the first time in history, Republicans lead the early vote in Nevada. That's never happened since the early vote started in Nevada. Let's look at Arizona, where we have a tremendous early vote lead in Maricopa County, which your station was just covering. We have a 22-point edge in Maricopa County Republicans with respect to the early vote. Let's go to Pennsylvania. The Republicans have made up a 20-vote gap on early vote against the Democrats from 4 years ago. So when you look at the data, we have confidence that the organization is winning, that the outsourcing was the right decision, but they have to execute till 7 o'clock, and we got to make sure that those people who stay in line, stay in line. You know, that's the most critical thing. We just need to make sure everybody who votes, who has a plan to vote, stays in line and actually votes.
We'll see if that happens. What's the mood like over at Trump team headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida?
Yeah, listen, well, if I learned in politics, there's only two ways to run a campaign. You're either running hard or you're running scared, and we made the decision to run hard. So the mood is everybody's laser focused on doing what they need to do today to execute, execute, and execute. So, President Trump was at the headquarters a couple of minutes ago. He brought a lot of energy to the place. You saw energy along the street. So there's positive energy going everywhere, but we know our role today. Today, our job is to execute, execute, execute for the president and make sure that people turn out and vote, and those who turn out and vote stay in line and actually cast their vote.
Do you have a sense, Brian, of how the former president is feeling about his prospects as we wait for the results to begin coming in later today?
Yeah, I mean, the president left it all on the table. You saw the last week where he was crisscrossing the country doing rallies. Listen, the only thing that President Trump knows how to do is maximum effort going forward every time. And so, that's how he is. That's how he was this morning. That's how he was the first time I met him in 2016 when he decided to run, or in 2015. And so he feels good that he's left everything on the field. He obviously feels he can do more, but that's President Trump. He feels he can do more than the average person. So that's more a reason why we need him as president, because this is a man focused solely on one thing, and that's working for the American people.
Brian Lanza, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
All right, Aaron, over to you.
All right, Wolf, thank you. All right, so hearing Brian Lanza, Governor Pawlenty, obviously, I know you had, we're feeling anecdotally perhaps a bit of concern for Republicans. What do you hear when you hear Brian Lanza? I was curious when Wolf asked the question, how are you feeling about today? He said, we don't have data yet, but let me talk about the early vote. What did you hear in that?
Yeah, well, I think, first of all, these campaigns are all going to say, it's great, the turnout's great, it's going our way, but eventually over the course of the day we get some numbers, and there's some things you can rely on. And I think the relative differential between women voting and men voting is something to keep an eye on, as CNN reported earlier. But I think the other thing that's going to be really crucial tonight is this. Did the pollsters and all these models get or not get the stealth Trump vote correct? And all these turnout models sort of presume it helps Democrats in certain areas, maybe Republicans in certain areas, but I still think it is very difficult to measure and predict the so-called stealth underpolling Trump vote.
You've worked on campaigns, obviously. Many of you have been in campaigns and waiting. We were just talking about Election Day. But when you're on Election Day, you're talking about sort of the deluge of data that you're getting all day.
Absolutely. You have someone from a field organizer who has been recruiting volunteers in every neighborhood, all the way up to the campaign manager sitting in a boiler room. And the information is going down from the top and bottom to the top. Or, down to the bottom and then up from the bottom up. And you're getting how many people were online when the polls opened, how many people are processing at a time, how many doors have you knocked, how many did you convert, how many volunteers are showing up. Data is the one thing you have a surplus of, and you have a data team sitting in your headquarters, running through the roll all the time. Okay, we've banked this many voters, we banked this, we banked that. Right. We're gonna move resources. We're gonna shut down this staging location where canvassers are coming because we feel good about this and we've converted our voters. We're gonna move them across town. If you have an operation, that's what's happening today, and you're getting data.
Of course, a lot of the on-the-ground operations for the Trump campaign, Matt, have come from super PACs, whether it's Elon Musk, Turning Points, Charlie Kirk's, others. But what do you hear? I mean, because he is getting data. He chose not to discuss it here.
Well, and in some cases, that does present a challenge, right? Even though the Federal Election Commission said campaigns and outside groups can coordinate on field operations this year, I think there's still a lot of uncertainty of what type of information they can share and when. And so I think that's actually one of the challenges you have is you do have a lot of groups out there with big investments in field operations right now that are actually doing a lot of the turnout work. Now, the challenge is if it's a local Republican Party volunteer who's sitting there checking off voters as they come in, so you know who's coming, who's not, how quickly is that information actually getting to a place where it's operational for an outside organization? And so this is going to be the test case about whether you can actually rely on other groups to do it. And we have seen some aspects of this in the past. I mean, the Democrats relied in 2004 on groups like MoveOn.org and others to do a lot of the ground organization. We'll see if the Trump campaign can have more success with it this go around.
Right, and whether that coordination is an issue. Can I ask you, Congressman, about something else that was just said right before Brian Lanza came on? The Secretary of State of Nevada was on with Stephanie Elam, and he was talking about high engagement and youth vote. Okay, now maybe people read something that good in that for Harris. We'll see, but that's what they were seeing, and that basically those young people matching signatures is an issue.
Yeah, yeah.
Look, nobody wants to be on a hanging Chad in Nevada, but I mean, we all sort of were sitting here listening to that going, oh, whoa, 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 what did he just say there?
Yeah, and I mean, again, we were talking earlier. If this comes down to Nevada, you can see this being a hanging Chad situation. Look, I'm actually a supporter of voter ID because I think it's so easy. I actually voted in Texas with voter ID, and it's like literally you hand them your ID, you get your ballot.
Just like going to Costco.
Yeah, just like going to Costco. And so, but, that aside, it does present the problem that if it comes down to Nevada, you're going to have every one of those ballots challenged. This signature doesn't match. By the way, my signature does not match what my signature was 5 years ago, because you just evolve over time. But the interesting thing with the young people specifically is I think there's a gender difference in the young people.
Right.
Certainly men under 25 are going Trump. Women under 25 aren't. We're in the middle of this political realignment, and I think the polls aren't capturing
You know
it.
what's funny? When I went to vote, they were showing me the signatures, but before they showed me my old one, obviously I had to sign. And I said, so you're going to be matching this to a signature of like so long ago, I don't remember it. So I stopped and I went really slow and careful, like I was back in school. And I was surprised by how close they were. But, the slash doesn't work, and that's the world we live in. But Bakari, what do you hear from Brian Lanza?
Well, I mean, I love Brian. I just think that he fed us a bunch of it's too early to call it what it is. But it's 1:42 p.m. And if your campaign doesn't have any data now at 1:42 p.m. when polls have been open since 7 o'clock, then what are you running? I mean, I think that the biggest faux pas, because I've been somebody who's come on this air and just have heaped praise on Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles and Jason Miller for the campaign that they ran with the candidate that they have. The biggest mistake they made was outsourcing this to Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk, and you're seeing that. I mean, we know what's happening at University City right now in Pennsylvania. We know that those young people where Drexel and UPenn are turning out at high numbers. I can tell you what's happening in Clark County right now, and I'm not even in the headquarters. I can tell you where black voters need to show up more. In Durham, for example, and in Raleigh area, in Greensboro, and Winston-Salem. Like, we can tell you these things because of data. I believe what they're seeing right now is a turnout problem in a lot of these areas. But what we also have to realize is voters, this thing is not over. I mean, and we're still away from peak voting hours.
Right. After work.
People vote after work, particularly black folk. I mean, they're showing up at 5 o'clock to wait in line for 2-3 hours.
I think
Okay.
Well, I was just going to say the gender gap thing. I think that one thing that they might be seeing, we saw it a little bit with David Tallingshead on the early vote, but I think if you're seeing more women show up right now and you're Trump, you don't feel
and
great.
we are seeing that. But of course, in the youth vote, interesting, that is not one thing. All right, next, what Democratic running mate Tim Walz, Kamala Harris is, of course, VP, pick, just had to say at a stop in Pennsylvania as Election Day in America rolls on.
Campaigning did not end when Election Day began. Just a few moments ago in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Vice President Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, made a final pitch to voters. Listen.
Choose what you know is right, I would ask people, that the opportunity of hopefulness, unity, forward-looking versus this absolute chaos of Donald Trump.
Tim Walz in Pennsylvania, which could be the whole ball game tonight. Phil Mattingly is with me over here at the Magic Wall. Tell us more about what you're looking for right now.
Yeah, there's a reason more than $100 million has been spent on this state by the Republicans and the Democrats than any other battleground state. They know how critical it is, a linchpin. And it's interesting where Tim Walz is. Well, if we talk about it all the time, where campaigns spend money and where they send their candidates, that's the tell as to what's most important. Coming into the Harrisburg area for vice presidential candidate Governor Tim Walz is important because this is one of the few counties outside of Philadelphia and those collar counties where Democrats traditionally hold a pretty significant advantage. Joe Biden back in 2020 by about 8 points, 8.5 points. What did Hillary Clinton do back here in 2016? A narrower margin. So we've talked about it throughout the course of the day. We'll be talking about it all night. Whether or not the Harris campaign is able to match what Joe Biden was able to do in 2020 in terms of shifting the margins from Donald Trump in 2016, even in counties they won, also counties they lost, that will be critical to watch. But it's also what's outside of the Harrisburg area. This is Cumberland County. You look at this margin, and maybe you're saying, why are we paying a ton of attention to Cumberland County? The reason why is from a median income and demographic basis and a population kind of surge over the course of the last several years, this is one of those counties that perhaps could show whether or not the strength of the Harris campaign can push out beyond the collar counties. So watch this. This is a county that Josh Shapiro, the governor, actually was able to flip towards Democrats in his 2022 campaign. The Senate candidate, John Fetterman, was not able to do so. How Trump performs here will be very interesting to watch. We talk a lot about Allegheny, we talk a lot about Philadelphia, we talk a lot about Collier counties. I think there's a couple places that I'm most interested in going into the night, Wolf, and that is kind of this western PA area right here where there's a significant amount of vote. It is a place that Donald Trump is expected to win rather handily. Whether he can bump those margins up is key. And then right in here, right in there, how Donald Trump matches up with 2016 versus 2020, that more than anything else will tell the story about Donald Trump's strength in a state where he's going to have to match up with the Philadelphia, the Allegheny County, the Harrisburg, and the Collier County vote for Harris. Wolf?
Important points indeed. Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. Thanks very much. I'm back here with CNN's Manu Raju, Jamie Gangel, and Nia Malika Henderson. And Jamie, I know you've been speaking to your sources inside the Harris campaign. Pennsylvania is clearly important. But what about Michigan? What are you hearing about that?
So two sources who are very familiar with the Harris campaign's internals have said they are confident about Michigan. They think that they have Michigan. They think they have Wisconsin. You get mixed reads on some of the other states. Some people say, you know, we're going to be good in North Carolina. We're going to be good in Georgia, Nevada. They don't know yet, Wolf. Jen O'Malley Dillon, the campaign manager, said, I think the word that everybody has to listen to, they have to be patient. They don't know yet. She also has said that they can win without Pennsylvania. They want Pennsylvania, but if they get 2 out of 3 of North Carolina, Georgia, what's my third one?
Arizona.
Not Arizona,
Nevada?
I think Nevada.
Yeah, Nevada.
2 of 3 of those 3, they're not so confident about Arizona that they can live without Pennsylvania. I just want to point to one other thing that they are looking at, and that is older voters. And this actually has to do with that Iowa poll we saw where Harris was up unexpectedly. A Republican source of mine just texted me and said that his mother is a lifelong Iowan. She last voted for a Democrat in 1960. She voted for Donald Trump twice, but the source said after January 6th, she vowed to never support Trump again. She felt that not voting or a write-in vote would be a vote for Trump, so she voted for Vice President Harris.
Interesting indeed.
Right.
Manu, how likely, based on all your reporting, is what we're calling a trifecta? Either party winning not just the presidency, but the House and the Senate as well.
It's more likely for the Republicans to do that than for the Democrats, just simply because of the map in the United States Senate heavily favoring Republicans right now. It would be a monumental upset if the Democrats were to somehow retain control of the United States Senate. Remember, they're defending seats through a number of purple states, about 8 competitive seats, but they also have 3 in red states. One is almost certain to flip. That's West Virginia, and the Senate right now is 51-49. So that would mean a 50-50 Senate. But those 2 other red states, Montana and Ohio, which they are defending Democratic incumbents, they would essentially have to run the table, and they have very few pickup opportunities. Really, just Texas is the one opportunity, and that's what's to be seen as a long shot. So just to keep the Senate at 50-50, that's very difficult. The House is an interesting situation as well, because there are so few true toss-up districts in the House, maybe 8, maybe a dozen or so. A lot of them are in New York, in California, in the suburbs and the like. Typically, House races go with the presidency, but given where these are and how few there are, perhaps there's some sort of split verdict among voters where the president may not have a House in his or her same party. So there's so many different variations that could play out, but Republicans having total control of Washington is the most likely scenario. If you look at Democrats, would have very little chance given the Senate.
Nia Malika, I know the Harris campaign, that they're really hoping for a big night in some of the blue wall big cities that we're talking about, cities like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Milwaukee. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, listen, I mean, this is one of the reasons why Kamala Harris has been calling into radio stations all day. She's going to be doing it throughout the day, trying to drive up turnout in these big blue cities. This is the way that Biden was able to win. It's the way Obama was able to win as well. Her coalition is going to look different if she wins. It's going to be a winning coalition that looks different than Biden's winning coalition and Obama's winning coalition. You talked about older voters, for instance. It's one of the reasons why she was sort of palling around with Liz Cheney. They see a very different demographic. They realize that there is some kind of drop-off among African-American voters, in particular, black men in particular. It's almost like, sort of there are black Republicans, right? And, maybe 12 to 15%. And that sort of voting bloc, I think, is causing them to say, okay, where can we look for other voters? And that's why you see older voters, white voters, college-educated white voters as well. And then the woman factor across all demographics. They want to do really, really well among African-American women voters. They typically do. But they're also looking at, can they sort of shift things as well with Latino women voters, right? Can they up the margins? They're going to win that voting bloc, but can they even up the margins? And that's where issues like abortion come in, democracy comes in, the Madison Square Garden festival of racism and sexism come in as well. They think their closing arguments were about hope, but also they had this contrast with Donald Trump in these last days really going off script and being very sexist, at times racist as well, in talking about women in different voting blocs.
All right, to all of you, thanks very much for now. We have more to discuss down the road, to be sure. We're going to take you to Harris and Trump campaign headquarters as well when we come back on this election day in America as our special coverage continues.
And welcome back to our special coverage of Election Day in America. I'm Erin Burnett in Washington. Right now, millions of Americans casting their ballot for either Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump. Wolf.
And Erin, it's truly a historic day. I'm Wolf Blitzer, and both sides right now incredibly nervous as we count down until the first polls close. And that's just 4 hours from now. We are live over at both the Harris and Trump campaign headquarters. I want to start with CNN's Priscilla Alvarez. She's over at the Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Update our viewers on what you're hearing.
Well, Wolf, the vice president is largely spending her day behind closed doors, but she is participating in a spate of radio interviews across the battleground states as she tries to mobilize voters and reach those who may still be on the fence, outlining her vision in each of these interviews. But also planned for the vice president later today is a dinner, a ritual of hers to have dinner with family and friends at her residence before then going to her election night party at Howard University, her alma mater, one that she talks fondly of, and one where she says this will be her full circle moment. Now, on the ground, Wolf, I am told that Harris advisors have directed their staff to continue to knock on doors, to consistently and frequently focus on mobilizing voters, making sure they're getting out to the polls. Because, of course, Wolf, today is a day that will test the strategy by the Harris campaign, one that we've seen play out over the last several weeks about reaching disaffected Republicans in those red rural counties, but also leaning in on reproductive rights. And just as we have heard from voters over the course of today about some of them voting because of reproductive rights and reproductive freedom, the Harris campaign is seeing much of the same. I will also tell you, Wolf, I've been talking to some of her former aides who have been with her on election nights in the past, and there's one race in particular that's come up quite a bit. That's her 2010 race for California Attorney General. That, too, was a razor-thin race that was called 3 weeks later, where she, of course, won that race. And one former aide to the vice president telling me that that was a time where they had to practice patience, but it's also a time that they're reflecting on quite a bit today, because it may also be a scenario that this is going to be a lengthy process because the polls and the votes are close. Now, all of that remains to be seen, but Harris advisors are poring over the data, and they are telling reporters and they're telling strategists privately that they are going to remain calm. They're remaining confident in what they're seeing in the data, again, hoping that they can eke out that victory against former President Donald Trump. But certainly until the voting polls close, they are going to continue that ground game that they have talked about so extensively over the last year. Wolf.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez over at Howard University in Washington, D.C. I want to go right now to CNN's Kristen Holmes. She's over in West Palm Beach, Florida, over at the Trump campaign headquarters. And Kristen, tell our viewers what you're hearing.
Well, Donald Trump and his team also really believe this is going to come down to the margins. That's why the former president today, Wolf, is spending the entire day doing a series of tele-rallies targeting both swing state voters as well as specific demographics. He is holding a tele-rallies targeting seniors as well as unregistered voters, people who could still register today to vote, and young men. Remember how critical young men are to Donald Trump's voting bloc. The other states that he's going to be doing tele-rallies in: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, all states that his team believe are critical to his victory. But I would say, talking to a number of advisors today, they are specifically watching carefully as those results come in tonight, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. They believe that there is a lot riding on those two states in particular. Now, as for Donald Trump tonight, he's going to be watching the results behind closed doors with friends and family. I'm told by senior advisors that Elon Musk will be there as well as some of his children. Then he's going to be attending a party, a dinner watch party at Mar-a-Lago. But of course, the big question remains whether or not he is going to speak. Aides, advisors, allies that I've spoken to do not want a repeat of what happened in 2020 when Donald Trump came out early and prematurely and falsely claimed victory in the 2020 cycle. They are telling me that he is in a different headspace now. Of course, they also acknowledge it's Donald Trump. Anything could happen. But there are a lot of internal discussions happening right now as to what exactly his remarks would look like if he comes over to the convention center. That's where we'll be set up as the press outside of his Mar-a-Lago resort, or whether or not he comes at all, and what those remarks would look like. So obviously we'll be following this closely, but a lot of what I'm being told by these senior advisors is that everything is going to come down to those margins, to those voters, and they're waiting to make any final decisions until those results start coming in, Wolf.
All right, Kristen Holmes over at Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach. Thanks very much. Aaron, over to you.
All right, Wolf, and of course, the campaigns, both watching what's happening across the country and, of course, how this plays out. Cities and states beefing up security to try to keep elections secure, to have a calm, normal election in America. Our chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst, John Miller, joins me now. So, John, as you're talking to state and local election officials and seeing what's happening across the country, there have been some unprecedented security measures put in place. Can you tell us some examples?
Well, there is the FBI's Election Security Command Post, which was opened on Friday and is now operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at FBI headquarters. They're monitoring threats across the country, and they're able to farm them out to every one of the FBI's 55 field offices. Has a smaller version of that, an ECC they call it, and that's a response team that can go out on any of these leads about a threat to the election process, any skullduggery, suspicious activity, threats or intimidation. U.S. attorneys are aligned with that. But we've also seen among the states, local law enforcement and election officials. If you look at Georgia, they have a text system where poll workers can send alerts directly to authorities saying if something is going on. They have also issued thousands of lanyards with a panic button built in, which will go directly to 911. So you've seen a lot of this combination of local law enforcement, layers of federal law enforcement, and technology.
I mean, that's incredible, those lanyards with a panic button built in. John, can I ask you, because you mentioned Georgia, earlier the Secretary of State had talked about how there was of Russian origin bomb threats. They were not credible, but he had said they were from Russia. They managed to reopen those polling stations and continue with voting. But, how many things like that are happening across the country? Is there any way that the FBI, has a sense at this point at a national level?
More of that, Aaron, and in other places. Yeah. I just received a statement from the FBI confirming what we were reporting earlier, which is that sources were telling us that the origin of these threats are coming from Russia. That, of course, could be read as a pattern, a layered pattern of disruptive activities, including, fake internet posts about immigrants illegally voting and other things. But the FBI statement says the FBI is aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains. None of the threats have been determined to be credible so far. This is the difficulty. These kinds of threats are literally meant to cause disruption, evacuation, disrupting the voting process. And it's one of those nuances where security officials and election officials have to figure out how to do a quick sweep of the area, do a search, figure out that there's nothing hazardous, and either do that without the process being interrupted or only briefly interrupted.
Right, right. And of course, that's, the whole point is to just not create questions, to create a lack of confidence, and also, later on, something
that's
that
part
could
of the
cause
theory.
legal...
It's deny the objective. If the objective is simply to cause disruption, how do you thwart that without giving into the basic intent?
Right. All right, John Miller, thank you very much, and monitoring that. Congressman, it's interesting as we were talking about the situation in Georgia, which Sarah Murray had been reporting on. Again, non-credible voting back up and running. But John saying several other states have experienced that. They say many of those threats coming from Russian origin. The intent is not to stop the voting. I mean, sure, they like that. The intent is just to disrupt it, slow it down, cause chaos, cause a lack of confidence.
It creates chaos. It gets, it can feed into a narrative of stolen election eventually, but it gets, it can discourage people. If you're in line, you've waited an hour, all of a sudden they're shutting down the polling place. You're like, well, I'll go home and come back. You may not come back. It just hits confidence. And the interesting thing, what John can't go into and I can't either, is the technology we have to know this stuff comes from Russia. I mean, we can see this in real time. And Russia is obviously not trying to mask this. They don't really care. Their goal is just to create chaos. They don't care if they take the blame.
Interesting, though, Karen Finney, and glad to have you join us.
Thank you.
So also what he was reporting on, though, those lanyards that poll workers are wearing that actually are equipped with a panic button.
Yes. I mean, it's incredible that technology exists. Obviously, I think in sites across the country, we can see it here in Washington, D.C., they are taking all sorts of measures to keep the poll workers safe, to keep people safe while they're attempting to vote in all phases of the process. It hurts my heart that that's even necessary, because remember the good old days and you would just go vote and it was your civic duty and it just felt good. And now you've got to really think about, what's my plan to vote? What am I, what are all the considerations? I think it's also important, though, this is part of why talking about and reminding people it's okay. It's okay. If there's a pause, just stay in line. If it takes a little longer for the voting to make sure every vote is counted, that's okay too. It doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't mean chaos, doesn't mean skullduggery. I just so love that John used that word. I had to say that again. That's great. But and I think we're all learning that. I think we learned a lot in 2016 and 2020 in terms of, okay, how we vote and how this comes out is a little different than maybe we used to be used to, and that's okay. And we just got to let the process play out.
And so far, you haven't seen either campaign jump on any of these things as of yet, Matt. No one has jumped on them specifically.
No, not yet. And I will say, you will probably get some later election results as a result, right? If a polling place closes for an hour, they're going to stay open for an hour later. You're already seeing election monitors announce that. The other thing I'll say, so I'm part of a group called the Democracy Defense Project. It's a bipartisan organization trying to restore faith in American democratic processes. We took a national poll and we did a lot of key state polling. Foreign interference and actually censorship of stories by media were the top two issues voters were concerned about when they were concerned about what could actually rig an election. Wasn't the voting machines, wasn't concerned about who was counting the ballot and the nice lunch lady who's taken the day off to go oversee it. It was those two things, and now we're seeing exactly why because of this.
Governor Pawlenty, Donald Trump has talked about this in several different ways today, right? First, he said that he doesn't see any issues with the vote thus far. He did talk about violence and his own supporters. And let me just play part of what he said earlier at Mar-a-Lago at his campaign headquarters.
My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence. Unlike your question, you believe in violence.
Obviously, at the end, you could see his anger there, Governor. What I find interesting, though, is actually you're looking at these lines and some of the lines where our reporters are interviewing people, and you see people back to back in line who very well could be voting completely the opposite way. And that they're standing there. One of them might talk to CNN. I mean, I have actually been, kind of felt emotionally bolstered by all of this today, how people have behaved.
Me too. And we do see these isolated examples, and hopefully they'll stay isolated and they'll be quickly fixed. But it's great to see former President Trump talk about not having violence, encouraging people not to be violent. That's a good change. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that he was up till 3:30 a.m. in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and after he takes a nap, he'll roar back up. But that's a good message for him to convey, and we should all celebrate these elections in a safe, secure manner, and hopefully he will too.
Final word here. Look, I mean, I want to thank all the election workers out there today that are being great public servants, all the poll watchers on both sides of the aisle. Let's protect our democracy today. Election is one of my favorite days. It makes me love America so much more because of our democracy. And so let's keep these events isolated. And there is a hotline that if you see something, you can say something, 1-866-RVOTE, or you can call if you have problems. And there's lawyers on the other end, bipartisan lawyers, to help resolve any issues you have.
Can I say something real quick? In the country of Georgia, they just had an election that was stolen by the government in charge. And there were so many things that were done to do that. The fact that we have so many eyes on these polls just shows how safe elections are, and that's something we should appreciate.
Yes, I love that. When you go to Nick Valencia or you go, Kylie Atwood, they're in the room. They're showing you. That is the
Transparency
incredible
is really
thing.
key. The more voters know, the more they trust the process.
Unbelievable irony that the foreign influence in our elections spins around the topic that you can't trust our elections, they're rigged, and they're the ones rigging.
Right. All right. Our special coverage of Election Day in America continues in just a moment. Next, we're going to talk to Democratic Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina to see what he is looking for as millions and millions of Americans are heading to the polls.
100. And welcome back to our special coverage of Election Day in America. We are now less than 5 hours away from polls closing in the crucial battleground state of Georgia. This is a state both campaigns have spent a lot of time and a lot of money on. CNN's Isabel Rosales is joining us from Atlanta right now. So what are you hearing from voters out there? What are you seeing? What are you hearing, Isabel?
Well, things certainly running smoothly here at this polling site, one of 177 in Fulton County, the state's most populous county and home to Atlanta. Folks going right in and right out. And of course, we heard from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger that the time to check in, that has dropped to 49 seconds across the state. The time to actually wait in line, it's under a minute. So certainly voters are happy that they're able to go in, do their civic duty, and come right out. The Secretary of State also saying that he is optimistic that Georgia will be able to have a winner. A winner will be projected by tonight, and that's because of how quickly the information is being posted. And in fact, there's a state law requiring counties to report that data, the majority of the data, by 8 p.m. And of course, they won't stop counting until they have all the votes counted. I did speak with one voter here, first-time voter, 19 years old, Gen Z. Her name is Lauren. She voted for Kamala Harris. Here's what else she had to say.
I was amazed. I didn't think I'd be able to see that in my lifetime. Not only a woman, but a black woman running for president. It was just amazing. I feel like, no question, it should be pro-choice, and I feel like it's amazing to be able to support someone that supports me.
And Wolf, where it hasn't gone smooth for a very small percentage of people here in Fulton County are at sites that have received bomb threats, phony, non-credible bomb threats that the Secretary of State says are of Russian origin. The FBI saying that too. I spoke with one voter who had to wait an hour before they were allowed back in to the polling site in Union City. And what's remarkable about that, he is suspicious that they were being targeted because of the demographic of Union City, which Wolf, the U.S. Census Bureau says that it's 90% black. So he certainly thinks it wasn't a mistake that his polling site was the one to receive those threats. Wolf.
All right, CNN's Isabel Rosales in Atlanta for us. Isabel, thank you very much. Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. What early indicators are you looking for as the results begin to come in later tonight?
Well, thank you very much for having me, Wolf. I'll be looking at Fulton County, Gwinnett County, down in Georgia. I'll be looking at Nice County up in North Carolina. I'm particularly interested in Wake County, North Carolina, as well. We got reports last week that the turnout of early votes in eastern North Carolina seemed to be lagging a little bit. And several of us went to North Carolina, and we got there, Trump was there. And so on Sunday, I did several events at several faith groups. And it's kind of interesting that Trump was only 10 minutes away. So I think that he sees what we now got reports on this morning, that there's a big surge in eastern North Carolina, especially in Nash County as well, of votes that we were looking to turn up early, but seem as if they just wanted to wait on election day. So I think the report's going to be good tonight.
Congressman, I understand you had a chance to speak with President Biden earlier today. What was his message?
It was on yesterday that I spoke to the president. He called to reminisce a little bit about the ride that we've had over the years, and to tell me how honored he was to have picked Kamala Harris to be his running mate and to have endorsed her to succeed him. And I've talked to him a little bit about the bookends of his career. To be 8 years as vice president, or the first African-American president to run to be elected, and to have had the temerity and guts to name a woman of color to succeed him, gives a tremendous bookend to his career that I think will say volumes about his legacy.
And you certainly played a major role in President Biden's ability to become the president of the United States. A couple of weeks ago, Congressman, you said that you were concerned about black men staying home. How much has your estimation of their turnout changed during this final stretch?
Well, you know, when I started getting those reports, Wolf, I started doing some of my own investigations, going to the barbershops. I go to a barbershop, though it may not look like it, getting reports on what kind of discussions were going on there. My mother was a beautician, and I keep close contact with cosmetologists all across the state of South Carolina. And when I go into other states, and they were not saying to me what I was hearing. And now I hear today that the African-American men that were supposed to be deserting Kamala Harris or the Democrat seem to be staying home as we had hoped they would, and will turn out in numbers that I think will help to make the difference. There is no big difference between African-American men and women when it comes to voting. We have to realize that the party of Lincoln still lingers in a lot of households. My parents were Republicans. 99% of the African Americans that voted in that 1876 election that they got double-crossed on, 99% of the votes, the African Americans voted for the Republican. And so that's been the tradition coming out of Lincoln. So we have got to get people to understand that all Republicans are not the same. Lincoln, our 16th president, was a great emancipator. Then came Rutherford B. Hayes, our 19th president, also a Republican. He was a great betrayer. And so we have members in the Republican Party who are decent, honorable people, but we got some that are not decent and honorable, and Donald Trump represents that group.
Congressman Jim Clyburn, as usual, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very, very much. I want to get back to our panel right now. Nia Malika, let me get your immediate reaction to what we just heard from the congressman.
Well, listen, the congressman has obviously been in some of these southern states, been in the more urban areas as well as some of the more rural areas as well. And you've seen over the last years, particularly in a state like Georgia, Black Voters Matter, LaTosha Brown, some of the work they've been able to do in that state, calling in some of those Black rural voters who might not have felt like they were part of the process. They are going to be key to this win if Kamala Harris is able to win Georgia. You know, and you also heard Clyburn there talking about maybe there's going to be sort of a shift around the edges among Black men voting more for Donald Trump, and them trying to go into the barbershops, go into beauty salons and to churches to reach some of those folks as well. You know, we'll see what happens. We don't know, but those two states, Georgia, which is about 30% Black, the electorate will be about 30% Black, and then in North Carolina, it's about 20% Black. The good news, I think, for the Kamala Harris campaign is there is obviously a history of activism there. There are a lot of young voters, HBCUs, which are like ripe areas for organizing and drawing voters to the polls. They can vote right on their campuses in many ways. And they have won Georgia before. Biden, and then you've got Raphael Warnock, who's also turned that state around, as well as Ossoff. So there is hope there, and we'll see tonight who wins Georgia.
HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities.
Yeah.
Very important indeed. Go ahead.
And just to underscore what's going on in Georgia, so Governor Kemp, who is a Republican, but who stood up to Trump in the past, yes, he did come out and endorse Trump. But let's just say that he said the right thing. But the real question is, my sources in the Republican community in Georgia say, has he really unleashed the power of the Republican Party the way they can in Georgia? And the sense is that they haven't. I spoke to one very high-ranking Republican in Georgia who said, let's wait to see. We will know the votes in the suburbs very quickly in Georgia. What happens with that vote? The other thing that I've heard from Republican sources in Georgia is they were very upset. Madison Square Garden, they say, was an inflection point, whether it was language about Puerto Ricans, insulting women, violent rhetoric about Liz Cheney, about saying he should never have left the White House. This is not the way you close a campaign.
You know, Manu, I want to play for you and for our viewers something that Trump said earlier about his chances in this election. Listen to this.
I feel very confident. I have felt. You know, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
So what do you think they're really as confident as he claims to be?
Yeah, I mean, look, everything is within the margin of error, so this can certainly go either way. One, maybe perhaps there's a split decision in the Rust Belt states and a split decision in the Sun Belt states, or maybe one of the campaigns effectively sweeps all 7 states. Now, one of the things, though, he did say also earlier today, Wolf, is that he would accept the outcome of an election if he lost, if it was a fair election. Well, he didn't accept what happened in 2020, that he lost. And I think what you can expect tonight is if he is on track to losing, he's probably going to come out and declare that he won or say something similar to what happened in 2020. And how does the Republican Party respond in the immediate aftermath of that potential scenario? So there is so much that could happen here. But as we know, this race could be historically close, and we may not know the result for days.
People are bracing for him to declare victory, even if the votes aren't even counted yet. We'll see what happens on that front, guys. Thank you very much. And our special coverage of Election Day in America continues in just a moment. We'll talk to Michigan's Secretary of State to get an important update on how the vote is going in that crucial battleground state.
All right, right now we're getting an update on the non-credible bomb threats made against polling stations in Georgia from the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. Let's listen.
Already voted today. Just kind of prorate that out to the rest of the day. That'd be over 1.1 million, which gets us to probably right now 5,150,000. Now, we don't know if that trend will continue. We don't know if it'll actually come up a little bit. People get off work today. But that's really what the big news should be. And I'm not telling you what to print or write. That's your job. But I think that's pretty darn awesome. Then we have a few things that happen you just can't, explain. And one of them, you're kind of in the weeds, but in Peach County this morning, it was a little cold down there. So someone plugged in the space heater that was also serving the county EMS for the election management system. And so it fried that, so it was replaced this morning. But those are the kind of things you just kind of don't expect. But very minor issue. And another really minor issue that so far 2 precincts in Cobb, had a late opening for about 30 minutes each, so they'll extend those. But what's really interesting is that today a lot of people call our call center. So far we've had 1,374 calls on our call center, and they were answered an average of 16 seconds, and the oldest was about 42 seconds. So really responsive, getting back to people, answering their questions. What do they do? Where do they go? Things like that. And then we've actually even gotten some great feedback. Already 40 emails. Instead of being dog cussed, 40 emails telling us they had a great experience. We want everyone in Georgia to know that I've led on making sure that we lead the nation on having fast, secure, and accurate elections. And when you say fast, so much of that is about the voter experience, the customer, which is the voter today. And we're just really grateful we're getting feedback, but we're so grateful that we're having a check-in time right now under a minute. And we're having line time 2 to 3 minutes. So in 4 minutes or less, on average, people are voting in Georgia. And we think that's good news too. So we have a lot to be proud of, and that's what you all have to be proud of, that you live in a great state. Now, I talked to you a little bit earlier about that Russian hoax and that bomb scare. And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia. They need to pick on the other one in the Black Sea, because we're not going to be intimidated. But we're just excited about where we are right now. I didn't know if anyone had any questions.
You talked about some precincts in Cobb County that'll be held open late. Are you aware of others? And also Cobb County said equipment issues?
All right, you just heard Secretary of State there in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, talking about the non-credible bomb threats, saying that Russia should meddle elsewhere, referring to, of course, the election that it just intervened in the country of Georgia. Also talking about a record turnout on track in the state of Georgia. He's saying on track for more than 5 million votes, which would be a record. Obviously still going on. We'll see if that actually happens. Let's go to the Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson. Secretary Benson, it's good to speak to you. I don't know if you just heard your colleague there in Georgia, Secretary Raffensperger. He was talking about the threats that Georgia has dealt with, but he is saying that voting is on track. A couple places may be open 30 minutes longer because of earlier delays. What are you seeing in Michigan right now? Have you had any places with any massive disruption or massive delays at this point?
We have not. And similarly to my colleague in Georgia, we have seen both extraordinary engagement and turnout all across the state. I've been visiting polling places throughout the day, and there are literally parties at the polls, people dancing, people celebrating, which is kind of what today should be, and people standing in line next to each other, voting for different candidates with very different opinions, but still proud to respect each other's right to vote. So that's what we're seeing above all else. We have, like Georgia, had a few non-credible bomb threats that were attempted, we believe sourced back to Russia as well, but working with law enforcement to quickly debunk anything so that nothing deters anyone from participating in this historic election.
Which is, I'm glad to hear that things are continuing, that you're just plowing right on through it. Can I ask you, you talk about the record turnout in Georgia, that he's talking about, Brad Raffensperger, that he believes there will be a record. Georgia's certainly on track for that right now, although we'll see. Are you seeing record turnout in Michigan, all in?
Yes, we are. And leading up to today, already 3.3 million Michiganders had voted. Now, our highest turnout election ever was in 2020, where 5.5 million Michiganders voted. So we are on track to match and possibly surpass that based on the energy and turnout I've seen today at the polls. We'll know more, of course, later today, but I'm very optimistic that at the very least we're seeing very high turnout, continuing to break records in various different local precincts, which is all great to see. And it's not related to any particular location. It's all across the state of Michigan where people are voting, proud to be voting, and really celebrating today, which again is what, as election officials, we hope to see.
So can I ask you whether you think you'll have presidential results, whether you'll be able to project a winner tonight?
That's the hope. The biggest determining factor of that will be the closeness of the race, of course. We'll still have 7,000 military and overseas voters. The ballots can be returned up until Monday or Tuesday of next week. As long as they were postmarked by Election Day, they'll count. So we'll see. It depends on the margin of victory for any particular race. But that said, I've been very encouraged by how efficiently and securely our largest communities are tabulating those votes that came in through the mail. Detroit has already said they'll be done tonight, probably by midnight. So we'll have a better update around 9 p.m. Eastern for everyone, but we do expect results to be in sooner than they were in 2020, which was midday on Wednesday.
All right. Well, I mean, I know that is something everybody will celebrate if that happens. I want to ask you one other thing, though, just on you talk about the celebration at the polls, but there had been reports of one Trump supporter threatening violence at a polling location. Is there anything more you can tell us about that? Obviously, it appears it was isolated from what else you've told me.
Yes, indeed. It was isolated. I did talk to some folks who were there. Law enforcement came by just to check on things and are still monitoring. We have a field team in place, 100 people all across the state as well to respond to things like this. And what we're seeing in this incident and others is that they're very isolated and they're not deterring anyone from voting. And for every, one issue like that, we've got an abundance of joyful stories and experiences as well. And that's what we're particularly proud of.
All right, Secretary Jocelyn Benson, thank you very much. Appreciate your time as the votes still continue in Michigan. As you heard what she said, perhaps on track for a record there, Georgia as well. Let's go from one battleground state to another in the blue wall. An update now on some issues on some polling stations in Pennsylvania that there had been struggles with earlier. Let's see where we are now. Let's go to Paula Reed. She's at the voting desk. And Paula, what are you learning?
So, Erin, we've been looking into what's going on in Cambria County because here polling locations will now be open until 10 p.m. after a software malfunction disrupted voters' ability to scan their ballots. And we've learned that this issue was caused by a printing error. The barcode on the ballot was printed incorrectly and machines couldn't read them. So county employees have traveled 70 miles west. They are expected to bring back and distribute reprinted ballots across the county this afternoon. Now, ballots that voters cast already that cannot be read by the machine will be hand counted. We've also learned that mail-in ballots are not impacted by this issue. But election officials said in a statement, at this point, our focus is getting people to vote, and their votes will count. Now let's go over to Allegheny County because here we have learned that the mail-in ballot return rate has exceeded 2020. As of last night, more than 219,000 mail-in ballots were returned. That's a return rate of 85.2% compared to 84.8% back in 2020. And interestingly, officials have already begun counting the mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania because remember, in that state, they come in multiple envelopes. So officials started by extracting the ballots from their outer secrecy envelopes, then started extracting the ballots from the inner envelopes so they could begin scanning. Results, though, are not expected to be posted until after 8 p.m. in Pennsylvania because officials cannot start tabulating those mail-in ballots until Election Day. Erin.
All right. Thank you very much, Paula. And our special coverage of Election Day in America continues. We're going to go live on the ground to North Carolina, a crucial state. The Democrats are trying to claw back from Trump. He really needs it to win in his map. So what are voters saying now? Well, here we are, just under 5 hours away from polls closing in North Carolina, which has become a crucial battleground state. Top election officials saying there have been no reports of any disruptions at the state's more than 2,600 polling places so far. And our Miguel Marquez is at one of them this afternoon in Wilmington, North Carolina, where, Miguel, you've been talking to voters all day. What have you heard?
Yeah, look, this is a purple county. It's as purple as it gets. This is a county that Trump won in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. And both parties are working very hard. There's been big lines for most of the day today. There's been a lull throughout the afternoon here. But, we've talked to Democrats, Republicans. There's a ton of unaffiliated voters in New Hanover County as well. Across the board, everyone we spoke to, there's one common theme. Whatever they result tonight, they want it to be definitive.
For the world, I think, no matter
where we're at right now with Kamala or him, it doesn't matter for me because then the world's going to choose, or the United States is, who's the president. But for me, it's what I believe is the best thing for our country, and what I have to choose from, I believe he's the best one.
Right. And do you think, I mean, you've seen the rhetoric on both sides.
Right.
Do you think we can get back to a normal sort of way of operating?
I believe we can. You know.
So, look, he is voting for Donald Trump because he says the economy is what's driving his vote. We have spoken to a lot of women. There's a lot of women who bring their kids to the polls here today as well. Kids too young to vote, but they want them to see the process because they believe that they hope that Kamala Harris will be elected tonight or in the days ahead, and they want their kids to see what's happening. I want to show you, though, there is a lot of energy here. This is just one polling site here. There's a Republican and a Democratic tent out here. They're handing out information as voters go into the polls here. High energy. Most voters in early voting in this county and across the state had already cast their votes before today. But talking to elections officials here, they said they expected to be extremely early. It was huge lines all day all this morning, and they expect very big lines this evening before polls close at 7:30 p.m. Back to you.
That's right, as people come after work. All right, Miguel, thank you very much. Wolf.
Aaron, I'm back with my excellent panel, and Nia Malika, let me start with you. Other than simply looking at the people waiting in line right now, what can the campaigns really do to try to figure out if they're getting their people out there to vote before the polls close?
I mean, they're getting data back about who is showing up, or the voters they've contacted, did they already cast their ballots? And they can send folks to areas where they feel like they're not getting the numbers they need. These campaigns, and I would say the Democrats probably have a better operation than the Republicans at this point, they have specific numbers they want to see in these areas. They had a certain number going into Election Day, a certain number of voters and votes they wanted to bank going in, and now they have another one. You know, you think about what Democrats were doing going into this. They were sending high-profile surrogates all over the place. The Obamas, Bill Clinton, Wes Moore, Jasmine Crockett, everybody was out, and they were trying to connect with voters and getting voters to the polls during those early election days. And listen, we obviously don't know what's going to happen, but the Democrats certainly have a superior ground game. It's more data fueled. We had Brian Lanza on at some point earlier today, and he was saying, oh, they didn't have any data. Maybe he didn't have any data. Ideally, the Trump campaign has some data, and they can sort of kind of figure out where they need to juice the numbers and maybe send some door knockers out to the different counties to kind of juice up the numbers. So listen, obviously these campaigns are very engaged in trying to get voters to the polls even at this late date.
Just to talk about, as we're going to Pennsylvania, their ground game was so extraordinary that in the last couple of days, I spoke to a volunteer who said they had more volunteers than shifts to send people.
We're talking about the Harris
out.
campaign.
The Harris campaign did. Also, the other thing that we're hearing, and this is just anecdotal, looking at lines, but we're hearing in Philadelphia from a Democratic Party official who thinks that the day of turnout is very impressive. That is important for the Harris campaign because there was concern about getting out enough young voters, black voters in Philadelphia. Finally, just again, anecdotal, I spoke to one person from the Harris campaign who was knocking on doors in Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania. 3 weeks ago, this person said to me, they knocked on 30 doors. One person said they were enthusiastic for Harris. They went back this past weekend, completely different picture. This person attributed a lot of it to Donald Trump's rhetoric in the last week. These were undecided voters who seem to have turned for Harris.
And there seems to be some concern, at least from Trump quarters, about what's happening on the ground. There was a tweet that was put out by Charlie Kirk, who's one of the people who are in charge of the ground operation that the Trump campaign has outsourced to some of these outside groups. He said that the turnout was mixed right now and he's calling on their supporters to come out to the polls. We'll see. Maybe that's a motivational tactic. Right. Maybe that's what they say to their voters. You got to get out there because we could lose this election. But maybe that's actually real that was happening on the ground. That will be one of the big things that at the end of the day, if the Harris campaign does eke this out, the decision that Trump made to decide to allow the Elon Musks of the world and the Turning Point USAs of the world to do that ground operation because of their criticism of the way the Republican National Committee had dealt with this in the past. You heard Brian Lanza telling you, Wolf, just moments ago, the senior Trump advisor, saying that they didn't like the way the RNC was doing things, and that's why they've changed this to the outside operation. That was a big gamble. Will it be successful? We'll see.
Manu, if the Harris campaign were to lose Pennsylvania, where do you think their best chances of picking up those 19 electoral college votes would be from other states?
Look, it's going to be really hard because you're seeing in the Sun Belt states things, at least according to the polls, perhaps not as tracking as well as they would have hoped at this late juncture, places like in Arizona and in Georgia. But, they would have to figure out a way, North Carolina being one of them. This is why Trump has spent so much time in North Carolina in the last several days, just I think a few times per day, stumping across that state, worried that Harris could pick that off and block his ascension to the White House. But no doubt about it. I mean, if Harris gets those three blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, she's likely the next president.
All right, guys, we're going to continue this conversation. And our special coverage of Election Day in America continues next. Voting continues across the country with the first polls closing in just about 3 hours. We'll be right back. Election Day in America is here. All across the country, tens of millions of Americans, some braving long lines, have been making their voices heard, not the pollsters anymore, but for real at the ballot box. And in just 3 hours, the polls start closing and the counting begins.
Just 3 hours of a campaign that feels like it's lasted 3 years. In Pennsylvania, within the last hour, election workers started. They began to open, to process, to scan those mail-in ballots, trying to speed up what was a slow and legally contested process back in 2020. We're hearing from state officials they anticipate much more efficiency this time. And by and large, with only a few exceptions, including what are being called non-credible bomb threats in the Atlanta area, the voting has gone smoothly. Heavy turnout in Georgia and Michigan. Secretaries of State there speaking moments ago, Wolf, saying that they're seeing on track possibly for records there.
That's encouraging. We have CNN correspondents across the map. CNN's Brian Todd is in western Pennsylvania. CNN's Renee Marsh is in Virginia. Brian, give our viewers a sense of what you're seeing and what you're hearing where you are.
Well, Wolf, a lot of excitement here in western Pennsylvania, where the lines here at the North Strabane Township precincts 1 and 2 have been going out the door all day long. I can take you a little bit closer as the lines move in. There are 2 precincts voting here. Again, North Strabane Township's precincts 1 and 2. Once you get in here, you have about 10 more minutes to be processed and then to vote. People here are just telling us they're excited to be out here because who's really focused on immigration.
All right, Brian, your mic is breaking up a little bit. I'll get back to you. Renee Marsh is in Burke, Virginia for us. Give our viewers a sense, Renee, what you're seeing and what you're hearing.
That's right, Wolf. We really have seen a steady flow of people coming in to cast their ballots. We were here since early this morning when these polls opened. I had a chance to speak to many of these voters coming out after casting their ballot. I will say the majority of people we've spoken to at this particular site saying that they cast their ballot for Harris. But we still were able to find some Trump supporters who cast their ballot for him. I spoke in particular to one 21-year-old college student who cast his ballot. He said he voted for Joe Biden the last time around, but this time he's voting for Trump. Take a listen.
The thing that really resonated with me and Trump is the fact that he was able to go on many, many interviews and put himself up front without a script or anything he was supposed to say. He was thinking off the top of his head with every single interview he had. I'm always on YouTube. There's tens of hours of Trump podcasts. He's very strong. I get a sense of strength in him.
All right, and then also we spoke with Harris supporters, and you know, many of them understanding the history here. I spoke with one 93-year-old man. He was involved in the civil rights movement. He remembers the time when he wasn't able to vote. He said he couldn't even own a home here in Fairfax County. And so this particular moment when he came to cast his ballot, he was filled with emotion. I want you to hear from that voter, Wolf.
I remember back in 1931 when I was born and my grandfather came as a slave, I couldn't vote. In fact, I have lived to see this, and I really shed tears.
As far as color and what we're seeing here, I mean, I have to say, it wasn't hard to find Trump supporters here at this Fairfax County polling place. We know Fairfax County usually leaning blue, but there were many who said that they were planning to vote for Trump or they had voted for Trump. However, when it came to sharing their views on camera, they didn't want to. One woman saying that she worked in the Army, her coworkers assumed she's voting Democrat. She didn't want to be on television saying that she was voting otherwise. Another woman saying she just didn't want her neighbors and friends to know that she had decided to vote Trump. So the Trump voters here at this site, a bit camera shy, but they are here, Wolf.
Fairfax County, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. Renee Marsh, thanks very much. We're getting closer and closer to the polls closing. I want to go back to the Magic Wall. Phil Mattingly is with us as well. Give us a sense of how close we are.
Yeah, look, voters are voting. That's a good thing. That also means because polls haven't closed, there are no results in here. In a few hours, you'll see this start to populate with red and blue in terms of where the candidates are actually standing. But right now, this is what we're waiting for. Battleground states in particular. Wolf, we know there are 7. We've been talking about them every single minute of every single day for the better part of the last year. Georgia is what we're watching first. It closes at 7 p.m. Eastern. Then North Carolina. So we're talking southeastern Sunbelt states at 7:30. Pennsylvania will close at 8 p.m. Michigan, the vast majority of the state, closes at 8 p.m. At 8 p.m., there are parts of the state that are on the central time zone. They go a little bit longer, up to 9 p.m. The vast majority of the state at 8 p.m. Then Wisconsin at 9 p.m. And then out west to Arizona and Nevada at 10 p.m. In terms of what we're going to be watching. So this is the map right now, not currently filled in as we're waiting for polls to close. Let's flip back to 2020. And I want to start where we saw Renee. It is the largest county in the state of Virginia. We're not expecting Virginia to be a potential win for Donald Trump. This is something that Joe Biden won handily. And while Glenn Youngkin won in an off-year election and outperformed where Republicans had been, what's interesting about Virginia as we start to see results come in will be Fairfax County is one of those types of counties. It's the largest county in the state of Virginia, where in the early part of the evening, you can start to get a look at how is Kamala Harris matching up to what Joe Biden did in a stronghold county in Northern Virginia, in a part of that state that will look at least somewhat similar, both on a median income basis and also a demographic basis, to other types of strongholds in those battleground states. So watch the margin. You saw Joe Biden winning this by almost 42 points back in 2020. How is Harris doing? And I think the other interesting element here, too, is this. And this is where I actually want to go up to Pennsylvania. Obviously, Joe Biden winning this state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, by 81,000 votes in 2020. There's a reason why Republicans have been optimistic about where they've been here. That reason is tied to 2 things in particular. It is the registration gains that they've made. Democrats used to have a significant advantage in registration in this state. Republicans have cut it in half since the 2020 election. It's also the early vote totals by party. We don't know who people voted for, but Democrats traditionally outvote Republicans in the early vote in mail balloting by a significant margin, 3-1 back in 2020. That's been taken down to 2-1. Republicans saying that's a great sign. That's telling everything right now, Wolf. What's going to be interesting is you watch in Philadelphia, in the collar counties, out here in Allegheny County, the in-person vote. The lines we're talking about, what does that actually mean? Because if Democrats are turning out in a major way in the in-person, every assumption that the Trump campaign has made or that Republicans have made could be wrong. If they don't, they have problems. That's the reality.
It's going to be exciting to see these votes actually counted and reported. We'll see what happens, Phil. Thank you very, very much. Aaron, over to you.
Right. Well, if it is exciting, in part because there's really no model. Nobody knows. You can make an argument anyway, and we just don't know until we know. Those long lines, Matt, let me just start with, we're seeing them. You saw Brian Todd showing them in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in North Carolina. We're seeing them everywhere.
Yeah.
Absolutely everywhere. That's a great thing. We could see record turnout in a lot of places. In particular, right now, you are hearing some updates on Maricopa County, which is, of course, the most populous county in Arizona.
Sure. Yeah, Maricopa County is about 60% of the population of Arizona. No Democrat had won Maricopa County from Bill Clinton in 1996 until Joe Biden won it in 2020. So it was one of those counties that flipped. Right now, Republican turnout on Election Day is 2-to-1 over Democratic turnout. Overall, it's about 40%. Democratic turnout is about 20%. Republicans are saying that's a good sign in Arizona, especially given the fact that Republicans walked into a lead on Election Day with early voting, absentee voting today as well, which isn't as uncommon in Arizona as other states, right? Republicans are conditioned or used to voting early in Arizona, but the fact that now they're also leading on Election Day turnout, again, you don't know how the independents are definitely voting, but Republican turnout's 2-to-1 over Democrats right now.
Karen, just as we look at what that may or may not mean, and we don't know, I know that the Harris campaign had felt very confident because you do know who votes. You don't know how they vote, but you know who votes. So in early voting, they had seen registered Republicans voting.
Yes.
And they said those are Republicans who always vote. High propensity voters. So they felt that perhaps there was a cannibalization happening, right? They're going to vote early. They're not going to vote on Election Day.
Right.
It appears that what Matt is saying in Maricopa County, that may not be the case.
It's true. And this is part of why every campaign always wants to have multiple pathways to 270, because at some point, if that pattern continues, if there's a decision that Arizona is out of reach, you still got plenty of states on the board to play with. I think one of the things that we should be continuing to look at, Arizona is also one of the states that has an abortion measure on the ballot. We've got 10 states. So how does that impact turnout in those 10 states? And as we've seen, every time it's been on the ballot, turnout has gone up, and those measures have passed or not passed, depending upon what the language of those measures are. So how that impacts turnout, I think, is going to be really important to continue to watch when we start getting some exit poll data.
One of the interesting things about Arizona, so it's obviously tough for the Harris campaign of basically almost all the swing states, but they do have a very, very good Republicans for Harris coalition there. Very intense. There's a lot of Mormon vote there that basically has gone Harris. You have all those people that kind of stood in the gap during the whole 2020 election challenge, people like Stephen Richer, like Bill Gates, some of those that stood in the gap, and they have, grown a significant amount of these folks for Harris. So while I don't think the Republican for Harris numbers are going to be like, again, 50% of Republicans, you may see more than you see anywhere else even. And so that could be interesting to watch.
Which is fascinating. I mean, Governor, let me ask you about what we heard from Renee Marsh. In Virginia, in Fairfax County, she said she'd spoken to Trump voters, and she happened to mention women in all these cases, who didn't want to tell their neighbors, friends, or one of them worked in the Army, people she worked with, that they were voting for Trump. Now, is that your stealth voter? If there is going to be one, women who feel that society says you got to go for Harris and bring your daughter to vote, and if you don't, you're the stealth Trump voter?
I don't think there's any doubt about that, Aaron. I know a number of them personally. There are people, because of their job, their neighborhood, their profession, their family relations, who do not want to admit that they voted for Trump. And it is the Trump stealth voter. And that's why these models don't have that measured or assumed correctly. That gives the Trump campaign, I think, room for a lot of growth in these numbers as we see over the next 8 hours.
Because I know you've been looking at the gender gap as generally a good thing for Harris, but do you see that as a risk?
I don't actually think those are stealth voters, because those were the women who voted for Donald Trump in 2016 and those were predominantly 53% of the white women who voted. I think what we're seeing is there are a lot of women who voted for Trump and are saying they're voting for Trump and also are going in to vote for Harris, depending on who their friend circle is. So I do think there's a gender gap. One just other thing on Arizona is that you have the Navajo Nation. That is a massive voting bloc, and they turned out in record numbers in 2020. You also have...
They're having some issues in Apache County right now. Like machines were down and a lot of delays, which is that,
Yes, yes. So if that has high turnout, Adams Point on the LDS, it's like almost 500,000 people. And then the Latino population. We can't forget about Latinos in Arizona who may have been disgusted if they did not vote early before that Madison Square Garden rally, that it was just a bridge too far. So I think it's going to look different in every state. Arizona, if the 2-to-1 ratio holds out, it could fare well for Trump, but there's a lot of different ways to put a coalition together in that state.
They have a big impact down ballot as well. I mean, up until recently, everyone thought Carrie Lake was probably, dead in the water in Arizona's race. Recent polling has shown her closing that gap to within 5. That might be the turnout we're seeing that's driving some of those numbers.
We will see, and you will all be with me, Wolf. All right, well, we have to take a quick break. Wolf and I will be back right on the other side of it. New Hampshire's Republican governor is going to join us, Governor Sununu, as the Trump campaign tries to turn the Granite State red.
Election night in America, focusing now on New York. Yes, New York. CNN's Jason Carroll is out on Long Island in Nassau County. Jason, what's the feeling like on the ground where you are?
Well, Wolf, let me just set the stage for you here. We've seen a steady stream of voters that have come inside this polling place. This is an area, it is the 4th district out on Long Island. We call it one of those swing districts. This is an area where it went for Democrats for years, and then in 2022, it flipped and went for the Republicans. And so Democrats are hoping this can be their path to victory, their path to taking over the House again. We've been speaking to voters all morning long, all afternoon long. A number of Republicans, we've seen a great deal of turnout from them, a number of them telling us they feel as though this is once again going to be their year because of the top of the ticket, because of Donald Trump. But in talking to Democrats, we've also heard from a great deal of enthusiasm because of Harris. They're feeling they can take back the district. They feel as though this will be their path to the House because of Kamala Harris. We're just going to have to see what happens. But it's been very interesting to hear from voters. Both sides are energized. There's one point, Wolf, where both sides really seem to agree. They want all of this to be over, and they're hoping that when it is over, many of them telling us they're hoping that this is at a point where the country can come back together. Wolf?
All right, Jason Carroll out on Long Island for us. We'll see what happens in those Republican districts if the Democrats have a chance of capturing those congressional districts, and then we'll see what happens on that front. Very important congressional races coming up. Aaron, over to you.
All right, Wolf. Well, talking about New York, New Hampshire is a state that the Trump campaign tried to put in play late in the race. Back before Biden got out, they really felt that was when they had a shot at. J.D. Vance went stumping for votes there as recently as Sunday. So joining us now is the state's Republican governor, Chris Sununu. Governor, always great to talk to you. And here we are on Election Day. Obviously, you are supporting Donald Trump. What are you seeing right now on the ground in your state?
Yeah, so look, as everyone's been talking about, tons of energy, long lines. The process is working, which is great. I think that's what people are seeing all across the country. Very few issues. I was just in the Secretary of State's office just a couple minutes ago. Very few issues, other than maybe some complaints of long lines, but the process is definitely working. Even I've been watching CNN this morning, and every once in a while across the country you're hearing one story or another, but they're all being dealt with for the most part. So far everything is very smooth. High voter turnout, as you know, usually favors the challenger. Now, who's the challenger in this race is kind of the question. Who's going to be seen as that agent of change? I would argue that doesn't bode well for the current administration, but we'll see. It's going to be a close race no matter what.
So let me ask you, because you just said you stepped out of the Secretary of State's office. We just heard from the Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger. Both said that as things look now, they are on track for a record number of people voting in their states. Obviously, polls haven't closed yet. We'll see if we hit those numbers. But are you seeing the same in New Hampshire, or do you think it'll fall short?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, it'll be at or around a record number. We always have one of the highest voter turnouts in the country, so a record for us is a pretty big deal. But no, we're definitely on track for that on all the early predictions. Now, again, I think these guys did a great job. They made sure everyone has more than enough ballots. We have same-day voter registration here. That process actually works very well. We'll have a high number of folks partaking in that. But again, so far, it all works really, really well. I do think, you guys really touched upon the hidden voter, the voter that doesn't doesn't answer the polls or doesn't answer the polls, correctly, so to say. We have a lot of that in New Hampshire, right? That live free or die spirit. We're not picking up the phone. We're not answering surveys. So my sense is, and the more we're seeing on the ground here, there's a lot of that definitely tends towards Trump versus Kamala Harris. Dixville Notch, you guys talked about it this morning as well.
Right.
In 2016, Trump loses 6-2. In 2020, he loses 5-0. It's 3-3 today. Now, that's not a sample of the country, of course, but there's clearly folks going back to or now voting for Trump who had never done it before. So that's a reality that's coming out of the woodwork.
So let me ask you about Dixville Notch, though, because you mentioned it. And I understand the way that you walked around that statue and looked at it, that's accurate, what you said. Another way of looking at it would be to say that in the primary, all of those voters in Dixville Notch voted for Nikki Haley. So now they're splitting half Harris, half Trump. So maybe half the Haley voters are going for Harris. Obviously, I'm not going to extrapolate to the whole country. I'm just looking at that through that one lens. Do you see any of that happening?
No, not really. Look, Nikki Haley went up and talked personally to all those voters and earned all those voters in the primary. She did a great job with that. I think it's more telling to say they all voted for Biden before, right? They all voted for this administration, and half of them said, I guess that was a mistake. That's just a very telling story of a very small sample, of course, but that stuff doesn't show up in the polls. And the thing I look at is all these metrics that are not poll metrics. No matter what the final numbers are, Trump is going to get a higher number of Latino and African-American voters than any presidential Republican candidate in history. Right? That's a real telling sign. When you look at, again, this early voting, which is a fairly new phenomenon in this country, but the early voting margins that folks were expecting in Pennsylvania and otherwise are not materializing for the Democrats as predicted. That doesn't come up in a poll, but that's just the reality of the actual actions being taken on the ground. I think Matt Mowers did a great analysis there of, again, what you're seeing in terms of the enthusiasm with that base voter, not just the independents, but the base voter, and the fact that in a place like New Hampshire, as you brought up, J.D. Vance came here in one of the last days. That means Trump's internal numbers see that they have a shot here. Kamala kept spending millions and millions and millions of dollars in New Hampshire, which means she knew she didn't have it wrapped up. So those types of things are, I think, are really leading more towards a Trump win. But I think it's going to be contested. I'd be shocked if we had a clear winner tonight. I think there's going to be a lot of you don't hire 5,000 lawyers and send them home the same night. They're going to earn their money one way or the other. But we'll get a winner eventually. It'll be a little bit bumpy with some recounts, but we're going to get a winner.
Well, let's see. I mean, and it's amazing. You look at what you're talking about, then that poll in Iowa, and hey, people can be forgiven for having whiplash on what the heck is really going on. Guess that's what you like when it's your birthday. Happy birthday there, Governor.
Thank you. We're not talking about that. At this age, we just ignore those days. It's election day.
All right. Thanks. All right. Let's go to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. Closer look at the Granite State. Phil, you just heard the case made by Chris Sununu, who obviously is voting for Trump. But, Dixville Notch is all we've got right now. Honestly, for 12 hours, it's like all we've got, 6 votes.
Yeah, look, I get the urge to take any piece of actual real-time data and try and explain what's happening for the rest of the country. And I have a lot of respect for the governor and his understanding of the state. I would caution people, Dixville Notch, not exactly the harbinger of what is going to come, although it is always an interesting color story. Look, this is the map right now, as it currently stands. As the governor was laying out, 3-3, there's going to be a lot more vote. I think the real question right now, and I think a lot of us were thinking this when J.D. Vance was sent to the state a couple of days ago, was Republicans have long looked at this, particularly back in 2016, and said, this is one of those places that Democrats, with the exception of Governor Sununu, tend to win statewide that we feel like in a presidential year we've got a real shot at. What happened in 2020, I think, made a lot of people inside the Trump operation say, probably not this year, maybe not this cycle. In 2020, Joe Biden won it by 59,000 votes, won it by a pretty handy margin, by more than 7 points. And that was also the same exact year that the individual you were just talking to, Governor Sununu, absolutely crushed his Democratic opponent in the state. I think what's interesting as you kind of tick through here, and actually, if Mowers is sitting there up there with you still, he understands the state as well as anybody running Governor Christie's operation up there in the 2016 campaign, also running for Congress himself, is what you looked at what changed in 2020 from 2016 when Hillary Clinton won by a much narrower margin, is where are the counties that Joe Biden did better in? A lot of these counties, Mowers is going to correct me if you do talk to him, about what we actually call these specific places, but they're not huge vote drivers, right? Barrington, this is a place that in total has about 5,000 to 6,000 votes. Donald Trump won it in 2016. Joe Biden flipped it back. If you start adding up, and you see every county you see blue here was a county that Donald Trump won in 2016. Joe Biden flipped it back in 2020. That adds up to a significant margin. Now, when you go back to 2016 and take a look at where things stood, this was very close. This was about as close as it gets by about 2,700 votes. So I think the real question is, this has been on the periphery. Does the Vance visit say something, or does it mean that they're just kind of playing games and seeing if they can coax something out here? It's an open question right now, but obviously the governor very focused on Dixville Notch.
It's all we got. I mean, you know, it's just all we got.
Yeah, no, I get it.
All right, Phil, thank you. And so much more ahead, including Philadelphia's district attorney, who had this warning for anybody thinking about interfering with the vote.
If you're going to try to bully people, bully votes or voters, you're going to try to erase votes, you're going to try any of that nonsense, we're not playing. F around and find out.
Election day in America, less than 3 hours to go until polls start closing in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. And turnout so far very, very strong as millions of Americans cast their ballots. We've been seeing long lines in key battleground states. In Tempe, Arizona, folks started lining up early this morning, and in Atlanta, Georgia, they're seeing very heavy turnout. And this is the scene in Warren, Michigan, which is just outside Detroit. And here are the lines in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, to be clear. And we now have fixed our technical difficulties with CNN's Brian Todd. He's joining us from Pennsylvania right now, where just moments ago, the state's governor said he expects the vote counting to go faster than it did back in 2020. Brian, update our viewers.
Well, Wolf, they do expect it to go faster than in 2020, and there's a real sense of exhilaration here in Western Pennsylvania. Why? Because it is finally the voters' day. After all the buildup, all the hype, it is the day that the voters can finally have their say in who wins. And here in Western Pennsylvania, throughout the state of Pennsylvania, voters that we talk to here are just jacked because they know that this is a battleground state. They know that they are going to have a real say in who wins this election. I've got two people who just voted here in North Strabane Township Precincts 1 and 2, Reba and Sean Douglas. Reba, first of all, what are the issues that really brought you out here? What do you care about the most?
I think it came to women's rights for me and just morale in general between the two candidates. That was my decision.
Okay, Sean, what about you? What are the issues that really drove you out here?
My main concern is the economy and putting the United States first above really any other country. So that's what brought me out, is to voice my opinion and do what I think's best for the economy and the United States.
And the process. Now, the process here, don't be fooled by no line here, folks, by the way, because this line has gone out the door and down to the corner for much of the day. How did the process here go for you? Fairly smoothly?
It was smooth, in and out within 5 minutes for me.
Okay. Sean, how about you?
Yeah, very smooth. I stopped by this morning at 7 and the line was around the building, but so came back later and it was a little more reasonable, but still a good process, smooth process.
All right. Thank you guys very much for talking to us. Good luck and thanks for coming out. So guys, also just kind of a reflection here of the importance of the battleground the battleground vibe here in Pennsylvania. We had voters, at least 3 of them, tell us that they may not have come out here and voted if they didn't know that this state was so critical a battleground state and that they would make a difference. Wolf, back to you.
All right, Brian Todd reporting in Pennsylvania for us. Thank you very much. So the Vice President, Kamala Harris, is speaking right now over at the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington. I want to listen in. Listen to this.
I am well. I just came by because we have all these incredible people from every background who are all here volunteering to make calls to reach out to our fellow Americans and to remind you of your vote. I'm not. How are you doing? Have you voted already? Give me a second. You did? Thank you. you so very much. You know, it's so important that everybody participates, and I thank you, because I'm sure you got a lot of other things you could be doing. Taking the time to vote really does make a difference. So thank you for that. And you enjoy your day, okay?
Madam President!
All right, this is the real phone bank. Get back to making calls. Please, please, please. We got voters to still get out.
Tell everybody. Jennifer, it's Kamala Harris. How are you? I am well. I just wanted to call you, check in, and make sure you know where you can go vote today if you haven't already. Have you voted yet? Oh, thank you. Thank you so very much. And thank you for just being active and participating in this very, very important process. It's the foundation for democracy, but we can't do it without people like you. Just knowing our work. Oh, good. What's your name?
Thank you so much.
Sage? Hi, it's Kamala Harris. I can't wait for you to grow 10 years more. But, oh, you know what? IEPs are so important. We have so much work to do to just keep reinforcing the Department of Education and getting all the resources there. And Sage, I can tell you're really smart and you're working really hard, and I'm counting on you, okay? Because you are still a leader at every age that you are. At 8 years old, that's a serious leadership. So you're in 3rd grade? Yeah. Second grade?
All right, hey, that's all good news to me. I'll take it.
Okay,
That sounds great.
Okay, Sage? Okay. Okay, sweetheart. Thank you. Thanks for the time, and please take care, okay?
You're going to
Okay.
Hey, you're the Grim Reaper. That's good. All right. Oh, that's right. Go blue, go blue. All right.
You're voting, and everyone behind you see but I think it's still very
Okay, go ahead.
each other and the power of their voices, their vote. Election is obviously, so important. How are you doing? It's so very kind and thoughtful. I appreciate it. Thank you, my dear. That's I appreciate that very much. And we are all doing this together. That's right. We are all doing this together. Thank you. I thank you for just listening. You too, all of us. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited about that. Oh, you are. Oh, I'm so excited. Well, and I just actually did some Milwaukee radio interviews this morning. But the Milwaukee small business, just the community is just thriving. So I'm looking forward to paying attention to your work and supporting you. And thank you for all of that. Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor what's going on over at the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C. The vice president, there you can see on the phone, speaking with potential voters, urging them to go out and vote even at this very, very late stage. We'll continue to monitor this, see if there's any more developments unfolding. We'll get back to it if yes, the answer. Meanwhile, other important aspects of what's going on. Just yesterday, the Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner had this warning for anyone planning to interfere with voting there. Listen.
Anybody who thinks it's time to play militia, F around and find out. Anybody who thinks it's time to insult, to deride, to mistreat, to threaten people, F around and find out. We do have the cuffs, we do have the jail cells, we do have the Philly juries, and we have the state prisons. If you're going to try to bully people, bully votes or voters, you're going to try to erase votes, you're going to try any of that nonsense, we're not playing. F around and find out.
His message, don't F around by any means. The District Attorney, Larry Krasner, is joining us right now. District Attorney, thanks so much for joining us. Leading up to today's election, what kind of threats were you actually hearing about that made you come out with this very, very strong warning?
Wolf, we had all kinds of information from different sources. We have good partners with the FBI and other federal agencies, as well as the Philadelphia Police Department. But the good news is it's actually been very smooth today. It's been a little bit more aggressive, but we do not have a single arrest today in relation to the election itself. We have been dispatching lawyers and police officers and detectives all day to make sure everything was smooth. And it has been, in this cycle, just as in the last cycle, pretty smooth. High turnout, no big problems. We are hoping that will continue with this evening's rush.
Polls have been open in your state since 7 a.m. this morning, and you've got several more hours to go until the polls close, especially in Philadelphia. Is your warning, do you think, being heard?
Well, it seems to me that a whole lot of work has been done by a lot of people, and they found out. You know, maybe they found out in advance, but that's the way you want it. We don't want the problems. We just want a fair, free, final election, and it looks like so far that's exactly what we have.
I know you've set up, District Attorney, an election task force hotline so that voters could report any concerns or possible irregularities. What kind of calls have you received so far?
We've received a lot of calls that are pretty similar to what we get basically every election cycle, but to me maybe the most important point is we have almost no calls whatsoever that are claiming actual voter fraud. We have probably about 5 calls of that nature. 3 of them look like they're not even worthy of additional investigation. It's just sort of a misunderstanding of the rules, that sort of thing. A couple of them require a little bit more work. But look, this is a city of 1.6 million people. This is, unless I'm mistaken, the largest city among the swing states, or at least the second largest. And what we are seeing in general is smooth sailing when it comes to this election. Nothing that so far has been worthy even of an arrest.
Smooth sailing is good. Larry Krasner, the District Attorney of Philadelphia, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck to you and to all your folks over there as well. There's a lot more news we're following on this historic day right now. New voting turnout numbers just in from Nevada. Stay with us. As Election Day in America evolves, we've seen officials in several key states reporting especially heavy turnout right now. And we're watching all of this unfold. I want to go back to CNN's Paula Reed over at the voting desk. Update our viewers, Paula.
Well, Wolf, the Nevada Secretary of State has released the first numbers on in-person Election Day voting, revealing that 57,000 people have already turned up to the polls. And it's interesting, the breakdown. They report 20,905 registered Republicans, 16,799 registered Democrats, and then 19,154 people listed as other have voted in the first 3 hours since polls were opened, and these figures will be updated as the day goes on. Now, the secretary is also busy texting voters who need to cure their ballots, meaning they need to verify their signatures before they can be counted by the November 12th deadline. Now, according to these new numbers, as of today, 13,906 ballots still need to be cured. 12,939 ballots have already been successfully fixed, but the bulk of the outstanding ballots that need to be cured are in this little county down here, Clark County. That is where Las Vegas and its suburbs are located, and where Democrats really need to drive turnout if they want to carry the state. Now, historically, it's been older voters who often have problems with their mail-in ballots, with their signatures or the dates, but Nevada says it is seeing a trend of younger voters who need to fix their ballots, and they also say those younger voters don't tend to answer their phones when the Secretary of State calls, but they have until November 12th to fix those ballots if they want them to be counted. Wolf.
Let's hope that happens. All right, Paula Reed, thank you very much. And take a look at the lines in just some of the battleground states that the campaigns have spent a lot of time and money in. I want to go straight to CNN political director David Chalian. David, what are the campaigns paying the most attention to as we get closer and closer to the first polls actually closing?
Well, Wolf, one of the things that the campaigns are doing today is figure out who else is left to turn out, because there was a big turnout in pre-election vote. Take a look at all the votes cast thus far before we got to Election Day today, 83.7 million. And by the way, it's probably going to go higher than that once all the mail ballots that were cast get tabulated. So that would be more than half of the total turnout in 2020. So what does that leave today for campaigns? Well, what they're doing is they're looking precinct by precinct at their targets in these battleground states about what they need. Since they have a lot of information about those early voters, what do they need to turn out on Election Day, and are they meeting those targets? And if they're below, you're going to see a surge of resources to get out the vote. You're going to hear candidates go on radio or do tele-rallies at the last minute, try to make sure they surge with campaign resources to get their target made. If they are meeting their target, you'll see those resources deployed elsewhere. So it's a constant tracking of Election Day turnout, knowing everything they know about who already cast their ballots, Wolf.
Yeah, it's critically important. All right, David Chalian, thank you very, very much. Up next, a closer look at how voting is going on in California as we wait for those first exit polls. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our special coverage of Election Day in America. We're just about an hour away from the first exit polls, which will give us a glimpse into who voted and for which candidate they voted and why. I want to go live right now to CNN's Veronica Miracle. She's joining us from Santa Ana, California. What are the voters telling you over there, Veronica?
Well, Wolf, we've heard from a lot of voters today. In fact, you can see just how long the lines are right now. We've seen a steady stream of voters since we got here at 8 this morning. And not only have we seen voters who've wanted to vote in person, we've seen a steady stream of cars of people dropping off ballots at the ballot box. 3 voters that we spoke to all said they voted for former President Donald Trump. They said that the economy was the most important issue for them, and that during former President Donald Trump's presidency, they felt that the economy was at its best, and that's why they decided to come and vote for him today. But one man said, although he voted for the former president, he doesn't think he's going to win. Take a listen.
It's just an intuitive feeling, you know. I don't think he had the best debate performance. Basically, the reason I think he's going to lose is because of the 2022 elections, and all the pro-Trump candidates lost, with the exception of J.D. Vance.
All voters that we've spoken to, they all say that this process has been seamless, so they've had to wait in line. They do feel like it's been transparent. Everybody's been happy with how the voting has gone today. Back to you, Wolf.
All right, Veronica Miracle, thank you very, very much. I want to get back to my excellent panel. And Manu, as you know, the Trump campaign's ground game operation basically has been outsourced to other groups, including Charlie Kirk's Turning Point Action. Charlie Kirk tweeted this earlier today. Let me put it up on the screen. Turnout is mixed and not where we want it to be. We need more people to vote. We can't let turnout flatline. Text everyone you know. Make more noise. We need more, end quote. What do you make of that?
I mean, look, he could just be trying to encourage his voters to get out the polls, but maybe he's seeing something that is drawing concern. Wolf, I am very eager to see these first exit polling information that we're going to get here in a matter of minutes here. Look, we could learn about the nature of this electorate. Is it the people that the Trump campaign have been trying to get out to the poll, non-college educated voters, in particular male voters, to try to make up the deficit that they're going to have with women voters? Virtually, as we've seen some of the early voting numbers come in some of the states, early women outpacing men. They know they have to make up the ground. They're given the gender gap that's going to exist here. And what are the issues that are driving the voters to the polls today? The economy, always number one, but what is right underneath it? Is it the border, the issues that the Trump campaign has been hammering on? Is it issues like democracy that could be more favorable to Democrats, or abortion? That was so critical as we weight those numbers to determine what are those the campaigns have effectively got their voters to the polls.
As you know, Jamie, as a result of the polls, all the polls, especially in the battleground states, being so close, very tight, it's produced a lot of anxiety, high anxiety on both sides right now.
Yeah, and soon we will know the answer. But I asked one Democratic strategist who has a lot of insight into the polls. I said, "What do you know?" And he said to me, "Do you want me to answer with my brain, my heart, or my PTSD trauma from 2016? He said, "We really don't know yet." I think this is the time for Dan Rather. Tight as a tick was one. And then one source sent me this: "We are nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs." We will know in a couple of hours.
A lot of people are nervous right now. And Neil, let me get to you because, as you know, we're watching all of this unfold, but we don't really know who's going to win right now, do we?
No, we have no idea. I mean, this is one of the closest elections we've seen. You've seen these polls be tight as a tick down to the wire in these 7 battleground states. What's interesting is these candidates couldn't be more different. They closed in very different ways. Kamala Harris closed with an upbeat vision, and you had Donald Trump all about grievance and sort of talking down to Americans, being racist and sexist. And we'll see. I mean, I think one of the things that'll be interesting when we see these exit polls is the late deciders, right? Did they break for Donald Trump or did they break for Kamala Harris? We had some insight from the Kamala Harris campaign saying that they were breaking the late deciders for Kamala Harris. What did the MSG rally have to do with that? So that'll be something we'll learn, I think, from these exit polls coming up.
Manu, what are you hearing from the hidden Trump voter and the hidden Harris voter?
Yeah, look, I mean, Trump has underperformed in public polling versus the actual outcome that we saw in 2016 and 2020. But the question is going to be tonight is about whether or not Democrats are the underpolling of the abortion voters. Look, since the Dobbs decision, Democrats have been outseeding expectations in the midterms and other special elections. Will that be the case tonight, and will that outpace the hidden Trump vote?
All right, guys, thank you very, very much. It's been a pleasure working with all of you all day. Appreciate it very much. And again, we're just about an hour away from the first exit poll data and 2 hours from the first poll closings. CNN's Election Night in America gets underway right now.
It's election night in America. Voters are having their say, your say, and the countdown is on to the very first exit polls and the first results.
All across the USA, from Arizona to Pennsylvania, Michigan to Georgia, and battlegrounds in between, the final hours of voting are underway in one of the closest and most consequential presidential races ever.
The American people are exhausted with his gaslighting.
Kamala, you've done a horrible job as vice president. You're fired.
After a year of stunning twists and turns, the time to choose is here.
We will win, win, win.
We will win!
Tonight, an historic and unpredictable election. Vice President Kamala Harris, aiming to be the first woman and first woman of color to serve in the Oval Office after replacing President Biden as their party's choice late in the campaign.
It is my pledge to you that I will always fight for all the American people.
Former President Donald Trump, hoping to become only the second ex-commander-in-chief to return to the White House, even after his unprecedented criminal indictments and convictions.
We will never give up, we will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever, ever surrender.
2 tickets with dramatically different visions for the country.
Why don't we have a border? Because Kamala Harris refuses to do her damn job.
Donald Trump has no plan for you. His plan is for what's good for Donald Trump.
The entire world in suspense, waiting for the final verdict of voters.
November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country.
Who will win and when?
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
This is CNN's coverage of Election Night in America, the race for the White House, the campaign for Congress, and the challenges facing the nation.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
We will make America great again.
There's never been an election like this one, and anything is possible until the last vote.
Democracy in action as you see voters casting ballots in Arizona as well as in Wisconsin and, of course, all across the nation with the power of the presidency and control of Congress on the line. Welcome to CNN's live coverage of Election Night in America. I'm Jake Tapper. Right now, Americans are making a monumental decision, choosing either Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump to lead the country through the next 4 years. We'll soon get some early clues about what voters are thinking when we roll out our first exit poll results about an hour from now, and that will help set the stage for the battle ahead, the all-important race to 270, the number of electoral votes needed to win the White House. All 50 states play a role in getting one candidate or the other to hit that magic number. But this election is expected to come down to 7 crucial competitive battlegrounds that we will be watching very closely in the hours and days ahead. Georgia is the first key race of the night when voting ends there at 7 p.m. Eastern. Vice President Harris in a tough fight for the state that Democrats flipped from red to blue 4 years ago. A half hour after that, North Carolina is in the spotlight. Former President Trump is on defense in this swing state that he narrowly won in both 2020 and 2016. Then at 8 Eastern, all eyes are on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one of the traditional blue wall battlegrounds, seen as critical for Democrats to win the presidency. Then at 9 Eastern, Michigan and Wisconsin are up for grabs, 2 more of those blue wall states, where the Harris-Trump contest is close and bitterly contested. Then a third pivotal swing state is on the line at 9 p.m. Eastern. That's Arizona, making that a very important hour. And there's one more battleground to watch, Nevada. Voting ends there at 10 p.m. Eastern as we get deeper into the night and the fight for electoral votes. Erin Burnett and our battleground correspondents are going to give us updates on turnout and vote counting in those crucial swing states, along with Pamela Brown at the voting desk. John King is at his post at the Magic Wall, where he will be mapping out the votes and tracking the trends all night long. David Chalian is crunching our exit poll numbers and will bring us the very first results imminently. Boris Sanchez is following the balance of power in Congress, with 34 Senate seats and all 435 House seats up for grabs. Our political team is going to break it all down. Adi Cornish, Dana Bash, and Chris Wallace are here. And Anderson Cooper is with David Axelrod, Van Jones, Alyssa Farah-Griffin, and David Urban. Plus, of course, we have correspondents covering the presidential candidates. Let's go right now to Abby Phillip at Harris campaign headquarters at the vice president's alma mater, Howard University, here in Washington, D.C. Abby, what is the mindset right now from the Harris campaign as results start to come in some places?
Jake, I've been talking to Harris advisors all day, people inside and outside of the campaign. The word I'm getting from them is cautious optimism. A lot of these people have been in the battleground states throughout the weekend and in the last couple of days. They are seeing a momentum shift on the ground. They believe that something has changed in their favor. So a lot of the people that I'm speaking with, they are feeling good coming into tonight. One person, though, who doesn't really want to talk about winning is the candidate herself. Vice President Kamala Harris is almost superstitious about not wanting to have that kind of conversation. She has been head down all day today on the phones, doing phone interviews with radio stations. She just went to the DNC here in Washington a few minutes ago to call voters and ask them to get out and vote. She has been working on getting out the vote. One person who spoke with her recently said she is not one to even get close to measuring the drapes. She wants to make sure every single vote is counted before her mind goes to that place. And right now, the Harris team, they are in work mode. They still believe they have a lot of work to do to keep their voters coming out to the polls as we get into these evening hours, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip with the Harris campaign at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. Let's go now to Caitlin Collins, who is several hundred miles south at Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, near Mar-a-Lago. Caitlin, what is happening in Trump world in these closing hours of voting?
Jake, they're watching everything very closely. This is a team that has been poring over these numbers all day, much like the Harris campaign has as well. For Donald Trump himself, he didn't arrive back here in Palm Beach, Florida until about 5:30 this morning. That came after he held that late-night rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where he always closes out his presidential campaigns. He hasn't gotten much sleep, based on what I've heard from sources who say that he has been peppering his aides all day long, asking for updates on this race and where the polling stands right now and how the voting has been looking today. I am told one thing that they have zeroed in on is that number of early voting, where Republicans have done very well, obviously a change from just a few years ago when Donald Trump was incredibly critical of early voting. Those numbers have given them a newfound confidence in the last 24 hours or so, Jake, and that is the number that Trump campaign aides are giving to surrogates in order to try to boost them and excite them going into this. Now, whether or not that confidence is warranted, Jake, remains to be seen. And I should note, I am at the Trump campaign convention center where they are going to be having their party here tonight. Trump himself will be watching the returns come in from his Mar-a-Lago club just a few moments away. There are several hundred guests that are invited there, and those that we are expected to be around him are names like Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Dana White, newfound allies of his that have obviously been out on the campaign trail with him as well, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins, we'll check back with you in a minute. Now to the Magic Wall, where John King is mapping out the candidates' potential paths to 270 electoral votes. John, how do they get there?
Jake, we begin the night with each candidate having several paths to 270, but we also know from history that certain states tend to loom larger, if you will, in that path. So let me start here with the three right here. Those are the three states, the blue wall, the so-called blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. They have voted together since 1992. They have voted blue in every election except 2016. Remember, that was Donald Trump's big surprise. He flipped the blue wall red, and he won the White House. So they are the most important states. And if you are the vice president of the United States, they are your easiest. There are no easy paths to 270, but this would be her easiest. Look where we have her right now. 226 electoral votes, solid or likely Democratic. 219 votes, solid or likely Republican. If the vice president can hold Pennsylvania, Joe Biden won it, hold Michigan, Joe Biden won it, and hold Wisconsin, Joe Biden won it, that alone, as long as she wins Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, would get her to 270, and she would be the next president of the United States. That's the blue wall strategy. Now, can she win without the blue wall? Let's take those back. She can. She can win with the Sun Belt strategy. That would be North Carolina, Georgia, and then you come west and you do Arizona and Nevada. Now, these would be tough. Donald Trump has been consistently either ahead or at least competitive, more competitive than other states in the polls there, but the vice president can do it simply with the Sun Belt strategy. So let's look at this from Donald Trump's perspective. Can he do it with just the Sun Belt strategy? Let's start there. The answer is no. Watch. If Donald Trump wins North Carolina, wins Georgia, wins Arizona, and turns Nevada red for the first time since 2004, I believe, that would only get him to 268. So Donald Trump needs at least one of the blue wall states. That's what makes this fascinating, Jake. They have voted together since 1992. The question, We've broken a lot of rules in our politics in the last 8 or 10 years. The question is, do we break one tonight? If one candidate can put these together, if it's the vice president, she's automatically president. If Donald Trump wins these three, he would only need one more going through.
So as the votes come in, what are you going to be looking for?
So let's switch maps as we do that, because you went through the poll closings. I think we should prepare the American people to think, I don't know it'll go to Saturday like 2020 did, but we should be prepared for an election that we're not certain of the winner tonight. However, because several states do promise to count faster, we're going to get some significant clues. This is the 2024 map. Votes will fill in pretty soon, right? So let's go back to the 2020 map to answer your question. As you noted, we're going to get Georgia results first of the battleground states, right? And so what are we going to look for right away, right? Number one, how fast are the returns? Number two, how is the Vice President of the United States doing in the bedrock of any Democratic victory? That's Fulton County, that's the African-American vote, and the close-in suburbs of Atlanta. Absolutely key. It was key to Joe Biden's win. You see he got 73% in Atlanta and the surrounding suburbs. It would be key for the vice president. Then, for me, the biggest test here is, can Donald Trump perform in the suburbs at his 2016 levels? Watch. He's losing here in Cobb County, but with 47% in 2016. In 2020, he drops to 42%. It was Donald Trump's suburban struggles that cost him the election in 2020. So we will get some early clues in Georgia, Jake, as you come back to the 2020 map here, and then we'll come up to 24 right in here. About half of the vote in the state of Georgia is going to come right in here in the metropolitan Atlanta area. Yes, Donald Trump will run it up in the rural red areas. We will want to look there to see if turnout is as high as it was in 2016, and it was even higher in 2020. So we'll get some seeds of the Trump base. But if the Trump base is turning out and the Harris base is turning out, this is a race that will be settled, Jake, once again in the American suburbs. Donald Trump won the suburbs in 2016. He collapsed in the suburbs in 2020.
Very interesting. John King, thanks so much. I'm here at the table with my panel, and let's just run down, starting with you, Audie. What are you looking for? Obviously, there's so much, but just give me one.
I would say that 2020 was a historic turnout. I mean, the highest since the 1900s. So if it doesn't match that, who stayed home and why? And I think so many of our questions will come to that. Which group stayed home and why?
Donald Trump has been running for 2 years. Kamala Harris has been running for 107 days. So one of my big questions is, particularly with her candidacy, is whether that was just enough time to introduce herself to the country and to candidates who were dead set on voting for a Democrat, weren't so sure about him, or whether she could have used a little bit more time.
This has been, I think, the most explicit gender gap, gender appealing election in my memory. And so I'm going to be looking at the gender gap. And as they say on Wall Street, past performance is no guarantee of future results, but it is an indication. So I look back at 2020. The electorate in 2020 was 52% women, 48% men. Among women, Biden was up by 15 points. Among men, Trump was up by 8 points. So I'm going to be looking to see, one, whether the margins change one way or the other, pro-Trump, pro-Biden, and also the overall electorate. 52-48 4 years ago. Is it going to be a different mix of men and women this time?
And also, even if it isn't a different mix in terms of overall numbers, are the women who are voting differently? Registered Republicans, independents, voting differently because this is the first presidential election post-Roe. And that is why so many, I think one of the sort of phrases of the week is nauseously optimistic.
Yeah.
We've probably all heard that from both sides of the aisle. But from the Democrats, they are still banking on women in particular and some men.
I know,
saying
and we're
it's
so
draconian
focused on that
in so many states.
But what's fascinating is Kamala Harris actually didn't run as an identity candidate, right? We're not looking at someone who took the Barack Obama approach and talking about her resume and trying to appeal to people's better natures when it comes to race. And she's not doing what Hillary Clinton did.
But she's running on freedom. And when she says freedom, she's the number one thing in that freedom bucket is reproductive rights.
On the other hand, there was that hot mic moment when she was sitting down, Kamala Harris, with Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, and she said, we really got to work on the men. They definitely feel that with this Roe strategy that and getting the endorsement just today from Joe Rogan, that Donald Trump has succeeded in appealing to men and appealing especially to young men, and even young men who are Latino or black, they got to cut a little bit into that, and they also need to do really, really well among women, including Republican women.
We're closing in on our very first exit poll results, early insights into the minds of people who turned out to vote and the issues driving their choices for president. Straight ahead, we're going to take you inside polling places in crucial battleground states where ballots are being cast right now. Stay with us as we track every vote until we know who wins and who loses, whenever that may be. This is Election Night in America on CNN. Spotlight right now on Wisconsin and the 6 other make-or-break battlegrounds in the presidential race. Voting ongoing all across the country as this unprecedented election is moving toward an uncertain conclusion. Aaron Burnett's heading up our Battleground Command Center. Aaron.
All right, Jake. Well, our correspondents, of course, are talking to voters, election officials across the country in battleground states, Pennsylvania and Arizona right now, those battlegrounds that have played such a crucial role again and again, and maybe the deciding factors tonight. Let's start with Kate Baldwin. Kate, you're in Bensalem, Pennsylvania, and we have just heard about lines and lines and lines across the state. What are you seeing and hearing right now?
First and foremost, we are in Bucks County. As you said, Bensalem, this is the swingingest county in this swing state, and we've heard from officials here in Philly and other collar counties like Montgomery that turnout today is high. What that means and who that benefits, TBD. But we have been talking to voters all day. Their stories, fascinating. With me is one of those voters here. This is Heidi Dragan. Heidi, thank you so much. You told me you were born and raised here. This is your high school. What's driving your vote? What's motivating your vote this time?
Women's rights. I have a daughter, and I want her to have the same exact rights that I had.
You're about to walk in. Would you like to share who you're voting for?
Kamala Harris.
How have you voted in the past, 2020, 2016?
Democrat.
Democrat.
Yes.
What do you think of the messaging you're hearing from Donald Trump? Is it a vote for Kamala Harris, or is this a vote against Donald Trump this time for you?
For me, it's for Kamala, but it's definitely against Donald Trump. I'm over the rhetoric. Not proud that that's what's representing our country. We can do better.
What do you think of the nature of this election? How toxic it's gotten, the messaging, the two different realities really that we've been seeing presented by these candidates?
Well, on his end, extremely toxic. I love the way she's ending. Not toxic, not saying bad things, and just really making a difference in what she's going to do for us. So I'm excited. Very excited.
Pennsylvania, always a swing state. You live in one of the most competitive counties in this state. Thank you so much, Heidi. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We've been talking to voters all day. Their stories all fascinating, and their voices now being heard, Aaron, because they're going in to vote.
They're going in to vote, and they're waiting to vote, and they're going to wait and wait. And Maricopa County in Arizona, it all could, of course, all come down to that. We hear about possibly record turnout where you are, Kyung, in Mesa. What are you seeing now from voters? Looks like there's a line behind you.
There's a very long line here. And before I start showing you this line, I want to point out that in Maricopa County, the average wait time is 2 minutes. But that's not the case here at Mesa Community College. This is the end of the line, and I just want you to walk with me a little bit. You can see that there are families here. It's a very diverse line. It's not just college kids who are lining up to vote here. It's this is really just a slice of the entire electorate here in Arizona. We are seeing Latinos, we're seeing a lot of women, we're seeing students, we're seeing older voters. We are hearing from the Maricopa County recorder who just tweeted saying, please go somewhere else to vote because this is not typical for what you are seeing in the county. What they are seeing is very, very short wait lines. And this is Haley. Hi, Haley. You were just talking with my producer, Anna Maya. Yes. And who are you voting for today?
Kamala Harris.
You're voting for Kamala Harris. What's interesting about this particular district is that it's a very independent district, that you also have friends who are voting the other way.
Yes, I do. Very close friends, actually.
And that's pretty typical for
right
this
now.
county. Right. And so what we're seeing is a lot of independent voters as well as we walk down this line further. And I want to point out that it's a 75-foot rule before you hit the where people are voting. And we're not there yet. That's how long this line is. There are signs up to encourage voters to go elsewhere because the lines are so long here. But the other thing is, if you look at this line, you see everyone's being really polite. There's this child in a cart over here. Everyone's being very patient, and this is really democracy at its finest. But if it comes down to Arizona and Maricopa County, Aaron, the one thing to point out is that it will come down to those independent suburban voters here in Arizona, just like this one. Aaron?
Really incredible, just looking at that line that Kyung has, and also that, the sign that says, go somewhere else, but yet people are standing there waiting to cast their vote so that every vote can be counted. Of course, long lines, a sign of turnout, but also you want everyone to be able to vote. You don't want people to turn away. Let's go to our voting desk where Pamela Brown is getting some real-time updates on the turnout, what we're really seeing, tracking the early voting trends, and what you can already ascertain from the data, Pamela. And I understand you have some new information on Georgia. What are you paying attention to?
Yeah, I've been talking to my sources on the ground there in Georgia who are affiliated with the election there. And here's what we're learning at this hour. Fulton County will likely seek from a court an extension of polling hours. So here's what's going on there. Affected by those non-credible bomb threats we've been reporting throughout the day until 7:30 p.m. That's what a Georgia official with knowledge of the request told me just moments ago. And that same official telling me there are 2 polling places in Cobb County that will stay open until 7:20 p.m. and one place in Gwinnett County that will request an extension until 8 p.m. and is in court this hour. But the official told me the majority of precincts will still report the bulk of results by 8 p.m. And we keep hearing from officials there, including the Secretary of State, that first drop around 8 p.m. will likely be around 70% of the total vote there in Georgia, Aaron.
Wow, which is they've been saying they're going to be efficient, they're going to be quick. Yep. We hope that is the case. So, we hear everybody talking about the gender gap, and you just heard Chris Wallace talking about that. What can you tell us about this gender gap that we've been hearing about in the ballots cast prior to today, as we're starting to get a fuller picture of who has shown up to vote?
It's a really good question. Let's just zoom out a little bit here and look at the overall early vote. Nearly 84 million Americans had already cast ballots before things got started today. So that's less than the overall number in 2020 when we were still in the middle of a pandemic. But this number accounts for roughly 53% of everyone who voted in the 2020 election. And there's a clear gender gap in pre-election voter, though I should note it is narrower than it was at this point 4 years ago. Look at this here on your screen. 1.4 million more women than men have cast pre-election ballots this year. That's actually a slight drop from the 1.8 million more women than men casting votes early in 2020. And that's partially because fewer people overall have voted early than 4 years ago. But even with that drop, Aaron, female voters are voting at a higher rate than men in all 7 of the battleground states we're watching. Look at this right here. The orange bars are female voters and the green bars are male voters. You can see here in these key states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, female voters are outpacing male voters across the board. Aaron, former President Trump, he has been reaching out to male voters in his final push. We'll have to wait to find out the numbers we're seeing now, how they compare to the votes that come in tonight.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. And some of the Trump campaign, Jake, of course, saying, all right, young men, come out and vote. We'll see if they do as people get out of work. We'll see who shows up to vote now.
Indeed, and we are standing by for the first results from our exit polls of voters in the make-or-break battleground states. That's coming up just minutes from now. Our correspondents are on the ground at key polling places. We'll get another update on turnout and more. That's next.
And we are back with CNN's live election coverage. You're looking at a live picture from Lawrence, Georgia, Lawrenceville, Georgia, where polls are open. We are also standing by for our first exit poll results as we're now in the final hours of voting here on the East Coast. Right now, let's get the check on the voting in North Carolina and Pennsylvania to Brianna Keeler first in Charlotte, North Carolina. How busy is your polling place? What's it been like the last couple hours?
It's been picking up. No lines here yet, but officials inside Anderson tell us that they're seeing higher traffic than usual. And I'm here with Julia Strader, someone who just voted. And while things are moving pretty quickly inside, it actually took you a while. Tell me about that.
Yes, it took me about 2 hours. I had to change my address that I was registered to vote at, so I had to sit for the help desk for 2 hours.
Okay, most people just came in and out, but not for you. So you're a 24-year-old voter, and you are registered with who?
I am unaffiliated.
Okay, so you are one of those unaffiliated voters that both of these parties are looking for. But tell me, you have a little disagreement, not just in your family about politics, but also with your boyfriend?
Yes, that's true. We just don't really see eye to eye on that part, but it's also nothing crazy for us. But
Okay, and so what are you focused on this election?
I'm focused on definitely just picking the right person. I think that was the most important part to me.
You don't want to say who you're voting for?
Correct.
And why is that?
I just, you know, the internet, I just don't want to be ripped apart, honestly. So that's the key for me.
But this is a pretty divisive election. What do you think about that?
I think it's really polarizing, and it's kind of just a little sad to see such separation in our country. So I'm really hoping that in the next few elections or the next few years, we can kind of come back together at some point, hopefully.
Well, Julia, really amazing that you took your 2 hours to vote. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you. Have a great day.
And Anderson, this is a county that a lot of people are going to be looking at, Mecklenburg County. Democrats do outnumber Republicans here, but for the first time, those unaffiliated voters, people registered like Julia, actually outnumber Democrats, according to the latest Board of Election numbers. So we'll be keeping an eye on what happens with them tonight.
All right, Brianna, we'll check in with you. Let's go to Brian Todd right now to polling place in Canonsburg, Pennsylvania, near Pittsburgh. How strong is turnout there?
Very, very strong, Anderson, and we're expecting a rush hour surge just minutes from now. People coming in and out of here all day long, cars pulling in and out of this lot at a steady pace today. Lines, intermittently, but some of them have really stretched down the block here at various points in the day, and we do expect much more to come because you've got a little over 3 hours left. A lot of flexibility built into the scheduling here. People have until 8 p.m. to vote here. I'm here with Nick Sherman. He is the commissioner of Washington County. Nick, you have told me earlier about an extraordinary turnout.
That's right.
Tell me what you expect by the end of the day.
Well, right now in Washington County, we're looking at somewhere north of 80%, potentially.
Wow.
My wife voted here this morning. She was about an hour and 40 minutes for it. So this is Washington County in North Churban's a bedroom community. So we had a big rush in the morning. The line stretched out the door, down the block. Right now, this is what we're calling the calm before the storm, but we're expecting huge numbers here pretty soon and all over Washington County. I was in Cecil Township, the south suburbs of Pittsburgh. There's about an hour and a half to 2 hour line earlier today. So we're seeing a pretty big turnout in Washington County. We're really happy about that.
Nick, thanks very much for talking to us, and good luck with the rest of the evening. It's going to be an electrifying night here.
Absolutely. Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Washington County.
Thank you very much. It's been great here in Washington County, guys. Really just exhilarating a vibe here from voters. They're so excited about the fact that this state could well decide the next president. Back to you.
All right, Brian, we'll check in with you back with the team here in New York. David Axelrod, you've done a couple of these. Here we are.
Here we are.
What are you
We've
looking
taken
at?
a long journey together in this incredible saga that nobody could have written. And it seems fitting that we're here on election night, an hour and a half before the polls close. And I asked someone who's deeply in the bubble of this campaign where he thought the race was. And he said, we can say with a tremendous amount of authority that we don't know. Because turnout is very high. It's high in the rural areas. It's high in cities and suburbs. And we honestly have to look. But I think Chris Wallace made the important point. The margins that they have among genders is going to be really important. If men vote for Trump in larger numbers than women vote for Harris, that bodes well for him. If women vote for her in larger numbers, she's going to win the race because women will vote. There'll be a larger proportion of the electorate.
I mean, I think Dixville Notch was kind of a metaphor for this entire race. It just feels like a complete
It was a split vote in Dixville.
Split vote. So yeah, the breaking news, 3-3. Listen, Donald Trump has the advantage in this because he's been running for 2 years, but he's really been running for 9 years. Kamala Harris came into this race 3.5 months ago. If she pulls that off, this is a monumental accomplishment of politics that I don't think any of us could have predicted could happen. It will come down to the gender gap. It's going to come. We're going to keep our eyes, I think, on where some of these urban numbers are tonight in Philadelphia. Turnout is going to be huge, but then look to the suburbs. Is this peel off of women who are outside of Philadelphia and just can't, maybe voted for Trump before, but can't tolerate him this time? That bodes well for her. But never sleep on Donald Trump. This is somebody who has come back from things no other political figure possibly could. And I think that this genuinely could go any direction.
Yeah, so, I mean, Anderson, we sat here through all these things, right? We sat here through the trials, the convictions, the Bronco ride through the city almost, right? The assassination attempts. To Alyssa's point, this is, if Trump wins, it's like a phoenix rising from the ashes. People wrote him off. Nobody wanted to talk to the guy. No one wanted to go to Mar-a-Lago. He was dead man walking. He was
He's like the bear that RFK Jr. killed.
So, I mean, the guy was nowhere, and here we are. Access people in the bubble on the Harris campaign are saying, we don't know. I've talked to like heads of really important Democrats in the city in the state of Pennsylvania who say we don't know. Everybody doesn't know, and so the fact that whoever wins this race, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, whoever wins, it's going to be historic just for that exact reason. Both sides have done incredibly well,
and that's why I'm just proud. I'm proud of Kamala Harris. I'm proud of somebody. She had to pick up a baton that had been dropped, and she had 107 days to do something extraordinary, and she has. And I'm also proud of the grassroots people who are out there, won't say die, knocking on doors or anything they can. We know something, and we don't know something else. We know for sure that there is an authoritarian movement in this country. We know it's pulled in some amazing people, good people, union workers, veterans, some people here with us, but it's led by somebody who's an authoritarian, who does not believe in our Constitution. That movement is strong. We know that. It has pulled in the richest man in the history of the world. That's a strong movement, Elon Musk. It's pulled in one of the most famous political families, RFK Jr., with his whole movement of conspiracy people. There is a strong authoritarian movement. The question is there a movement for freedom that can stop it? We're going to learn tonight, is there a movement for freedom and decency and dignity that can stop that movement? That's what we're going to learn tonight.
Well, we'll soon get an early read on what battleground state voters are thinking. We are nearing the rollout of our first exit polls, plus we'll get updates on Michigan and other blue wall battlegrounds that are so important right now. A lot ahead after a quick break.
It is America's choice right now, and we're watching as voters are casting ballots in Mesa, Arizona. You see there on your screen, and throughout other battlegrounds, it will determine whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump becomes the 47th president of these United States. Let's get to the magic wall now, where John King is looking at the so-called blue wall. John, what are you watching for?
So, Jake, as you look through these states as we go, one of the questions people have all the time is why these 7, right? Why these 7? Nevada is a lot different from Pennsylvania. Wisconsin is a lot different from Arizona. Why are these the 7 battleground states? What makes them so unique that they're generally toss-ups all the time? It is because of the greatest dividing line today in American politics, and that is education. If you look at this, see the dotted line across the top? That is the national average for the percentage of a population nationally that has a college degree. Massachusetts and Vermont, 2 of the blue states that are significantly above that, the percentage of the people have college degrees. They vote blue reliably. West Virginia and Arkansas among the states that are a good deal below the national average for voters with a college degree. They vote red. What makes the battlegrounds unique? Look at them. With the exception of Nevada, which is below, a little bit below, they hug the average. That's why they're battlegrounds. You have an equal percentage of people with college degrees without college degrees. So that is what unites them, even though geographically they are far apart. Now, this is how it plays out when you look at them this way. This can also play out within the states. Come on over here and I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Let's just take Pennsylvania as an example. Pennsylvania, as you know, Jake, your home Commonwealth, one of the most complicated states on the map. So what happens down here? Let's look at Montgomery County. Used to be, when I started doing this, a Republican suburb. Now it is a strongly Democratic suburb. Look at Joe Biden, 63% of the vote there. Well, let's take a look at education in Montgomery County. Look at the percentage. Nearly 60%, well above the national average in Montgomery County, have a college degree. That's why it's the clearest dividing line. That's going to vote Democratic. That's Montgomery County. Then pull out and just randomly pick a county. Donald Trump does very well out in these rural counties. So you pick up here Tioga County. He gets 75% of the vote there, right? So let's take a look and just do the comparison. Bring this back out. Pop that up. And look, well below, right? Almost half, right? In Montgomery County, it was nearly 60%. Here, it's 31% with a college degree. So education, the greatest dividing line in American politics right now. It is the one common factor, Jake, that makes the battleground so competitive.
Fascinating. Back to Aaron Burnett now in our battleground correspondence. Aaron?
All right, Jake, so we're talking at these battlegrounds, and you talk about the education and what makes the battleground a battleground. We're getting new information from Nevada and Wisconsin, 2 crucial battleground states. Jim Acosta is at a polling place in Las Vegas. Jim, earlier, Secretary of State from Nevada was talking about where you are, just the surge in youth turnout that they're seeing as they try to figure out how long it will take to count. what are you seeing right where you are in Las Vegas?
Well, they're pulling out all the stops as they do in Vegas to get people out to vote, Aaron. And we are outside Allegiant Stadium where the Las Vegas Raiders play. And I'm with one of the Las Vegas Raiders right now, Charles Snowden, who came here to vote. And he's a defensive end with the Las Vegas Raiders. And I guess, Charles, why are you out here at this particular site to vote? I guess maybe it was a requirement from your employer, or what can you tell us? And what was on your mind more seriously when you went in to vote?
Yeah, no, it wasn't a requirement. I just think it's just, how often can you say you play in the NFL and get to vote at your home stadium? And so I just wanted to come out, do my civic responsibility and get out and vote.
And what issues were on your mind? I know you were telling me before we got started, you didn't want to say who you were voting for, but what was on your mind going into the ballot box?
Definitely just housing, women's reproductive rights, and just trying to be on the right side of history.
All right, very good. And Aaron, I mean, this county that we're in right now, Clark County, I mean, this is going to be the big vote total here on election night. We're expecting those returns to come in later on this evening. The polls close at 7 o'clock. That's when we'll start to get a lot of the tabulations coming in. Charles's vote with all of the other Nevadans who have cast their ballots. We'll get those numbers in later on tonight. Back to you, Aaron.
Right, and we'll see. Of course, the Harris campaign has expressed confidence about Nevada, optimism, but we just don't know. And as these votes come in, Trump campaign saying optimism as well. Let's go to Wisconsin. Sarah Seidner, you're in Cedarburg, which is a suburb of Milwaukee. Obviously a must-win state in the blue wall. So what are you seeing where you are right now?
Cedarburg used to be a reliably red city. Since 1926, by the way. But things changed in 2020 when Joe Biden won by just 19 votes, and we are seeing an incredibly large turnout here, according to officials. I do want to give you some sense of what's also happening, something that no one knew might happen, but you're seeing the non-registered voters over there. They are here to register to vote. So far, that number is at more than 300 people have come in and newly registered voters here in Cedarburg. They could make the difference when you think that only 19 people made the difference in 2020. Now, I want to give you an example of what happens. They register here, they come to this desk behind me, and they have to show their ID. They are checked in on the voting rolls, and then they take a little piece of paper that you're seeing right there, and they go to their district and they pick up their ballot, which all of these folks here working at the polls have, and then turn to your left here, Stike. They vote right here, and it goes into the tabulation machine, which is down here. There are only 2 of them, but this is the only place to vote in the whole city. So you see a lot of folks coming through, and we're also seeing a very high number of absentee votes, 5,500 of the about 9,500 folks who are registered to vote. Now, we just happened to see this young lady coming up. You came here today. What did you come to do? Because I noticed you were not a registered voter when you walked in the door. What happened?
I'm not a registered voter. I got my ID and I just gave the lady my ID, and I registered to vote with my mom, and then I went to the nice ladies at the District 4, and then I got a ballot and did that. And it took less than 10 minutes.
Have you ever voted before, or is this your first time?
This is my first time. I just turned 18.
Why was it so important for you to vote?
I want to be a part of the difference, along with like all my friends are voting right now, and they've been a hot topic, so I want to join the group too.
It's been a hot topic. How old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18 years old. So are you graduated from high school, or are you about to graduate?
I'm about to graduate, class of 25.
Class of 25, and you said all your friends are voting. So the possibility is that this is popular with young folks. Perhaps there'll be a lot more young folks who come out and vote. Now, the last question, who did you vote for and why?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why did you do that?
She's a Democratic, and I do approve of her women's rights and being different for the minority group. Yeah.
Thank you so much for talking to us. I appreciate it. And thank you for registering to vote. It's great. Congrats on your first time voting. It's amazing. Appreciate it. All right, that is what's happening here in Cedarburg, and things are starting to get a little more busy. But we've been watching people trickle through all day long. They're expecting that potentially this may be a record for the percentage of voters. They're expecting potentially 95% of registered voters to show up and vote here in this city.
That is amazing. 95%. I mean, Jake, just to think about it, and I know it's too early to tell yet, but, we've heard from secretaries of state in Michigan, in Georgia, that we could have record numbers there. I mean, it is incredible and something to celebrate. I hope everybody can, no matter what the outcome is.
Yeah, we heard from that gentleman in Washington County, Pennsylvania, about the more than 80% turnout there. We're on the brink of a big reveal on this election night in America. The very first exit poll information from the 2024 presidential race is straight ahead. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're looking at voters in Lawrenceville, Georgia, who are, like so many others across the United States, making important decisions right now. The nation at a crossroads, waiting to learn if Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump will be the next president. And we're back with our election coverage. John King, should we all be bracing for the kind of protracted vote count that we had in 2020, which really lasted until Saturday? Should we be preparing for that or not?
What we're told by state officials, Jake, officials we trust, is it'll be somewhere in the middle. They don't think it's going to be as long as 2020, but they do think it could take a while, especially if it's very close in some of the battleground states. One thing we do have to be prepared for is for the map early on in the night, perhaps not to look like the map is going to end, either later in this night or as we get a day or two down the road and we get final results. Why do I say that? Remember 2020. Some states count votes one way, other states count votes another way, meaning some states count election day ballots first. They tend to favor Republicans. Some states count mail-in ballots first, early ballots first. They tend to favor Democrats. We do not expect the difference to be as lopsided as it was in 2020 when the mail-in ballots, the early ballots, disproportionately favored the Democrats. But remember 2020. This is how the map ended up. And how it ends up is what matters most, how it ends, not how it begins. It ended this way with Joe Biden's big victory. But let's just go back in time to remind you. This is 9 o'clock at night on Tuesday night in 2020. You look right here, right? So Michigan is red. Texas is blue. Mississippi is blue. Missouri is blue, right? Pennsylvania in this scenario is still blue. Ohio is blue, right? That's an unusual map. That's because some states were counting mail ballots first, disproportionately Democrat. Some days were counting election day ballots first, disproportionately Republican. Now, let's just go through what happened as we went through the night. This is midnight. You see? Texas went back to being Texas. It's a red state. Missouri went back to being Missouri. It's a red state. As they continued to count the votes, right? You still see Ohio goes back there. Then we get to 12 noon on Wednesday, the next day. What has happened? Michigan has gone blue. These have gone back to themselves. Keep an eye. Pennsylvania is red here, but it's only noon on Wednesday. We continue to count the votes. By noon on Friday, Pennsylvania is blue, Michigan is blue, and I just want to take this off. At this point, the map is filled in pretty much where it ended. This is noon on Friday, and then, of course, it was Saturday morning just before noon. Results came in Philadelphia. We're able to project Joe Biden as the winner. So is it going to be as confusing as that? Some people call that a mirage. It's not a mirage. Those votes are real. Joe Biden was leading in Texas. Joe Biden was leading in Missouri. It just wasn't the full pie. It was a piece of the pie. So we'll have that again tonight. Some states count in different ways because the states decide how to administer their election. So the word of the night, just as it was in 2020, is let's be cautious. What you see at the beginning might not be what you get at the end.
Right, and also important to remind people, as if they need reminding, that 4 years ago we were in the middle of a deadly pandemic, and that was one of the reasons why so many people were voting early. More people voted early 4 years ago than this time.
Right, and so we know that that number is down some, and we know that the Republican number is up. What we don't know is are those new Republicans. Most of the data suggests they're not new Republicans. They're just Republicans who took advantage of, I can vote early and I don't have to wait in line. That's how some of that happened. But that's one of the things we want to watch as this plays out. This is the 2020 map again. As we come into the 2024 election map, that's what you want to see. And we will get some early clues. We do know in Michigan they say they'll count faster. In Pennsylvania they say they'll count faster. In Wisconsin they say they'll count faster. So while I want to prepare everybody that this could take a few days before we know the ultimate winner, I do believe if those states are keeping their word and they get that done that quickly, we actually may get some clues tonight. And we also may get some clues out of states that are not battlegrounds. Virginia, one of the earliest states to report. 2 competitive congressional races there. Key suburban votes there. So we will get some clues early in the night, and then everyone be patient as we continue to count from there. And as we wait for the first votes, our coverage continues right now.
Take a look at these images, a live picture of the beautiful experiment in democracy of these United States. These images from Mesa, Arizona, voters there and across the United States continuing to cast ballots in this presidential election with high stakes and stark choices. If you are just joining us, I'm Jake Tapper. This is CNN's live coverage on election night in America, and we're about to get an early read of who is voting and why. in this historic face-off between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Stand by for our very first exit poll information. That's coming up just minutes from now. Also ahead, the very first votes of the 2024 presidential race will be reported after 6 p.m. Eastern in areas with the earliest poll closings. The race to 270 electoral votes is underway with a total of 60 electoral votes on the line in 6 states where all voting ends at 7 p.m. Eastern. Those states are Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and the Commonwealth of Virginia. Georgia is the first major presidential battleground up for grabs this evening. Democrats are hoping to hold on to the state that they narrowly flipped to blue 4 years ago. Republicans fighting to take it back. CNN teams are keeping tabs on the final hours of voting in all of the crucial swing states that will decide who ultimately wins the White House. And our campaign correspondents are at the candidates' headquarters. Let's go now to Abby Phillip, who's at Harris HQ here in Washington, D.C. And Abby, what's the Harris camp's take on the battleground states right now?
Jake, they are looking very carefully as turnout is happening, particularly in the parts within the battleground states where they need to turn out their people. One source familiar with the ongoing voting situation in Philadelphia in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania says that they are happy with the turnout that they have been seeing so far, particularly in the northwest wards of that city, that heavily Democratic city. This source says that some of the polls even requested additional ballot paper to meet the demand of voters. So if you are the Harris campaign today, that is a very good sign. You need that plus in order to win the state, or the Commonwealth, excuse me, of Pennsylvania. And they are looking very carefully to make sure that in Philadelphia, especially where there's a strong black vote, where they need to really drive up those margins, that they can get there before the end of voting today, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip, thank you so much. Let's go south now to Caitlin Collins in the Palm Beach area. And Caitlin, do we have any idea when we're going to hear from Donald Trump this evening? Because obviously 4 years ago he came out and prematurely, falsely declared victory. Do we have any idea what his plans are this evening?
Well, right now, Jake, what we're hearing from sources is that they are planning to hear Donald Trump speak tonight. Of course, what he says remains to be seen. What I am hearing is that he will make an appearance where I am at the convention center. This is where we are expecting several thousands of Trump's supporters and donors to come and gather here behind us for one of two parties that is happening here in southern Florida tonight, the other being at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago Club, where he's going to be surrounded by friends, family, major donors and surrogates like Elon Musk and whatnot. But Jake, I am hearing that Donald Trump is expected to show up here tonight to speak to his supporters. He said earlier he hasn't written a speech yet, and it's not completely clear that he will be here. But I've heard from sources that say they are planning for him to come. They can quickly whip up what his remarks are going to be. One thing, Jake, that Trump has been privately expressing frustration about is that a winner may not be announced tonight. And his own campaign aides have cautioned that is normal, that is likely expected, and that they don't think they'll know the victor of this race tonight. Obviously, that doesn't mean anything is wrong. It takes time to count the votes. But Trump has been frustrated with that because he says he wants an outcome tonight. Of course, Jake, the question is whether or not there are influences around him encouraging him to declare victory like he did last time in 2020, falsely.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. And we can now share the very first exit poll information with potential clues for how this night might play out. David Chalian has that. And David, how are voters feeling about the state of the country as they cast their ballots?
Sorry, before we dig into the numbers, I just want to say two things so that everybody understands what we're looking at here. One, these are early preliminary exit poll findings. These numbers will shift as the night goes on and more interviews come in. The second thing everyone should be aware of, this exit poll encompasses every kind of voter, whether you voted pre-election day, on election day, by mail, early in person before election day. We have incorporated polls of all kinds of voters that are incorporated into this exit poll. With that being said, let's look at the numbers on the mood of the country. It's a pretty dour mood in terms of the way people feel things are going in the United States. Nationally, only 7% of voters say they're enthusiastic. 19% say they're satisfied. Look at these numbers. 43% dissatisfied, 29% angry, 72% of the electorate nationally say they're dissatisfied or angry. What about America's best days, we ask. Are they in the future or are they in the past? 61% of voters in this election across the country say America's best days are ahead of the country. 6 in 10 say so. 34% say the best days are in the past. And finally, President Joe Biden's approval rating, it's at 41% in these early preliminary exit poll findings. 58% of voters in this election across the country nationally disapprove of the way that the incumbent Democratic president is doing his job, Jake.
All right, interesting stuff. David Chalian, thanks so much. And let's talk about it with our panel. And Dana Bash, obviously this is early exit poll data, but still looking at this, which really doesn't deviate so much from polling in general we've seen, Joe Biden not popular, most Americans dissatisfied.
One of the questions that I have been asking and looking at since I started covering campaigns is this: are you satisfied? Are you not satisfied? Right track, wrong track. It is extremely high, the dissatisfied or angry. As David said, if you add those two up, 72%. What we don't know, because this is such a different election, is whether the dissatisfaction or anger will be taken out on Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, because they are both effectively, Harris is part of the current administration, but Donald Trump and the Trump era is very much upon us. We don't know how that's going to be.
I got to say, I think that's putting the best spin on it. I think when you see current voters saying that by a 3-to-1 margin that they are dissatisfied with the country.
Or angry, dissatisfied or angry.
Or angry. I got to say, I think that that's with the present conditions in the country. I mean, in conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that kind of headwind, and also with a president. Remember, she was part of the administration. The Biden-Harris administration was 41% approved, 58% disapproved. This isn't even close to the 50%
but I want to be
they traditionally. Let me just finish my point, which is just that if she is able to overcome those numbers and still win this election, then she has done a remarkable job of somehow separating herself that she's part of the solution and not part of the problem.
It's early in the night, I think, for me to put it behind a name, but I am actually really cheerful at seeing that 61% of people here are saying that America's best days are in the future. That means they are showing up today believing they can do something about it. And as someone who walks the streets and people come up to me and say, I don't understand what's going on, the partisanship and complaining, it's good to see that, because it means people feel like they are not helpless in this scenario.
Well, one of the things, Chris, about that is it's just like the idea, it's like polling on the issue of democracy. You can see that people are concerned about democracy, and yet that doesn't necessarily mean they're on the side of the Democrats who oppose the January 6th insurrection. It's really, people can have, we all contain multitudes.
But the only thing I would say is that look, what are the big issues in this election? It's been immigration. It's been the economy. We know people are unhappy with the cost of living. We know they're unhappy with the flood of people across the border, and I think that's reflected in these numbers.
John King, what are you looking for in the two battlegrounds where voting ends earliest today, Georgia and North Carolina?
Jake, as you know, I'm a demographic and a data geek. These are two of the greatest tug-of-wars in American politics, Georgia and North Carolina, because of the even balance in the states. So votes are going to come in early, and because they're battlegrounds, they're going to help us understand quite a bit. This is the 2020 map. So this is the 2020 map. Remember that. But look at this state. Look at all that red. What do they have, number one? They have a lot of small rural counties, the places where Donald Trump runs it up, and just give you an example, pick it up, and runs it up big, right? You'd pick any random one, he's going to be above 65%. Sometimes he's above 70% or more. He runs it up big. What else do they have? They have urban centers that have a large African-American population and growing suburbs of college-educated voters. You have that in Mecklenburg County. That's Charlotte, the biggest county of the state. You have it up here in Raleigh-Durham, the Research Triangle. An African-American population plus a high college-educated population, a lot of young voters. So both parties have their base. The question is who can win the middle. Just one thing to look at in these states, right? So let's look at the African-American population and bring it out. The darker the shading, the higher the African-American population. This is North Carolina. And then I'll bring you out and come down and we'll look at the state of Georgia. The Democrats have a built-in base here if Kamala Harris can get high turnout and keep the loyalty of African-American voters. African-American turnout critical in these two states. Here's a different way to look at it. You can look at it this way and bring this out here. Let me do this here for you. Race and ethnicity. This is the state of Georgia. Right, 51% white, 31% of the state population is black, African-American voters, the foundation of the Democratic Party. That's in North Carolina. You pop out to the United States just to get the look. It's 12% nationally, right? And that's what it is in Georgia. And then you come over here to North Carolina and look again, 21% there. So 2 states that have a significant African-American population. If Kamala Harris can not only win that with a high percentage, but they'd come up with a really high number. It's not just the percentage, she needs the math in the urban areas as well. So what else do you have in these states? Let's come back out and let's turn this. In both states, again, Donald Trump has a rural base. Democrats have an urban base. This will be decided, that's Virginia, excuse me. This will be decided in the suburbs. And again, Joe Biden, this was the closest. This was Donald Trump's closest win, if you will. 74,000 votes here of his battleground wins. This was the closest one in North Carolina. And of course, we all remember all the controversy about Georgia after the last one. Georgia and Arizona were 2 of the big surprises. How did it happen? It happened here, the Atlanta suburbs, the changing, especially the farther out suburbs. High African-American turnout in the cities, and then you move out into the suburbs. And again, you just look at this here. Let me take this off and look at just what happened, right? So I like to go to the farther out suburbs. The close-in suburbs, the last few elections, have become solidly Democratic. So you move more out. Cobb. When I started doing this, this was ruby red, right? Joe Biden got 56% of the vote. But look at Donald Trump's number, 42% in Cobb County. Let's go back to 2016. 47% in Cobb County. That's the difference. The margins within the battlegrounds, and the suburbs are those battlegrounds. So come over here to Gwinnett County. Again, when I started doing this, this was a ruby red county. Right? Let's focus on Trump, not Clinton. He gets 45% in 2016. You come to 20, he drops down to 40%. That's the difference in battleground Georgia, because he will run it up in all these rural red areas. The question is, can the Democrats get the urban vote out in here and here? And then what happens in the suburbs? And increasingly, you start in the close-in suburbs. As we have moved out in the last couple of elections, Jake, Democrats have had more success even as you drive more and more. When you start to see the farmland, the Democrats have had more success. That's what they did in 2020. Can they do it again tonight? Is her test in North Carolina and Georgia, Jake.
We shall see. We are nearing an early milestone on this election night. We expect the first votes, the first actual votes of the presidential race to be reported in the coming hours. Americans are casting ballots across the country. We also have new exit poll results coming in. We're going to share those with you. We're going to share more insights into who's voting and why on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of election night in America. You're looking at Mesa, Arizona. We've been watching a very long lines there, particularly at this one polling spot. People waiting for a long time to cast their ballots in Arizona and other crucial presidential battlegrounds across the U.S. Another batch of exit poll data is coming in right now. For that, let's go to David Chalian. David, what are some of the top issues for voters in this election?
Yeah, Anderson, again, these are preliminary numbers. They'll change as we do more interviews. But we're looking broadly, nationally, at the whole electorate. And take a look at this. Democracy ranks as the most important issue for 35% of voters. That's the top slot for voters today. The economy is pretty close. It comes in second there, 31% of voters saying that's their most important issue. Then a little bit lower, abortion at only 14% saying it's the most important issue, and immigration below that at 11%, foreign policy way down in single digits. I also want to show this by each candidate's supporters. It sort of explains a bit of their coalition. Among Harris voters in these preliminary exit polls, 56% of Harris voters say democracy is the number one issue. So it's the Harris coalition that's driving democracy to the top of the pack in the issue set. 21% say abortion among Harris voters, then the economy, foreign policy, and immigration. You imagine it's quite different if you look at the Trump voters. So among those supporting President Trump, a majority, 51%, slim majority, say the economy is their top issue, followed by 20% of Trump supporters who say immigration is their top issue, then democracy, then abortion, and then foreign policy. Anderson.
All right, David, I want to talk over the numbers. We're going to come back to you shortly. Alyssa, what do you think?
This is fascinating. I think democracy ranking so high speaks to something that may be happening this cycle that I'm not sure that the polls have adequately captured. Kamala Harris made the decision, the strategic decision, to build a coalition. She didn't double down on turning out the base and just turning out the Democratic coalition. You've got AOC to the Cheneys and now the leader of the uncommitted movement backing Kamala Harris. And I think it speaks to this concern that even if you like the Trump era, maybe your taxes were a little lower, you felt good about the economy, concerns about the direction of the country when it comes to American democracy. This is a motivating issue. I think it plays in the suburbs. I think we've undercounted how much it may actually impact this election. So that stands out to me. And I do want to just agree with something Dana Bash said. This answer of America's best days are in the future. I don't see that as a referendum on Kamala Harris. There's one candidate who in her closing message has talked about the future and a brighter future. It's her. Donald Trump has largely looked backward, relitigated past issues and grievances.
Yeah, I think this whole, I think what we've seen so far is a microcosm of the entire campaign.
Yeah.
The idea that 72% of the people were dissatisfied or angry in the last set, and that Biden has 41% approval rating. Chris Wallace was right. No incumbent party in history has won an election with those kind of numbers. But I do think that she has been pretty skillful at sort of charting her own course, hitting issues like democracy, abortion, and enough on the economy that she's building a hopeful coalition. And what these don't reflect is people's view of Donald Trump as a person and the character of his leadership, which is where the hopeful nature of her candidacy is playing against his.
It's a good spin. Listen, 72% of Americans think we're on the wrong track. That's devastating. Devastating for this campaign. Devastating. Trump's approval rating going into this election is the highest it's been. Retrospectively, Americans think more favorably of him today than they ever did in
Then
the
why
entire
is the race
presidency.
tied, Dave?
Dave, I don't
Explain why the race is
I can't
tied.
explain it, but I'm saying these numbers, the
race is
economy.
tied.
No, you're talking about the economy, right? People, it's nice to worry about the democracy, but if you can't pay for your food,
Oh, and I
agree
totally
with that.
agree.
You're on the wrong track.
And that's why she spent so much time talking about it.
She closed out talking about the economy, not even saying his name.
Listen,
he was talking about Van Jones, among other things.
Listen, I'm wrapping myself in this poll. Look at this. I'm just going to hold on to this tightly right now because this is great news.
We'll see what you're wrapping yourself
This is
with
great
at the end
news
of
for
the
the Trump
night.
campaign.
All right, Van, let's hear from you.
Hi.
That's only we have.
This is what happens when they give us caffeine
You guys
at the break.
You guys are coming in hot.
But listen, I do see it differently than you do. People are angry and people are dissatisfied in large part because Donald Trump has created an environment that is so toxic for people. You have people who are literally afraid of whatever happens this election. There are people who are afraid that if he wins, he's going to do bad stuff to them, and they're afraid if he loses, his supporters might hurt them. That is a part of this overall. So people's dissatisfaction with the status quo includes dissatisfaction and anger.
I think, listen, Van, you said this before. You said this before. So I'm going to steal your own line.
Please do.
People are dissatisfied. That right track, wrong track number is so bad because when the check engine light comes on in their car, they get pissed off because they can't pay for it.
Sure.
That's why they're dissatisfied.
You know what?
That's why they're angry.
Can I just make a point about this? I think the brilliance of the way Harris finished this campaign is she attached Trump's character issues, the fact that he's absorbed with himself, focused on vengeance, and she really asked the question, who's going to wake up every day trying to address the problems you care about, that guy or me? And I think she's made some progress doing it.
Let's go back to Dave Chalian. It's got another readout from the exit polls. What candidate qualities resonate most with voters right now?
Yeah, Anderson, one of the things we've been tracking throughout this campaign is sort of if voters are voting for their candidate of choice or more coming out to vote against their opponent. So among Harris voters in these preliminary exit poll results, and this again is nationwide, 67% of Harris voters say they're coming out to vote in this election for Harris. Only 29% of Harris voters say that they're out there casting their ballot to oppose Trump. Now, those numbers are even bigger in this direction for Donald Trump supporters. Among his supporters, 80% of them say they're out there casting their ballot for Donald Trump. 17% say they're showing up to cast a ballot against Harris. We also asked about certain qualities that each coalition was looking for. So among Harris voters, 35% of them say they were looking for a candidate that has good judgment. That was the quality that mattered most to them. 28% of Harris supporters say they were looking for somebody who cares about people like me. 21% say has ability to lead. And only 13% of Harris supporters said they were looking for someone to bring about needed change. It's a complete reversal when you look at the Trump coalition here. 41% of Trump supporters said the most important quality was looking for somebody who had the ability to lead. Right up there, almost tied, 39%, looking for a candidate who can bring needed change. And then everything else was in single digits. Only 9% of Trump supporters said they were looking for someone who cares about people like me, and only 7% of Trump supporters were looking for a presidential candidate who has good judgment, Anderson.
Oh, fascinating. That's fascinating.
Well, listen, that explains a lot. It's like literally, like, if you don't care, if somebody cares about you or has good judgment, Donald Trump is your candidate. They know he doesn't care about them. They know he has terrible judgment.
They want someone who's going to fight for them.
Well, somebody who doesn't care about them, only cares about himself. I do think this is helpful because it literally is upside down world. And I think it's important to point out that Kamala Harris has crossed the bridge of convincing people that she cares about people like them, that she has good judgment. That is an important value that I think is going to show up in a big way today.
I'm also surprised immigration has gone down in its significance of top issues, which was 1 and 2 for most of this race. And I have to wonder if that's because Donald Trump led on it for so long. But I think Kamala Harris was able to negate some of that steam by saying she would have signed the border bill that he had passed. I think that may have resonated with voters, that they realize there's 2 candidates who care about this issue. They simply have different approaches.
I'm not sure if I were any candidate that I'd feel good about the fact that my own voters were motivated by good judgment, and I got 7%. Of the people who said you had good judgment. She's 35%. This battery goes back to the thing I was talking about. I mean, I think people think Donald Trump's strong. They say his supporters say he has the ability to lead. But the question is, who is he leading for? Is he leading for me? His supporters may believe that, but this issue of caring about people like you, this issue of has good judgment. I mean, these are character issues about the character of your leadership. And I think people are making a judgment as to where are my interests best served, with a strong guy who knows how to lead, or with a person who I think hears me, is going to be thinking about me. And that's really
these
the
exit polls are a little bit like a Rorschach
Yeah, but
test.
again,
I mean, you can
I'll
kind
go
of
back.
see
Listen,
in them whatever you want.
I'll just go back to Van's point because I love this point, right? All that's great. But if your check engine light comes on, you don't care about any of it.
I agree with you.
But
You don't care about any of it.
I think built into what you're saying, again, it is a Rorschach test because I would have been with you. I think Donald Trump was way ahead on the economy, but he melted down in this final stretch in the closing message. And Kamala Harris is talking about home health care for people who have senior parents. She's talking about the opportunity economy. She's tried to turn that message as somebody who her parents didn't own a home until she was in high school. Yeah. She related on the issues of understanding the economic struggle, and he was talking about the things I'm not even going to repeat they used as a closing message. I think that's where it may have shifted.
I do think that she's been able to kind of walk him down in the economy by talking about stuff like, if you have a kid, you're going to get $6,000 for the newborns. Like, walk them down, and close that gap.
We're going to break down more exit poll information straight ahead. Also, we're getting closer to the first results of the night in the presidential race. First votes that have been counted. There's a lot coming up on election night in America. Stay tuned.
There is a lot riding on voters who are turning out at polling places across the country right now. We're getting an early read on what's driving their choices in this historic race for the White House. David Chalian is back with new exit poll data and information. David, how is the issue of the economy playing with voters in this election?
Yeah, Jake, we're doing a deep dive into the economy. It's the second-ranked issue, as you saw earlier. Look here, 31% of voters nationwide in these preliminary exit poll results say that the economy was the most important issue driving their vote, second only to democracy. So what is the condition of the nation's economy, we asked people? Well, only 5% of voters say it's excellent and 28% say it's good. The vast majority say it's not so good, 35%, or poor, 32%. So that's 67%, two-thirds of voters in this election nationwide say not so good or poor. And what about inflation? Has it caused your family severe hardship, moderate hardship? Look at this, 53%, a majority of Americans voting in this election say that inflation in the last year has caused their family moderate hardship. Another 21% say severe hardship, so some kind of hardship for 74%, three-quarters of the electorate. Only a quarter, 24%, say inflation didn't cause them any hardship at all. And what about your family's financial situation? Better or worse than it was 4 years ago? We hear Donald Trump ask that question all the time at his rallies. Well, the plurality here, 45% of Americans nationwide voting in this election say their family's financial situation is worse than 4 years ago. 30% say it's about the same. only a quarter, 24%, say it's better than 4 years ago, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And Aaron Burnett is now getting an update from the Western Battlegrounds. Aaron?
All right, Jake. And, looking at these exit polls, you can make an argument either way. And in hindsight, we will look back. We will be able to parse all this together and see what it really is saying here. But let's go to some of these battlegrounds: Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia. Let's start, though, with you, Sarah Seidner, in Wisconsin. Cedarburg, outside Milwaukee. You hear all these exit polls coming in, but you're actually speaking to voters there at the polls. Does this fit with what you're seeing, and what are you seeing right now?
Look, we've been seeing a steady stream of people coming through here, and they're expecting this to be potentially one of the highest percentages of voters turnout that they have seen ever, with 95 potentially % of registered voters showing up here at this poll. But I do want to give you some new information that we have just gotten in the city of Milwaukee, which is about 20 miles from where we are. We are in the suburbs here. They are now saying, according to election officials there, that they're going to have to rerun about 30,000 absentee ballots through tabulating machines for an abundance of caution, because what they learned is that the doors of one of its tabulating machines were open. It hadn't been closed properly, and they want to make absolutely sure that the machine counted everything properly. So they are rerunning 30,000 ballots. Why that is important is it will mean that there will take a longer time to count those absentee ballots. And if you will remember, back in 2020, it was the absentee ballots and waiting for those to be counted, which we heard Donald Trump and the Republicans jump on, saying there's some sort of malfeasance. Officials are saying this is not the case. There was an issue with one of the machines not being closed properly, and they want to make, out of abundance of caution, sure that each and every vote is properly counted. So we may have to wait a bit longer to find out what the tally of those absentee votes were in Milwaukee, the most populous city in Wisconsin.
All right, and obviously abundance of caution is important. Those wanting the quick results, sometimes it takes a little bit longer than you want, but 30,000, they're going to rerun those. Every single one of those counts when it comes to getting this final number. Let's go to Michigan, Macomb Township, right outside of Detroit. Jim Sciutto is there, and Jim, we've heard about record turnout in Michigan as well. Secretary of State talking about that. What are you seeing at the polling site where you are?
Yeah, they said they were on track for record turnout in the whole state of Michigan, and certainly where we are in Macomb Township and Macomb County, just outside of Detroit, they're seeing this. We're right in the middle of the lines here. They've been wrapping around the building here, coming down, casting their votes, and then up here they enter them into the machines. Keep in mind, this is day 10 of voting here. There were 9 days of early voting. That's new, voted in via constitutional amendment in 2022. So this is the first presidential cycle with that early voting. And I talked to the township clerk here. She said she's seen lines as long as 60, 90 minutes every one of those 9 early voting days. Maximum enthusiasm. She says voters are telling her they really want their vote to count this year. They see their vote as counting. She's seen a big number of first-time voters as well. And that is not just happening here in Macomb Township and Macomb County. It's happening across the state. Even before today, more than, close to 3.5 million people had already voted, close to half the active registered voters in the state. And just one measure of that, it's really hot today. It's these I voted stickers, and they were part of a contest around the state. Kids in the state, high school students, adults. One of the favorites is Ope, I voted. If you know the Midwest, a little bit of a Midwestern expression there as well. That's one sign of the enthusiasm in the state of Michigan.
Yeah, incredible enthusiasm everywhere, and then we'll see how it turns out. Let's go to Grand Rapids, Michigan. Kylie Atwood has been there. And Kylie, earlier when I was speaking to you, you were showing us how it works where you are. What are you hearing now from voters? It looks a little quiet behind you. Do you think you've sort of seen it, or more people coming in here at the end?
Aaron, it has been a little bit quiet, but there's been a consistent flow of folks coming in to vote here on the western side of Michigan in Grand Rapids. We have one voter with us this evening who actually voted for Trump. Josh, can you tell us a little bit about why you cast your vote for Trump tonight?
I guess it'd have to do with I'm more of like a blue-collar worker, and I knew that one of the things he said he was going to do was cut taxes for overtime. So and that's how I make a lot of my money. So that was like probably the main driving force, I won't lie.
So for you, it's really a financial decision more than anything else?
Right. Yeah, I'd probably say that, especially with the way the economy's been. So
Did you vote for Trump in the past in 2016 and 2020?
I didn't.
You didn't. So did you vote at all in 2016 and 2020?
No, I didn't actually.
Oh, interesting. So this is the first presidential election that you've cast a ballot for in a few cycles now.
Yeah, I think Obama was the last person I voted for. I won't lie.
All right, back to you guys. This is a type of voter that the Trump campaign is going to need to see out here in Oakland if win this county.
Yeah, absolutely, Kylie. And there you go. When they've been talking about are there those shadow Trump voters or shadow Harris voters, there you go. A Trump voter who didn't vote in the election in 2020 or 2016. John King, he was saying Barack Obama was the last person that he voted for. I mean, there you go. That's what they're trying to find.
You're trying to find voters who are open and available. There are 25 counties. We'll watch them later tonight. 25 counties in America that voted twice for Barack Obama, then for Donald Trump, and then for Joe Biden. Those are voters who swing with the moment, right? We'll track those counties later. But let's go back to where we just heard those voters. We were just in Michigan, right? This is the 2020 map, right? Let me just show you. 2024 map. It's going to fill in just a minute. We'll start getting votes. Top of the hour, we'll go on. But let's just use the 2020 map as an example and look at the state of Michigan. So you just heard a voter out in the Grand Rapids area. That's Kent County. This used to be Republican territory, and it's become more Democratic. However, the margins here matter. You see that, 52 to 46, if you round the former president up there. So a 6-point race in Grand Rapids in 2020 when Joe Biden carried Michigan. All right, you go back to 2016, and you look at the margins here, and it's a Trump on top of Hillary Clinton in this area right here. So the margins within some of these battlegrounds matter. If Trump can turn Kent County red, Trump is well poised to win the state of Michigan. That's Michigan 2016. Let's come back to 2020, and let's bring up here where Jim Sciutto was. You see Detroit. Detroit is blue right here, but look just north of Detroit. That's Oakland County. Used to be a Republican suburb, more educated, more affluent. This is Macomb County. This used to be a Democratic suburb, blue-collar, auto workers, people in the mechanized industries here. You see, this is Trump country, but the margins matter. Joe Biden gets 45% in 2020. When Joe Biden carries Michigan, go back to 2016, Hillary Clinton's getting only 42% of the vote. So sometimes you're looking at a county and it's red or blue. That's not enough. We need to look at the margins. This is all about turnout. And for Kamala Harris in Macomb County, let's come back to 2020 as an example. It's also about whether her union allies succeed or fail in getting some of their workers to set aside guns issues or cultural issues or social issues or affinity for Donald Trump. You just heard the workers saying no tax on overtime pay. Can labor unions convince their workers actually organizing and other labor issues are more important? So you look for the margins in a place like this. And if Vice President Harris is losing votes there, she wants to track Biden, but let's assume she's a little below Biden in Macomb County. Well, then you're doing the math. She has to make it up in more affluent Oakland County. This is her coalition is very complicated. If she's going to lose a little bit, because of the dynamics, the question is where can she make it up? And so Michigan is one of the fantastic opportunities to do that as we start to come into votes. And remember, the 3 blue wall states have voted together since 1992. We'll find out tonight if that pattern continues or if it is broken.
All right, thanks, John. We're just minutes away from the very first votes of the 2024 election coming through in areas with the earliest poll closings, and we're getting closer to the end of voting in battleground Georgia, the first pivotal battleground state on our radar tonight. After months of anticipation, the results are finally coming soon in this historic presidential race. We'll be right back. And you're looking right now at live images from Mesa, Arizona. Americans taking advantage of their right to vote with the White House and the balance of power in Congress on the line. The first results of the presidential race, the first actual votes, are coming up very soon. But right now to Aaron Burnett with yet another battleground report. Aaron.
All right, Jake, and of course it's all about the battlegrounds as we await these results. We still see people in state after state waiting to vote, waiting for their voice to be heard. Let's go to Georgia. Victor Blackwell, where you are right now. What are you seeing as we're getting into these final hours here of people being able to vote in a state where you are that we anticipate could have record turnout?
Aaron, let me start with some breaking news. I'm in Lawrenceville. That's in Gwinnett County, which is one of the Atlanta metro area counties that's increasingly becoming more Democratic or a pickup for the Democrats. What we've learned in just the last few moments is that after one of those bomb threats that was made against a polling location here in Gwinnett County around 12:45 today, a Superior Court judge has now extended voting at 2 precincts. Precinct 112 and Precinct 52. Now, they were both in the same facility. That's the Mountain Park Activity Center in Stone Mountain. It was evacuated for about an hour, so everything stopped down there for about 58 minutes. So voting will continue until 7:58 p.m. tonight. That just coming in, a ruling from a Superior Court judge here. Let me show you. This is the Grace New Hope Church. We are just before another rush here that's expected. I spoke with Margie, who's the poll manager here, and says that as we get closer to 7 p.m., this polling location will close at 7, that she's expecting another rush. This morning, she says she's never seen anything like it. People who showed up, she said women, people of color, Asian Americans as well. She said a lot of excitement from young people. Aaron, back to you.
A lot of excitement from young people. We're hearing that in Atlanta. Of course, we're hearing that out west. We heard it from the Secretary of State in Nevada. We'll see what it means. Let's go to Kate Baldwin. She's at a polling place outside Philadelphia. And Kate, I know there was a response there as you're talking to officials to some social media posts from Trump.
Absolutely. Look, disinformation, misinformation, it's been running rampant, and it's been something that officials in Pennsylvania have been trying to fight against ahead of Election Day, to reassure people that this election here will be safe and secure just as it was in 2020. They're now having to combat that from the very top. Donald Trump sending out about 4:30 a Truth Social post saying that he's heard a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, saying law enforcement was on the way. We just got a statement from the Philadelphia City Commissioners, the people in charge of running the election in Philadelphia and overseeing it, saying this. Seth Bluestein saying this. There is absolutely no truth to this allegation. It is yet another example of disinformation. Voting in Philadelphia has been safe and secure. He goes on to say, we have been in regular contact with the RNC. We have been responsive to every report of irregularities at the polls to ensure Philadelphians can vote safely and securely. Taking it a step further, my colleague Holmes Lybrand spoke with the Philadelphia Police Department. They also said, Aaron, they are not aware of what Donald Trump is referring to, but that is the reality in Philadelphia of what they continue the counting. They're keeping their heads down and continuing to get the work done, but they're now having to combat this on Election Day from Donald Trump.
All right, Kate. Thank you very much. And our voting desk is keeping tabs on all the presidential battlegrounds. Anywhere that there's been a delay or someone is called for any kind of a concern on anything. We now have some new reporting out of Philadelphia. Pam Brown, you're at the voting desk where there's been some new details on what's happening there.
Yeah, that's right. I've been speaking to officials across the country, but in Pennsylvania, the crown jewel battleground Commonwealth, I should say, I just got off the phone with an official there in Philadelphia, and this is what the official told me. Overall, they have 182,000 early ballots in Philly counted so far, and 75 to 100,000 of those will be released at 8:01 p.m. tonight after the polls close. So we should note that overall number could rise in Philly because voters have until 8 p.m. to drop off their early ballots. Now, let's kick it over here to Arizona. Arizona, actually, I just got off from the phone with a source in Maricopa, the largest county there. That source tells me it is taking longer than expected to process those early ballots. Here's why, Aaron. This year, they have double the amount of paper, front and back. 79 measures and contests that they have to process with the two pieces of paper, and they also have to check the signatures on the envelope. So this first release of 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, that will come through. Those will only account for early votes through last Tuesday, October 29th. That's less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be comprised of ballots through at least Friday. That's what they had hoped for. Now, the first drop is expected to be about 55% of the total vote turnout for Maricopa. The next results reported overnight will include today's Election Day votes. In addition to that, officials will need to process the ballots dropped off across the county today. And then Nevada is another state that we're keeping a close eye on. They have to wait for every voter in line by the time polls close at 10 p.m. Eastern to vote, and for every poll location in the state to close before results are released, Aaron.
So it's going to take longer than maybe many people had hoped. Okay, so there's that. When you look at Arizona, where might we get results more quickly tonight, Pam?
Well, Georgia is showing promising signs. I've been speaking to an election official there on the ground. Most polls will close at 7 p.m. Eastern, with the exception of 2 polling places in Cobb County and a few others requesting an extension. Now, by law, the state has to report all the mail-in ballots received by Monday by an hour after polls close. But officials say that I've been speaking to, they expect around 75% of Georgia Georgia's overall vote to be released at around 8 o'clock. And then an official I've been speaking to says the majority of precincts will still report their first batch of results after polls close. Now, in Michigan, the Secretary of State, I just spoke to the Secretary of State, just got off the phone with her, and she tells me they're on track to match and possibly surpass their turnout record from 2020. The Secretary of State also tells me that at 9 p.m. Eastern, all the early in-person votes and the vast majority of today's Election Day votes should be in, and then they'll be made publicly throughout the night. She also notes, and this could be important, Aaron, depending on how close this race is, that 7,000 overseas ballots have not been returned yet. So, again, another factor in all of this. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Secretary of State there earlier, Secretary Benson, saying if it comes down to a margin of 7,000, we could be waiting. If it's not that tight, we may find this out much more quickly. So we will see. All right, Pam, thank you very much on the voting desk. Let's go to Sarah Murray. She is in Atlanta with new information on the voting there. What have you just learned, Sarah?
Well, Aaron, we learned that there are 5 locations here in Fulton County that will be staying open later because they had to be briefly evacuated today because of these non-credible bomb threats. Obviously, this is an issue that folks in Georgia, as well as a couple other states, have been grappling with today. Now, we just learned from county officials here in Fulton County the polls will be open anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes past this 7 p.m. deadline when they were expected to close. Again, this is designed to give voters an opportunity to vote to make up for the period that these locations were closed today. Now, as Pam Brown was just pointing out, Georgia does have a rule that says an hour after your polls close, you need to report early absentee advanced voting. And in speaking to officials, they still believe we are going to see very timely results in Georgia, even though we have these 5 locations in Fulton County that are going to be staying open later, as well as a handful of other locations across the state. Still a lot of optimism from officials here that we are going to see some speedy results tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Republican Secretary of State there has been so confident in that. We hope that's the case. All right, Sarah Murray, thank you very much with that latest reporting from Atlanta. Let's go over to John King. I'm peeking behind you at the wall. I see Pennsylvania is up.
So as you were translating what that means, I want to try to add to that as well as we go through it. Number one, let's start out west, and I'm going to walk over this way for a minute. If this race comes down to Arizona and Nevada, which is distinctly possible given how close it was, you get the impression from what we just heard, the counts there could take a little bit longer. If it comes down 11 and 6 in terms of the electoral votes, if it comes down to out west. However, it's also quite possible when we get these, which some will be late tonight, some could be tomorrow or beyond, we'll get more. So let's wander back over here and go through what we just heard. And I'll have Pennsylvania up because you just heard from Kate Baldwin. So let's start with Kate Baldwin. She's here in Bucks County. This is one of the key collar counties right around Philadelphia. Democrats need to run it up big in Philadelphia and then do well in the suburbs around it. Bucks County, blue collar, cops, firefighters, close to Philadelphia, which is just here to the south. This has been the most competitive of the collar counties. The more affluent, more educated, Montgomery and Delaware, have become overwhelmingly Democratic. Look how close Bucks County was in 2020, 52 to 47. Go back to 2016, it's even closer, 48 to 48, or 49 if you round up Secretary Clinton to 48 there. So that's a very important point when Kate is saying, there could be keeping precincts open a little bit longer to deal with that. That's what happens on election night, number one. Number two, if you're still voting and you see things on social media, check with your state officials or your county officials. Be careful about what you believe on social media, especially if it's coming from somebody who has a stake in the outcome of the election. So that's Pennsylvania there. I just want to go quickly down to Georgia, where Victor Blackwell was, because he makes an important point. Both Sarah Murray here in Fulton County, some bomb threats, so they're going to keep polls open. An absolutely essential area, 10% of the state population. You see how important it is to the Democratic coalition there. But then where Victor was out here in Gwinnett County. Again, as Victor noted, this was Republican territory 8, 10, 12 years ago. It is increasingly Democratic territory now, you see right there. So keeping the polling places open for a little bit longer could be incredibly important. And again, bomb threats, that's unusual. Keeping polling places open a little bit later because something happens, that's part of the process, Jake. Happens all the time, and we just need to be patient.
All right, thanks so much. And we're getting a new read on the issues that matter to voters. David Chalian back with more exit poll information. David, how concerned are people about this issue of protecting democracy?
Yeah, it's the #1 issue, according to the exit poll of voters across the country in this election. 35% of voters in this election, Jake, say it is the most important issue. So we went a little deeper. Is democracy in the U.S. secure or threatened? 73% of voters nationally in this election, according to these preliminary exit poll results, say U.S. democracy is threatened. Only 25% think it's secure. Are Are you confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately in the United States? Well, 2/3 of voters in this election, 68%, say they are confident. 31% of voters say they're not confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately today. We also wanted to look at that by coalition of support here. So among Harris voters in this election nationally, Drake, 88%, nearly 9 out of 10 Harris voters are confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately. Only 11% are not confident. As I'm sure you could imagine, after the last 4 years, Donald Trump supporters, it's a totally different story. It's a split decision. Only 47% of Trump voters in this election say they're confident that the election is conducted fairly and accurately. 52%, a slim majority of Trump voters, are not confident, Jake. We also asked, are you concerned about violence as a result of the election? And overall, 71% of voters across the country, according to these early exit polls, say yes, they are concerned about violence. 27%, Jake, say no, they're not.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, Jake, thanks very much. Just looking at the new exit polls, anything surprise you on this?
Listen, I'm actually surprised by the number of Republicans in this exit poll that actually do trust the election. It's nearly half.
Given all
they
the
trust
rhetoric
process.
from the former president.
Yeah, and as we speak, Donald Trump is espousing on his Truth Social that there's fraud in Philadelphia. It's been knocked down by local election officials. But this is
By the way,
happening
the top
in real
election
time.
official in Pennsylvania is Republican.
Is a Republican. But listen, I think it's not helpful to Donald Trump if democracy is actually as high on voters' minds. Now, people can interpret that different. I think that there are some on the right who are going to say, well, the threat to democracy is the other side. But I think by and large, that tends to capture the voters who are concerned about January 6th, stop the steal, and efforts to overturn the election.
I think this challenging this assertion of fraud in Philly and some of the other things he's said lately is one of the reasons why people are concerned about violence and about what's going to happen after the election, because this has become more and more a mantra as the days have come toward the election.
Look, I think Governor Shapiro and the team in Pennsylvania have done a laudable job in doing things. They're transparent. We don't have butcher paper up on the windows like we had in the last election. People are being shown things. There's like cameras there. So I am confident that this will be a fair election, the free election, and that it's going to come out, the way it's supposed to come out. People are voting in record numbers, and I'm hopeful that our team wins.
Well, I mean, to me, it is interesting that democracy, which should be a shared value, has now become almost a partisan issue. When you looked at concern for democracy was not very high for a party, the Republican Party, that's supposed to be the party of liberty, the party of patriotism. Something's really happened. I think the Democratic Party, has picked up the banner of a deeper kind of patriotism and a deeper kind of commitment to democracy, and I think that shows in these numbers.
It's interesting, though, the people were critical early on of Kamala Harris for running on the defense of democracy idea. It seems, certainly just from these exit polls, that it.
Yeah, I mean, look,
kind of redeems it.
but I don't think she ran on those
Well, I think
alone.
early
It would
on,
have been a mistake to do so. I think the people who cared deeply about that were going to be with her, and so that is in the mix. But on your point about democracy, look, Donald Trump's project has been to raise doubts about all institutions.
Our coverage
that's
continues
dangerous.
right now.